Tech Crunch. Disrupt. Tech Crunch. Disrupt. Tech Crunch. Disrupt. Tech Crunch. Disrupt.
disrupt. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Matthew Panzarino, Editor-in-Chief of TechCrunch, and Samantha O'Keefe, Battlefield Editor of TechCrunch.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to TechCrunch Disrupt 2016. It's wonderful to see such an amazing crowd here first thing in the morning. It's good because we have a packed program for you. We've worked really hard over the past few months to put this together. Well, really the last year. We kind of start planning these things as soon as we're done with the last one. And lots of folks have worked really hard. We hope over the next 3 days you'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll be informed. We've gathered some of the best entrepreneurs, investors, and founders in the world and liberally sprinkled the program with some unique personalities to talk to us about their paths to success, the shape of the future, and we've got giant fighting robots, so that is also a plus.
That's always a good thing.
And of course, we have a fantastic afternoon program, which includes the Startup Battlefield, which is the world's premier startup competition.
That's right. So over the next 2 days, you guys will see 23 different companies launch for the first time. The companies this time come from across the US, from the Bay Area, LA, Austin, New York, also Illinois and Kansas. So got a little bit of everything. Well, I'll talk to you about it later.
Okay.
Also international teams from France, Hong Kong, and Lebanon. This battlefield continues to get more competitive. The people you see on stage today represent just over 2.5% of our applicant pool. So this is the cream of the crop. We're going to do a little something for everyone. We're going to be cutting metal on stage. We're going to be talking consumer health, transportation, manufacturing. We're going to train pro gamers better. And of course, there are going to be robots there as well. So that starts at 2 p.m. this afternoon. And don't forget, before that, to vote for the wild card. You can do that on your Disrupt app. And the wild card is one team that's out there in the startup alley exhibiting. You vote for them, and they might get on stage and a chance to present in front of all of you. So do that this morning, do that around lunch through the Disrupt app. It's going to be a great afternoon.
Excellent. Well, we're going to get started with the programming right away. We'll bring out our MC to introduce the first speaker. But we hope you enjoy the show. Stay tuned. We've got an exciting program ahead. Thank you.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your Disrupt MC and TechCrunch senior writer, Jordan Crook.
There we go. What's up, guys? So happy to be back here. This is the favorite thing for me in San Francisco. This is it, literally. So you guys live in a great city. Congratulations. I just want to welcome you to the 75th Annual Hunger Games. We're going to have a blast. I'm just kidding. It's early, and you guys are never going to laugh at my jokes anyway, so I'm just going to give up on that. We have an amazing lineup. They already told you about it. A couple things before we get started. We're going to be using the hashtag TCDisrupt. So if you want to get in on that conversation, the best way to do it is go to twitter.com and search for @JordanRCrook and press the follow button. And that'll get you directly into that conversation. So go ahead and do that now. And without any further ado, I'm going to bring up our first guest. Please welcome to the stage David Marcus from Facebook Messenger and our moderator, Josh Constine.
Thank you for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
So Messenger has always strived to be differentiated from SMS. First, it really nailed group texting. Eventually, it embraced stickers, animated GIFs, and payments. So what do you see as the next big differentiator for Facebook Messenger?
Well, we really like real-time communications. So as you've seen recently, we just announced and opened up to everyone this new thing that we call instant video that basically enables you to have ambient video, and it's almost like you unmute your video for the other person to see while you're typing, and you can start streaming in that little window while the other person can be in a bus or in a meeting and can still type and see you or see what you want to show them. And so we're going to continue investing more and more in real-time communications. And actually, one of the things that we haven't talked about previously is that we have over 300 million monthly active users of video and voice calling. And so that makes Messenger one of the biggest real-time apps in the world right now.
That's incredible. You guys haven't even had video calling for very long. It only launched about a year ago, right?
That's right.
So tell me, audio and video helped get Messenger to 1 billion users, but many of your critics feel like that was only because you forced people to download Messenger and leave the main Facebook app. So does that ever feel like a hollow victory?
Not really. I mean, we don't feel it's a victory or not a victory. It's like 1 billion users is a lot of users, but like this is not downloads. It's actually people using the app on a monthly basis, and the vast majority of them on a daily basis. And it's actually people communicating with one another and using the app to stay in touch and to build groups and to do a bunch of different things. And so it doesn't feel that way to us. It just feels that like we have such a great opportunity to serve 1 billion people, and we come to work every morning energized by the notion that we can build things and ship it, and then hundreds of millions of people, and eventually the full 1 billion people on the platform will get to use it. So it's energizing.
There's surely benefits from having Messenger be its own app. There's a lot more room for extra features, but you're also cramming conversation into kind of a one-size-fits-all. And recently, you guys started to remove the ability to message from the mobile website. Don't users deserve a bit more choice about how they communicate with Messenger?
Well, do you know any other mobile messaging app that have a mobile web experience?
I guess that's a good point, but
right.
Still, you're also Facebook. You're the biggest thing on the planet, so I think like you must be held to a different standard.
No, but
than
I think,
else.
look, I mean, the whole point of having a separate app is to create an ecosystem. Like messaging apps actually don't work if push notifications are not enabled for everyone. So on Facebook, not everyone has push notifications. On Messenger, everyone has push notifications. And so we want to make sure that like if you use Messenger, you can actually get people to respond faster, and it works because now when we survey our users, they actually tell us that they feel that people will respond faster on Messenger than on even text. And so that's actually great because the first thing that you want the messaging app to be is reliable, fast, and know that people will respond quickly.
But there has to be some situations where people might only be able to use a mobile website and don't actually have either the time or the bandwidth or whatever to download an app. What do you have to say to those users?
Well, so we have been very careful not to remove access for people who are on older Android devices that might not have memory to download the app, or network conditions to download the app at a certain point in time. So like the actual, we stopped serving high-end devices in developed markets on mobile web, but not the other markets.
This brings up the point that sometimes you have to make decisions that users might not like, but that Facebook thinks are in their eventual benefit. But at the same time, those things also typically benefit Facebook as well. Being a fast, efficient, reliable messenger is good for people, also good for Facebook. How do you guys balance Facebook's agenda with user benefit?
Well, I don't think we ever think about it that way. So, when you build a product, like no matter whether, if you're a startup or a large company, it doesn't matter. When you build a product, you want the vast majority of people out there to use it, to like it, and to engage with it. And that's why you come to work and you build things that are actually solving real problems in daily lives of people. And that's how we think about things. We don't think about, oh yeah, let's do that because we're going to make a bunch of money on the other side, or that's not the way we think about things.
Well, you're lucky because Facebook mostly makes its money on the news feed, so you guys pretty much get to just work on bringing people together. But still, you must make decisions thinking about the long road, about whether that's data that you're pulling from users or boxing out other competitors in terms of the newest capabilities like the audio and video calling that you guys are working on. So when you work with Mark Zuckerberg on these features, how do you guys make top-level strategic decisions about where to go with Messenger? Is that mostly your job, or is he doing that?
No, so we're doing short and medium term, and has a very bold long-term vision as well. So it's been great to work with Mark on Messenger. And so the way we're thinking about things is pretty simple. Like, what are the fundamental things that people want to do when they talk to one another? Like, they have one-on-one conversations, they have group conversations, they interact with businesses and services, and we need to make sure that we build the right experiences so that people use the product and find more utility in the product. And so we've invested in a lot of things that we haven't talked about. Like, for instance, in the last 6 months, we've invested massively in performance because while we added a ton of features, we actually made Messenger way faster. So like startup time, aggregate startup time on iOS now is sub 1 second, which is like, you know, out there. And on Android, it's 1.38 seconds. So it's like really fast, and we've cut like end-to-end message sends latency by 30%, et cetera. So like all of those things that we don't talk about are things that we actually continue investing in because we want to make Messenger the best messaging app out there.
You talked a little bit about wanting to be useful for people, but earlier this year you guys launched the Messenger bot platform, and honestly, it seemed a little bit half-baked when it first launched. What do you think was wrong or missing about the Messenger bot platform?
Well, you know, what we want to do here is build an ecosystem. And when you want to build an ecosystem and bring a lot of developers to the platform and bring people to discover new types of experiences and at the same time reinvent the experience and the interaction model at that scale, it's not easy and it takes time. And so what we wanted to do at F8 is put the stake in the ground and enable like all the enablers, all of the companies out there to like come in and start building capabilities and use the APIs. And from that standpoint, it's been successful. We have over 34,000 developers on the platform, and they're building either capabilities for third parties or actual experiences. I think the problem was that it got really overhyped very, very quickly. And the basic capabilities that we provided at that time weren't like good enough to basically replace like traditional app interfaces and experiences. And so what we've done in the past couple of months is that we've invested and built more and more capabilities. We've also provided a lot of guidance to developers on how to build a successful experience. And what we've seen is there are a number of verticals that are working really, really well. So like news is working really well, and engagement on news bots is actually really good, and TechCrunch is like actually one of the best ones out there, and it's true. CNN is another good one, and there are a bunch of others. What we've seen is also that other companies have been able to build experiences that convert users to paid users for their service in a with a much higher conversion than redirecting them to a mobile website or to an app. So Match.com in Europe has built a dating experience inside of Messenger, and they're converting from newsfeed all the way to paid subscriber at 2x the rate of redirecting to a mobile app or a mobile website. And there are other experiences, like, you know, there's Nikki in India, which is this bot that does like bill payment and car hailing and all these things, and they're converting 10x the rate of redirecting to mobile websites. And so we're seeing more and more of these things, and today we're actually releasing a brand new update to the platform, so it's Messenger Platform 1.2. And it brings a whole lot of new capabilities for developers to build an even more engaging experience.
Yeah, I was going to say that one of the things that I thought was the most lacking from the Messenger bot platform at the time of launch was the ability to make native payments inside of bots. And I was going to grill you about that, but it turns out you guys have actually built that now, right?
Yes.
So now Facebook Messenger bots will allow native payments. When you guys are working with some payment networks to build that, right? So it's not all Facebook's infrastructure. You guys are working with payment networks to make those transactions happen?
Yes.
Now, you used to work with PayPal. Is PayPal who you guys are working with on this?
I mean, we're working with almost everyone on this solution. So like we're working with PayPal, we're working with Stripe, we're working with Visa, with MasterCard, with American Express, and Braintree. And so like what we've done here is like the two main announcements that we have on this new update to the platform is that one, we are releasing a new enhanced web view capability, so you can basically draw a UI and the right UI inside of the thread and determine the height of the window so you can actually have the proper UI still in context of the thread, and native payments. Those are the two main updates, but there are more to this new platform release. And we think that with that, we have the best of both worlds, right? Because inside of a thread, you actually have identity, transactional capability, ability to draw UI, ability to draw native buttons and interfaces, and you have basically different physics to those different spaces. So the thread is there to stay. Imagine that you're actually trying to book an airline ticket, for instance. So you'd go in a thread, the actual intent capture is great in a conversational way. Like, I want to go to Paris tomorrow. And then you basically have results that can come up in a web view that's prefetched aggressively, so it's actually really fast. And then you have native payments, but then you can get your itinerary posted back into thread, which is meant to stay because it's canonical, and then you can check in and do all of these things and have customer support. So we believe that bringing all of these types of different modal experiences together is what ultimately is going to make the platform successful over time.
So you cited a whole bunch of those very critical aspects of it, but many of those weren't there when you first launched.
Right.
And honestly, what happened was that a lot of developers didn't feel like they had enough time knowing what the final functionality was to be able to build good bots. And Facebook's always going to be in the news. Everything you guys do seems important to people because there's just so many users. But for some developers, they might have only gotten that one big opportunity to make a splash or to make a first impression on users, and they didn't necessarily have the functionality that they needed. How long ahead of the launch at F8 did you guys give developers with knowing the final functionality?
Oh, it was a couple of weeks only.
Do you think that's enough time to be able to build a great experience?
Well, probably not.
Yeah, because I thought that it seemed a little bit short. And in the end, it seemed like you guys were focusing more on the set launch date of F8. And did you guys end up prioritizing secrecy and making a big splash about putting that stake in the ground, like you said, over being able to launch a fully baked platform?
I think the problem is that you can look at this different ways. I choose to look at it as this is a long journey, and you need to start somewhere. F8 is a great opportunity to get developers' attention. We have a lot of developers that are coming to the conference and that are starting to build. Now it's been 6 months-ish since we launched, and we have like 34,000 developers on the platform. We have a lot of middleware enablers that have built connectivity to our APIs and to our platform that enables big brands to start building great experiences. Like today, there's actually a really good bot that's launching, and it's the Absolute Vodka bot, which actually will get you a free drink in New York City and a bunch of other cities.
Is this vodka?
No, it's probably too early. And the way it works is really cool because you actually get from newsfeed to Messenger, which is also something we're releasing today, which is destination ads and newsfeed, so you can buy an ad and get people straight into newsfeed and into Messenger and connect with people directly. So you combine like intent creation on newsfeed and intent completion on Messenger. But so with the case of Absolute, like it actually tells you where to go to get a free drink on Absolute, what cocktail you want to have, get a code, you show up at the bar, you give the code to the bartender, he gives you your free drink, and when he gives you your free drink, you get a notification inside of the thread that offers you a Lyft ride back home. And so like all of these things, when you think about it in the sense of like an app, like that's not an app, right? But it's such a great opportunity for brands to engage their users in a brand new way. And those types of things are actually really working well.
I'm sure bartenders are going to love me showing my code to them on my phone and them having to figure out how to make that all work. But when you think about the platform, a lot of people are saying that bots are a fad. What do you think we're actually going to end up using them for? And why is Facebook committed to making sure that bots aren't just a fad?
Well, it's not about bots. It's about like, how can you get an experience? So we interact with people, and we interact with services, and we interact with brands, and we interact with businesses. So there are a bunch of different things that the capabilities that we've opened up in April are already really solving. So at the very basic stage, like customer service on Messenger, based on the APIs that we released in April, is actually really flourishing. And there's a number of large companies. Rogers in Canada, for instance, which is like the largest carrier in Canada, is now providing customer support on Messenger and seeing a lift in customer sat of 60%, which is nuts for a mobile operator. So that's one thing that you can do. News is a new thing also on Messenger, and it's working really well and has high retention. And then like you have all these kinds of experiences that brands are building inside of Messenger that enables them to connect directly with their customers. And if you're a CPG company, Like the ability for you to target a demographic and then get one-on-one with your customers is brand new. I mean, you've never been able to do that before. And then lastly, when you combine all of these capabilities that we've launched and that we're announcing today, you see companies like Hipmunk, for instance, that are going to launch soon an updated version of their bot where you're going to be able to book airline tickets and hotels in a really fast, easy way. That I think is going to be pretty close to having a native app, and definitely better than mobile web.
Well, I'm certainly excited to not have to talk to humans on the phone to get customer service for flights.
Right.
But voice still is a very fascinating opportunity for Messenger. Where do you guys see the future of navigation and dictation and voice for Facebook Messenger?
Well, so this is not something that we're actively working on right now. So like we have the ability, if you're a bot developer out there and you want to use voice, you have the ability to leverage like voice clips and actually process these. But it's an OK experience. I don't feel that it's just great. But at some point, it's pretty obvious that as we develop more and more capabilities and interactions inside of Messenger, we'll start working on voice exchanges and interfaces.
Yeah, 'cause I would love to be able to switch between threads by saying, go to my message thread with David Marcus, and it'd switch around, especially if I'm trying to use it hands-free while I'm on the go, while I'm working.
Right.
Hopefully not necessarily while I'm driving, but you can imagine that would be a big deal. And with Amazon Echo and Alexa becoming such a big hit, do you guys just think that you're waiting a little too long if you're not actively working on this voice stuff yet? It seems like a huge opportunity.
Maybe.
OK, so then maybe looking a little bit further into the future, you guys have bots coming out, you're working more with businesses, but what does Messenger look like 5 years from now?
Well, I think, when you look at all of these entities that you interact with, it's bringing it all together. Like, can you bring your daily life on Messenger in a more organized way and actually have like the best high quality, high fidelity interactions with people, groups of people, businesses, services, and give an opportunity for developers to actually build a presence on a new platform and get distribution and adoption. So like, we're driving not only has Messenger gotten to over 1 billion monthly active users, but engagement as measured by daily sends inside of Messenger has grown tremendously in the last couple of years, and like we want to continue accelerating that trend and make Messenger a more essential part of the daily lives of our 1 billion+ users.
Is group video calling going to be part of that future? That's what I really want.
Well, if you look at what we've launched to date, I have nothing to announce, but it's a pretty logical thing to build at some point.
I see a nice little smirk smile going on right now, so it seems like you're building this, aren't you? OK. But thinking about this in the next few years, what is Messenger going to do to be able to kill off, I think, its final foe, which is SMS?
Well, it's just a question of reach in messaging. So messaging is all about the ability for you to reach all of the people that you want to reach, not like 95% of the people that you want to reach. And so gradually, we're increasing our reach and our penetration and smartphone users. And we just need to grow that and continue growing it. And as we grow it, then people will continue using it. And if you look at the SMS experience on Android, for instance, versus Messenger, it's kind of a no-brainer if you're on Android to want to use Messenger because the experience is just so much better than the traditional SMS clients on Android. You can do so much more. And now with the ability for you to also get your text messages inside of Messenger, you get all-in-one, basically all of your messaging in one place. So gradually building more and more capabilities is the way that we're going to make this happen. Relevant capabilities.
So you guys are making good strides. You got 300 million people using the audio and video messaging. You're bringing payments and web views to the platform for Messenger bots, even though you admit that maybe you guys would have liked to give Messenger developers a little bit more time to make something really great.
Right.
Eventually, the idea is bringing it all together into one app so you don't have to be popping around into a million different things that don't necessarily need their own app, but you can do it all, bring your whole daily life into Messenger. So thank you very much for coming and talking with us.
Awesome. Thanks.
So unlike Josh, who looks very dapper, I've decided to dress down a little bit. I call this look startup chic. And I don't know if you noticed, but I've got a little TC heart on this sweatshirt, which is for sale out front. And if you think that I'm just standing up here hawking T-shirts, that's wrong because this is a sweatshirt. all right? So go ahead and go buy one of those, but not right now, because we've got an amazing panel coming up. Please welcome our next guest, Jason Robbins from DraftKings, and our moderator, Fitz Tepper.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
You excited to talk about sports in a room full of nerds, including myself?
You know, as I've said many times, I'm a nerd, so I'm at home here.
We all are. So let's start with, who here has played on DraftKings before? So DraftKings is a daily fantasy sports app. What is daily fantasy sports?
So daily fantasy sports is a segment of the overall fantasy sports games where basically instead of playing for an entire season or a subset of that, you play for a day or in case of football, a weekend. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same as what typical fantasy sports fans are accustomed to. You pick a team of players as though you're the general manager. Those players get fantasy points when they perform in the games. And then you play against people, and whoever scores the most fantasy points wins.
And it lasts a day. Then it's over. You win or
It
lose
lasts
money.
a day, and it's over. And then
why
you
do-
can play again if you want, or you never have to.
Why do people like that more, only playing
Well,
for
I
a
think
day?
that it kind of brings the best of what traditional season-long fantasy sports provided, and also eliminates some of the things that people don't like about it. So everyone loves the draft and the picking of the players process. You get to do that every day or as often as you want. People love the scoring and playing against their friends. You get to do that. What sometimes people who, including me, have played season-long fantasy complain about is you get an injury or your team just isn't very good and you're out of it, or on some of the daily sports especially where
So it's more
very
engaging?
intense. It's more
Is that-
engaging because you don't have the baggage of carrying players that maybe weren't, you thought they were good when you drafted them and then they got injured. Also, for some of the daily sports, it's very important to have the flexibility. So if you don't want to play literally every single day, you can't play season-long fantasy basketball, hockey, or baseball. DraftKings, you can play when you want.
So yesterday was the first day of the NFL season. Big day for you guys.
Huge
And
day.
ESPN Fantasy was down all day.
Yes.
So how did people use your product yesterday? How many people? Give me some stats.
So what was most exciting yesterday was we had a big push this year. We've talked a lot over the last several months for moving more towards getting people who like to play with their friends and social play. And that was really the focus that we rallied the whole company around, was driving that. And social play was up 3x year over year, which was really exciting and exceeded what we were hoping for.
Like a ballpark number to give people an idea. Are like millions of people are playing each Sunday?
So in a given Sunday, we generally have millions of people across both free and paid games. It really depends on kind of what's going on. So yesterday, for example, we ran a huge free contest, and we had about 500,000 people enter that contest.
500,000
alone.
people.
Yeah.
And what was the prize for it?
That was a $100,000 total. I think the top prize, I want to say, it was like 10K or 15K. And then we ran a $3 game that was it was actually almost 2 million entrants, and ended up going to about 1.5 million.
2 million in the game, 1.5 million in the game.
About 1.5 million entries.
And what did the winner win? How much?
$1 million in that
$1 million.
$3 entry, yeah.
So when I tell people about daily fantasy sports, and I'm sure you hear this more than me, they say, why isn't this gambling? So why isn't this gambling?
Well, there's a distinction in the law between games of skill and games of chance, and anyone who's played fantasy sports probably, I would think, would attest that it's a game of skill. So, it's really just the way that the law distinguishes between games of skill and games of chance.
And if there is some chance in there, I mean, if it rains and a player slips and falls, my team's going to be affected.
Well, there's
And
chance
that's
in everything. I mean, if you play a golf tournament, the wind could pick up and the weather could change between when your key opponent tees off in the morning and when you tee off in the afternoon. There's a lot of things that are, in any game of skill, some chance, but overall, is it a game of skill or not is the key question.
I have tried a few times, and I come in last every time, so I guess I kind of attest to it being a game of skill. Let's talk about the company's history and you personally. So 4 years ago, you worked at Vistaprint as a marketing manager, basically. And 4 years later, you're the CEO of a $1 billion company. How? How does that happen?
I've always had a passion for sports, for fantasy sports. I grew up loving games. I was a big chess guy when I was a kid. I used to travel and play in tournaments. And this was kind of the dream for me, was to start something in a field I loved, in technology. I had worked in the tech industry before, so I had a lot of good friends that were interested in this and interested in starting a company and really had the entrepreneurial spirit. And I'd always wanted to do it. I graduated school, however, right after the bubble burst, so I kind of went the traditional route and worked in corporate America for a little bit.
I wasn't slighting you. I'm saying it's amazing. I mean, in 4 years, that's incredible.
Yeah.
So you didn't invent daily fantasy sports, but you've become the biggest company in the industry. So like, what was your initial pitch to VCs when you first raised money?
I think it was emphasizing our backgrounds. We came from the tech world, we had analytic backgrounds, and we loved the game. So we felt like that was going to be really where we could differentiate. If you looked at the general market at the time, no one was really kind of putting it all together with tech, product, and analytics, and we felt like we could bring that to the table, and our backgrounds and our histories would allow us to be competitively advantaged in this space, combined with the fact that we just knew the industry as a consumer, and we had an intuitive feel for what we thought people would want.
Was it hard to raise money in the beginning?
Oh, it was very hard. The beginning fundraising was brutal. We ended up raising a small seed round from an investor in Boston, and then it was really hard to raise our A and B. We brought in a new board member, a guy named Woody Levin, who I think is here, who is San Francisco-based, to help try and get contacts on the West Coast, and ended up raising
shout out?
Yeah, it's
he
a shout out
invested
to
for the
Woody.
Disrupt shout out?
He did, and I also, while I'm at it, I have to give 2 more shout outs. I'm sorry. One is to my wife, whose birthday is today, so she let me come to this, which I appreciate. And then secondly is to Jeremy Kudon of Oric, who really over the last 8 months has helped us go from a tech company that didn't know a whole lot about legislative affairs and regulation to really being sophisticated there. And
we're going to get into that, don't worry.
Oh, I'm sure.
We're going to talk all about that. So it was hard to raise money in the beginning. You had a lot of no's?
Yeah, we had probably, I'd say, around 50 to 60 people said no before I got to my first yes. And then for our Series A, probably another 50 said no before I got to yes. When it came to our B round, I think, I mentioned bringing on the new board member. We kind of set it up well. I knew a little more by then. I'd never done this before, so I was just taking like a shots on goal approach in the first couple rounds. I was talking to anybody. One big piece of advice I have for people is target. Your time is the most valuable thing in the world. And what really made the difference in our B round is I pre-qualified investors. I said, is this something that would ever be of interest to you? And a lot of people won't tell you that up front. They'll just take the meeting, and it ends up being a waste of your time, and no one wants to say no. So I pre-qualified people up front, and by the time I did it thinking I was traveling, so I wanted to limit my meetings, but in retrospect, I should have done that on my East Coast fundraising too. And by the time I got out here, I had a really great qualified pipeline. So then from there, it was just spending the time in the right places, and the B round happened very quickly as a result.
And you've raised a lot since then.
Yeah, hard to imagine.
Is that the number? About
even
600
more,
million.
yeah.
Over 600 million. Yeah. You have some really impressive investors now. So tell me if I'm wrong, but Major League Baseball as a league, Major League Soccer as a league, the NHL as a league, Carmelo Anthony's firm, who was here recently, and the Patriots, the Kraft Group, all invested.
Kraft Group, Jerry Jones, the Yankees president, any other
Yankees
owners
president.
of NFL and
so like any
MLB.
entrepreneur would like kill to have one of those people invest in their company.
Oh, in our most recent round was Revolution, which Ted Leonsis, who's one of the founding members, owns the Washington Capitals, the Washington Wizards. So we're very fortunate. What's cool for us is that the people in the sports world kind of get it. It's almost easier in a way, like it's part of what's fun, I guess, about having a sports company, but it's also just practically, those are the people that understand what the product is and what it means, and also the people that really can help us get introduced to the right relationships and help us understand how to continue to make the product better.
So like, what does having Major League Baseball on your cap table do to the company? Like, how does it help you guys?
It helps in a number of ways. One, it brings credibility to our brand. Having an endorsement, so to speak, from Major League Baseball and a belief in our brand and our company is huge. Also, though, there's a lot we've done with them on the integration side. We have this really cool feature where if you're in your iOS DraftKings app, you can seamlessly integrate. So what happens is if your player comes up to bat, Siri will announce to you, XYZ player is up to bat. You tap a button, and it takes you right over to Major League Baseball at bat. If you're a subscriber, you watch that player's at bat, and then you can seamlessly link right back to DraftKings and continue following your scores. Stuff like that would not be possible without them as a partner.
When you got that investment from the MLB, that was the first major league to invest in you, right? Were you just like, wow?
I knew at that point that this was going to happen faster than people thought. I thought it would take more time for the sports leagues. I thought we'd have to get bigger before we'd really be of interest to them. And they'd be like, oh, that's something small and cool to follow, but we'll see how it goes. And the fact that Major League Baseball right away took interest and then many other sports leagues followed suit, it showed me they were ready for this and they knew that this was something that could be huge and transformational for their product and their content.
And what benefit do you bring to them, to the leagues, to the teams?
There's a lot of data to show that when people play on DraftKings and play fantasy sports in general, they significantly increase their consumption of content. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 80% of our customers report that they consume more sports content since they started playing on DraftKings. Almost half of our customers say they've started following a new sport that they didn't closely follow before since they've started playing on DraftKings. Those are powerful effects that drive growth for other industries. Part of what I love about fantasy sports and DraftKings is it's this cool industry where, yes, we're disrupting, but we're also lifting these other industries. It's very different when you're coming, you're just trying to take something from someone, than when you're coming, you're actually helping and boosting other industries. And it allows you to create unique partnerships and alliances that otherwise you couldn't create.
So I want to get into the legislative stuff a bit, because so far it seems like it's been pretty smooth sailing, like start a company, raise $500 million profit, but it wasn't really like that. So the series of events that I've kind of come up with in the course of a month or two, the first thing that how this all started is one of your employees won $350,000 on a competitor site. And then the next day or two, the Department of Justice opened an investigation into whether DraftKings was gambling. And then the Nevada Gaming Control Board said it was gambling and banned you in the state. And then 3 weeks later, the New York Attorney General issued you a cease and desist. Were you just holy shit, this is over?
I think definitely it was a tough time and it was a lot coming at once. But we were prepared for it mentally. We were a company that had...
You thought something like that would happen?
I mean, I think that we were certainly required to get a crash course in understanding how to navigate those things. And of course, I think there's things that we've learned that we might have done differently, but mentally we were prepared. I remember, so you talked about all the before stuff, and I remember the earliest days when we couldn't raise capital and we were running out of money and it felt like it was going to be the end then. And then I remember this amazing run where it seemed like every major sports league, every team owner, everyone wanted to invest in DraftKings, and capital was endless, and the growth was off the charts. This was before.
Before that.
So as we were getting into the start of the NFL season, I remember I stood up in front of the company and I said, the numbers are skyrocketing. We were up over 10x in user growth year over year. Everything was just through the roof. It seemed like it was just like we were a darling, really. It was just awesome to run everything, investing, growth, media, it was all good. And I remember feeling hey, just 2.5 years ago, I wasn't sure we were going to be able to raise our A round to get to the next level. That was the most stressful I've ever felt. So I remember I talked to the company, this was around September of last year, before any of the stuff you're describing happened. And I said, this feels great right now, we should celebrate, we should enjoy it. But building a big company is about ups and downs. You can't get too high, you can't get too low. It's not going to always be this way, so let's remember that. And when we have a low moment, let's remember what this felt like, because it can go to either extreme. And lo and behold, a month and a half later, everything you described happened. And I remember just thinking back to that and thinking back to the early days when it was so hard to raise funds and thinking, all right, this is another phase that's going to be challenging. And I think we have the right people here and the right mental makeup to get through it, but it's going to be challenging. I'm geared up. Team's geared up. Let's go and let's try to address the issues that are out there, and let's try to continue to build what we're building. And no one ever took their eye off the ball. The mission was always central to everything, what we were doing, the passion we felt for it. In some ways, it helped rally the company to feel like, okay, it's us against the world. And I think that actually really helped a lot in terms of pulling everyone together. And we had below average attrition over the last 12 months. I mean, the metrics are remarkable for a company that went through such a trying period. And I do think it really rallied everyone together because people are so passionate about the product and so passionate about our mission and what we're doing.
You had some help. I mean, you hired lobbyists and probably some world-class, very expensive lawyers. I don't want to see your legal bills.
No, I mean, I mentioned earlier Oric, which for anyone who's in a disruptive industry that might be regulated, they did a fantastic job. We had really, I think, an unprecedented run in state legislatures over the last 6 or 7 months. We passed bills in 8 states. That brings a total up to 10. it was amazing to see the response from the legislative community and listening to their constituents who were sending emails. In New York alone, there were over 100,000 emails, phone calls, social media posts made to key legislative officials.
100,000.
More. And that alone is just one state. If you look at it across the country, it was close to 1 million plus that were sent out. And I think that that really lets legislators know. I remember when I was in New York, a legislator walked up to me, and they were considering some really tough issues in that legislative session. They were dealing with the heroin epidemic, like other really tough things. And he said to me, I never have gotten, in my entire 25 years in the legislature, I have never gotten as much outreach in support of something as I did for this. And that really meant a ton to me, that people cared enough, that they wanted this enough. And that's the difference, really, between why we've been successful and not. It had nothing to do with anything other than a great team helping navigate all that stuff, and then the support of our customers and everyone who wants to see us be successful.
During that time when things were really bad, I think like a lot of the media was having a field day, and there were rumors of you merging with FanDuel, which is like your biggest competitor for anyone that doesn't know. Were there talks between you and FanDuel?
There's always been talks. I mean, I've gone on record many times in the last 2 years saying that I think it's an interesting discussion, and mergers are always tough, right? It has to come together in the right way, and it has to be something that you think is better than just an idea. It can actually be executed on. So there's always talks. Where that actually leads and when, we'll see. But we've been talking on and off for really the last year and a half or so.
Is there a reason it didn't happen when you were talking last?
I think just the devil's in the details. It's very complicated to put two companies together, let alone two that are in an industry that's so rapidly changing. And I think that when the time is right, there's potential for something like that, but it has to be right. And I think everyone sort of knows, right now is a really important time of year for us. I think it's been important for us to focus on the NFL season and making sure we're geared up for that. And we'll see if those talks ever go anywhere.
What would the benefits be to a merger?
I mean, immediately we would have a company that has more liquidity in our marketplace, which is the most important value to the customer. I think that's key. I also think the fact that there's just a lot of synergies on the legislative side, the legal side. I mean, everything you just talked about, we were double paying for the most part. So, there's a lot of synergies there, I think.
And in terms of you got the MLB to invest in you and they didn't, was there like a rush to, is there a rush to kind of stake your claim in the sports world between you and them?
I think maybe there's some of that, but I also think that for us, at least, it's more a focus on we're creating a new industry. We're trying to grow that industry. We're also trying to expand into tangent markets. And it's very important to have relationships with the leagues. They control the content. If they don't have a good relationship with us, then it really limits the things that we can do long-term with the content. For example, we just launched this app, DK Live, that I know we'll be showing later on the Facebook Live feed. And a lot of people ask me, well, how can you get video highlights and stuff like that in there? And we don't have that today, but eventually, if we want to be able to get those sorts of things in there, it's very important that we have close relationships with the people who own the IP, who own the content.
So let's talk about DK Live, the app that you're launching today, basically. A lot of people are saying it's like a stab at ESPN, and you're trying to become like a media company. Are you?
I don't think anyone does anything as a stab at ESPN. I love ESPN.
A stab's the wrong word, but I mean.
But I mean, listen, I think that for us, we just think of things less about who the competition might be and more about what does our customer want and what do we need to provide and what's a natural expansion point for us. And we looked at it and we said there are a lot of scoring apps out there. ESPN is one of them. But there's none that really cater specifically to the sports fan, the way the fantasy sports fan, the way that the Red Zone channel caters to that. The Red Zone channel is this channel on NFL Network, or part of NFL Network, that shows just highlights of key plays, and it's just so clearly designed for a fantasy audience. And we said there's a lot of scoring apps out there, and they're useful if anyone is following scores, but no one's really drilled in and said, how do we create an experience for the fantasy fan that's every bit as good as the Red Zone channel, but digitally and in this scoring app? And that was the goal of it. And I think no one's really done that, not ESPN, not anybody. So it's not about trying to compete with them so much as trying to provide something to our customers that we think we're well suited and well positioned to provide and fits with our overall brand and value proposition.
But if you could create an app and custom content for people that aren't so much into fantasy, but they're huge sports fans, Is that a plus?
Eventually, yes, but right now that's not the focus. The focus of that app is really for fantasy fans, and good news is that we have about 7 million customers. There's about 57 million people in North America alone who play fantasy sports, so it's a huge market for us to address and much bigger than our current customer base. Obviously, our current customers are a natural point to promote to, but for us, it's more about trying to reach that audience of 57 million playing fantasy, and then we'll see once we tap that if it makes sense to expand into broader, more general sports consumption. But right now, the focus with that app is on the fantasy audience and building something that if you're a fantasy fan, you say there is no other app out there that's built for me the way this is.
Got it. Well, thank you so much for sitting down with us. Congratulations on the growth and getting through all those legislative issues, and we're excited to see where you go next.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
If anybody happened to bring a fly swatter with them, we're looking for those, so go ahead and bring them to the front. Before we get into our next panel, I was just wondering, how many of you have been to a Disrupt before? Just a quick show of hands. OK, we'll work on retention. Before we get into our next panel, I'm going to actually throw to a Crunchbase video, so please sit back and enjoy. Okay, big data around funding has never been that sexy. Please welcome to the stage Jagger McConnell from Crunchbase and our moderator, John Schieber.
We switched seats. Hi. Thank y'all for showing up. I'm John Schieber. I'm talking to Jagger McConnell. Just a few housekeeping notes before I get into the meat of the interview. I have one of these handy little smartphones in my back pocket, and on that phone I have the Twitter. If y'all want to ask questions to Jagger about what we're talking about or what y'all just saw, you can tweet at me at my Twitter handle, which is my first initial J and my last name, which is right up there. Schieber, S-H-I-E-B-E-R, and I will pose your question to Jagger, should you want me to. First of all, congratulations on the new product.
Thanks a lot. Really
That's
excited.
nice. Yeah, and apparently you got 3 customers before even announcing.
We launched it about 3 minutes ago, and someone has already, or 3 people have come on and actually purchased licenses. So we're excited about that. That people have it's already resounding and getting people excited about what we're doing here.
Fantastic. I'm getting adjusted.
That's good. That's good.
It's fancy, on the fly. So this is the first monetization of the Crunchbase product, and it's been around for a long time.
Almost 9 years.
Why now?
So we spun out a year ago at the last Disrupt. So that was the start of this change of us becoming an independent company. That means a business model. And we realized that with 25 million users, let's listen to them, let's see what they want. And Crunchbase Pro is the culmination of all that effort.
In that time, y'all were initially sort of the first to market with this low-end version of a data set covering venture capital, tracking new startup companies. In the interim, you've got Mattermark, you've got CB Insight, you've got Owler, and like 100 other companies that have launched around this thesis of doing sort of data and analysis. Would you have done anything differently? Like, do you feel like you've lost a competitive advantage by letting these guys take market share?
I don't think so. I mean, we still have, I believe, by far more users than any of them, right? So we have about 1 million active users a week. That alone lets us have, like the reason that people come to us is because our data is exceptional and that people expect to see it. We don't put paywalls up in front of the data itself. So we've democratized that data set and allowed anyone who's interested to go and get access to it. And now we've given tools on top of that, which lets you analyze that data and sort of extract the value that you're looking for from that data set.
Well, so you have a number of users, but you have right now 3 customers, right?
As of 5 minutes ago. I haven't checked it right now. We can check.
Right, and I'm saying from like a customer acquisition standpoint, these guys have some paying customers. They are a little bit ahead.
Sure, so we just launched our application. We do have other revenue streams. We have a licensing business, for instance, where we have almost 100 customers who are paying for deep access of our APIs. And we also, of course, have advertising as well. So this is our next foray into a new revenue stream.
So would you, if you had been the CEO years ago when Crunchbase was developing, would you have done anything differently? Or?
I don't think so. You know, the cool thing about what we've done is we've built up all these users, all this data, all this, frankly, this SEO. So when you search for a company, we're one of the first things that you see when you search for an emerging company. That's very hard to do when you're focusing on revenue and trying to build applications. That becomes the thing you need to pay the most attention to. I think this is the right focus. We have the right focus for now.
Now, I've seen, I see a lot of other names of companies that are doing this data stuff get referenced in the press, right?
Sure.
So if I look at clips about Crunchbase and the ways that Crunchbase is used just by journalists, it's pretty minimal compared to sort of CB Insights or some of the others that I think hit a lot more regularly. Is that something that you think is going to change with this new product set?
Yeah.
Are you looking to open it up more to, like, will it be more accessible? Are you looking to partner with other companies to get that data out there in circulation a bit more widely?
Yeah, one of the coolest features about Crunchbase Pro is that you can make any sort of search or any sort of list and have it be very complicated, and that's great. But you also go and take it and share it. And it's not just share it with other users of Crunchbase Pro. You can actually go and make a search and say, let's say it's drone companies that are emerging that are really cool. You can go and take that same search and go and post it right onto Twitter, and people can go and access it, see the results, and see what query you used. The thought is that journalists, as an example, might decide to go make those searches and make those lists and then put that along with our article. Like, here's the data that proves what I was just talking about. We're certainly going to use that at Crunchbase, and we think that other people will use that as well.
I mean, I played around with it a little bit, and I saw some of the features. You have a couple of preset searches that are pretty cool. Pitch me a little bit. When you look at the feature set, like what are you most proud of in this new version of the product?
Yeah, I mean, we completely re-architected Crunchbase to support this. I think once you start playing with it and trying it out, you're going to see that it's extremely fast. So when you're doing these queries, things that you would expect to take many seconds are almost instantaneous. So speed is super exciting for us. Another feature is the ability to do relationship searches. So a lot of our competitors will let you just look at the top layer. Show me all the companies in a certain area or maybe with a certain amount of funding. That's all top level questions. We let you go and navigate the entire graph. So you can ask ridiculous questions. So you can ask up to 9 joins if we want to nerd out for a second, 9 joins and 25 different filters. What that lets you do is ask questions like, show me all of the companies that have women founders who used to work at Salesforce, who went to Stanford, and ask this ridiculous question and get answers back in seconds. And we're really excited about that.
How many of y'all use Crunchbase? Anyone? Raise your hands.
Looks like
oh wow. All right. All right. So y'all are engaged. Y'all want to know. Y'all are excited about this stuff. And yet my Twitter, sadly empty. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Y'all must have something.
They're all just trying it out.
They're buying it right now. They're coming on and buying it. Well, so one of the problems that I had with the data set is that it was, when I first played around with it, continually, actually, consistently when I played around with it, really dirty, like really dirty, fuzzy data. What are you doing to clean that up, and what sort of confidence should people have in the searches that they're getting now? Should people think about it as just sort of a picture in aggregate of what could happen, or is it?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
So you know, the last year we've completely changed how we do data and how we get data into Crunchbase. Way back, it used to be very community-driven. Just community was going and putting in the data. There was very little checks and balances to see if the data was any good. But as of a year ago, we have a new strategy, and that strategy is we have 4 pillars of what is a good data set. The first one is community. Certainly, we have 300,000 contributors going and adding in data into Crunchbase. It's usually the entrepreneurs themselves going and putting their own data set in. We have an amazing partner network. We have 2,700 VCs that go and send us their portfolio data. And that's the stuff that it's hard for anyone to replicate, right? That takes 8 years, 9 years to go and do, is form all those partnerships. So we get this primary stream of data directly from VCs, which becomes a check and balance already between the community and what the VCs are saying. The third of the 4 is automation, machine learning, AI, crawling, all of that, to sort of figure out what is happening in the ecosystem that might or should be in Crunchbase. And we go and check and see if it makes sense to have that be in there. The people doing that checking and the systems that are doing that are our research team. So we have a vast research team, probably much larger than most people expect. Looking and double checking and seeing what data should or should not go in. The algorithms say this looks spammy, this looks suspicious, and the way we do that is pretty complicated. That research team double checks, and really all of it becomes a checks and balance with each other. If something is wrong, someone might go and say, that's not right, and I'll just go and change it, because this is their representation of how they look to investors. So you want it to look right, and you want it to look good, and if you start fudging things and start lying, investors are going to figure that out, and then you lose all credibility.
You know, I don't want to be a killjoy, but I noticed a couple of companies that are in Crunchbase that I might not have expected to see, like Aviato and Pied Piper.
There's a few jokes in there.
So there, you know.
Let's call those Easter eggs. I mean, there certainly is some fun data in there and frankly, that a lot of hits come through and check that out, which is cool.
By the way, they're both very cool companies. I think
very good.
Super amazing. Well, so what have you done to clean up the data set? Walk through that a little bit, because I think when you look at working with data and you want to set these things up, I know it's a low-cost product. What, it's $29? You want to have a sense of accuracy. So how is that working?
I mean, when we knew we were building Crunchbase Pro, we knew it would also allow people to analyze our data set en masse, right? So we had to make it look good. So we really, I mean, a large part of our funding went towards making sure that the data looks good. We have spent a decent amount of cash on that process. We've done something like 8 million edits on all of our data over the last year. 1/3 of that came from the community, 1/3 of that came from the automation, and 1/3 of it came from our own research team. So if you add up all those edits across this data set, you can tell we've been doing a lot of work.
No, for sure, and it shows. It shows. It's a much nicer looking product than the one that I was forced to work with years ago.
Good.
Not that I'm bitter. I'm not bitter. I'm totally happy with it. But one of the things that people really liked about Crunchbase was that it was so open, right? And that the data sets were all available, and the API. There was more of an ability for people to build on top of the data. And that seems to have gone away. Are you worried at all about this move from like free to freemium and what that may mean for the user base?
So thank you for the opportunity to respond to that. So we still, like, there's a rumor on the internet saying that we don't have free APIs. We absolutely do have free APIs. We have 10,000 companies and developers all over the world using our APIs, about 1 billion API calls in a year. So the short answer is yes, the data is still available. Not all of it. So some of the premium data we go and put behind a paywall, and that is sort of part of doing the business here. On the functionality side, Crunchbase.com, the free stuff that you've had and how you've used Crunchbase, all of that is exactly the same. So that was one of the original starting points of what is Crunchbase Pro? Well, what it can't be is taking Crunchbase and putting paywalls in front of it.
Right.
So let's go and build something supplemental, add features on top of Crunchbase, and charge for those. And by the way, we also give some of those features that we've built in Crunchbase Pro, we give them away for free. So anyone without a trial, without a credit card, you just can go on a Crunchbase.com on the left side, click at any of them and try out a search. And we let you do your first filter and up to 1 join deep. So how many companies have female founders in Crunchbase? You can do that search and we'll see the answer.
I mean, well, I'm super lazy. I'm a reporter, right? So
Sure.
obviously I'm shiftless. But one of the things that you're describing is a functionality that still seems to me to be a little awkward. Like, I remember at another company that I used to work at previously, I had access to a database set, and those queries were a little bit smoother. Is there a way to refine that process? Is that something that y'all want to do? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is our MVP, right? So we're launching the product, we're going to listen to what our users say, iterate. We're in a world where we can iterate on weekly releases now. Yeah. We've been in stealth mode for the last year, so like, what has Crunchbase done lately? It looks like nothing, but now we've launched this product, and now that it's out there, we can really release new features, make changes, and streamline it pretty quickly. What we have right now is a tool that is very, very powerful. You certainly need to sort of play around with it and sort of learn how it works. But once you've done that, we think you're going to be pretty happy with what the sort of questions and answers that you can get out of Crunchbase.
Well, so I've been beating you up a little bit about my problems that I have with the product. But what do you see as some of the things that need to get done to improve, to make it better?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now we challenge our users to say, hey, do you think the company you're looking for is in Crunchbase? And oftentimes the answer is yes, but sometimes the answer is no. I like to remove that barrier. So one of the challenges we have is how do we go and expand the breadth of the data? A lot of companies will talk about how many hundreds of thousands or millions of companies they have in their data set, but the reality is you need to have a level of quality that is up to our standards before we consider it acceptable to import into our system. So we want a large number of companies that have that high quality bar and not have the user have to figure out what's in there. Is Alaska Airlines in Crunchbase? Yes. Weird. We don't want that to be an expectation. We just want every company to be there.
So how do you get every company in there?
Yeah, sure. So we have a series of partnerships that we're thinking about. We're improving our machine learning, all that side. But on the partner side, that lets us go wide and deep. So we actually just today we were announcing that we've formed some great partnerships. The data isn't in Crunchbase yet, but we're getting it in there. Companies like Apptopia, companies like Enigma, SimilarWeb, even Glassdoor and Product Hunt, all these different data sets, we're going to go and bring in huge amounts of their data into our system and allow you to analyze it along with all the other data sets. So really trying to get people thinking about Crunchbase as the master record on the internet for companies. We think part of that story is let's become a channel and bring all these different data sets into one place.
So is the idea to become the LinkedIn of company? Do you want to be like a LinkedIn killer? Or?
I think that's cool. I think LinkedIn for people is really cool. LinkedIn for people is LinkedIn.
Right.
If we could become the LinkedIn for companies or the Facebook for companies and help companies connect with one another, I think is a really interesting challenge that can take us into the long term.
What does that long term look like? So 5 years from now, what does the Crunchbase product look like? What's on offer?
Sure. I mean, I think if you think about every company should be in Crunchbase at that point. We're going to focus on having companies care more and more about what their profile looks like. We're always going to have that community aspect, but allowing companies to go and put on applications, if you will, put in parts of Crunchbase that allow users to access different parts. Like imagine if there was a press release section that a company is controlling, or a RFP section that maybe only certain types of companies can have access to. Those are ways that companies connect with other companies, and you need to have a whole lot of users using your stuff before you can start rolling those sorts of features out, because adoption becomes so critical.
One question that I got that I would love to hear the answer to as well. When are y'all going to do mobile apps?
Okay, great. Well, 3 weeks ago, we launched our mobile iOS app. So if you have not tried out our mobile iOS app.
Did you plant someone?
I know, that's a great question, Crunchbase employee. Thank you. So a lot of people don't know, we did launch it. And that sort of shows that we continue to iterate on the free stuff as well, right?
Yeah.
So that's available for everyone. There's no login, just download it. You can navigate our entire graph. We have a new version that's going to go out as soon as the Apple Store releases it. So you'll be able to do peek and pop and all sorts of cool stuff coming soon. Then Crunchbase Pro will probably have a mobile version of that in the next few months.
Yeah. Now, Crunchbase tracks a lot of companies, almost every company that raises money.
Yeah.
When is Crunchbase going to be on Crunchbase again?
Well, we're on Crunchbase now. I think you're asking when are we going to raise?
Yeah, for another.
You know, right now we're not in a position where we really need to raise. So it's more of let's just find the best partners who can sort of see our vision and get excited about our vision with us. And when I meet those people and I have those conversations, we might raise them. But there's no real pressure right now.
Among the features that you have on Crunchbase, there's a lot of stuff about who's raised what, who's. And again, not to be a killjoy, but I am a killjoy.
Do it.
I want to know about companies that have shut down,
Sure.
because we are in a bursting bubble right now. It's collapsing, right?
Yeah.
So, or at least some people say so. So can you give me a list of the companies that have closed in the last month,
Yeah,
like
for
right
sure.
now?
Yeah. Oh, literally right
Yeah,
now.
I mean, I don't know.
All right.
How much time do we
Let
have?
me,
Nah, we only have 30 seconds. We'll wrap it up.
We'll
keep it secret.
All right, we'll do it secret. The short answer is yes. Like, so there's a bunch of feature lists on Crunchbase right now.
Right.
Anyone can go and check them out. One of the ones we thought about doing that we didn't do,
Please do it.
was
bring it
like
back.
the F company list.
Yeah, for
It's easy to do. You would look for companies that have closed in the last 90 days, maybe sort it by funding raised, and you'd see some interesting stuff.
Cool. And on that Debbie Downer of a note, I think we're done. Thank y'all so much for listening, and thank
Awesome.
you, Jagger, for being here.
Awesome.
Appreciate
Thanks a lot. Take care.
it. Yeah. You good?
All right, take care. Now.
Thanks for dressing up, Jagger, by the way. All right. We have, like I said, an incredible, incredible lineup for you. And our next panel is an amazing reminder of that. Before we get started, I do want to remind you, we have Alex McGillivray here. He goes by AMAC. So if you hear AMAC, that's him. Now my duty is done. Please welcome to the stage Megan Smith and Alexander McGillivray from the United States government and our moderator, Kate Conger. Have fun.
Hello, Disrupt. I'm really excited to be here today with Megan and AMAC. We have a ton of stuff to get through, from tech policy to open government to expanding access to technology. So let's get right to it. I want to get through everything. Megan, when you first started out in government, you talked about it feeling like the early days of the internet, when no one really knew what it was going to be, but there was excitement about the potential. You said it kind of felt like 1997, 1998.
Yeah.
If we're sticking with that timeline, where is government at today?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Alex and I were just talking about where we were all the way back in 2008 as an industry and the government itself. So we'll jump into a little bit of stuff we were talking about in a minute. But the CTO office, our team, our job is to harness the power of data, innovation, and technology on behalf of the American people. So it's a really broad mandate. And so we're working on tech policy, we're working on modernizing government. You see things like the United States Digital Service and 18F and the federal CIO and really this IT shift. And also, how do we solve the harder problems there? So we're busy working on all those pieces. What's been really exciting is neither of us had planned to go to government until they came and kind of collected us. It's been incredible. It's an honor to do these jobs. And really wanted to come and encourage people to come in and join, because it's really the beginning of digital government. We were in South Africa for the Open Government Partnership, which is something that the President and Ambassador Power started with 7 countries a bunch of years ago. Now it's 70 countries. And we have a digital tech track. People are not only doing open government FOIA, those kinds of things, but really sort of sharing code the way Estonia, us, UK, Chile, Kenya, South Africa, others are really starting to move in this place where the service delivery and the data science and the data-driven government and the quality of what we can use these incredible governmental budgets and access points for is really going to be realized. And so it does really feel like, you know, that 1997, 98 time around here, maybe in 96 once in a while when it feels really early and we feel really behind. But we're on that path, and we got to IPO this thing, you know, and get to the point where we get what the American people really deserve.
Mm-hmm. There's still a lot of work to be done, obviously, when it comes to bringing technology into government. And you guys only have 3.5, 4 more months left. Amick, what are some of the projects that you are rushing to finish before you leave government?
Yeah, so many of this stuff is not just government projects, but it's really what we, as an American people, are trying to get done. So it's everything from cybersecurity, making sure that we're tackling inequality, making sure that we're working hard on some of the more interesting, longer-range things like artificial intelligence. And all of it is stuff that we're like rushing to get done. There's another great thing I would raise is some of these policies, we've already rolled out the policies, now we're in that implementation phase. So the federal source code policy is a great example where we need the help of this audience to really make sure that the pilot program we have in terms of open sourcing more federally funded, federally developed software is successful as we do that pilot program in the next 3 years.
Are there projects that are going to be left unfinished, left for the next administration to take and move forward?
Yeah, I think that's the history of our country, is kind of the handoff, right, as each administration comes. And the use of technology and tech innovation is at the core of President Washington started the Army Corps of Engineers before the country was founded. I was just in Boston area, we were driving home, so we were just at John and Abigail Adams' house. I mean, these people, he started the Surgeon General. There's so much of a long history. Vannevar Bush with FDR. President Obama, of course, gets the internet and has been just doing an extraordinary job of pulling in, we call it TQ, like IQ and EQ. Tech skills, all of us coming into government, there's over 400 people who've already come to serve in the United States Digital Service, 18F, the Presidential Innovation Fellows, who are like entrepreneurs in residence across, and a whole sets of things. There's great work. There's also one of my favorite things that's going on is the Social Security Administration has started doing coding boot camps with the teams. And so we have 110 feds, federal employees, going through coding boot camps right now this fall. New employees are doing 4 weeks, or 12 weeks, and current employees doing 4 weeks. But sort of how do we upgrade everybody's skills? So I'd say the reference there to history, it's a work in progress. So we've started and we set up a lot of amazing things that'll continue, those will grow. Mikey Dickerson, the head of US Digital Service, was just talking about how kind of this Navy SEALs-like team that works together with all of the CIO and other leadership teams in the agencies is now, feels like a real thing, and it's scaling. And so how do they now, as we transition, set it up to live for a very long time, which is what they're up to.
That really also brings up the sort of 3 parts of the CTO's job. So part 1 is definitely that, as Megan was just saying, building that capacity building within government and taking a lot of the building blocks that are already there and trying to get them to scale. Right. And then, step 2, the sort of second part is the tech and other policy issues that come up in government, which are really important. And then sort of number 3 is making sure that we're capacity building throughout the nation to make sure that more and more people have the opportunities that this crowd really enjoys.
One of the things in the policy arena that's probably worth touching on with this community is something that the President and Chief of Staff Dennis McDonough and others gave us as a resource, as a new American resource within the Executive Office of the President's team. There's policy councils like the National Security Council, the Domestic Policy Council, National Economic Council, incredible colleagues leading those. Of course, we are in the Office of Science, Technology, Policy with the President's Science Advisor, Dr. Holdren. They added an extra policy convening called the Tech Policy Task Force. I'm the chair, Alex is the vice chair. People like Jason Goldman, Office of Digital Strategy, David Ricordan, the White House IT teams, USDS with Mikey Dickerson, the federal CIO, Tony Scott. All the tech folks in the White House team are on in the White House Council with our colleagues and DPC and the other groups. That lets us lead a technical attention, like open source, AI, other topics. So we can really drive the best quality that we need and have real engineers, that quality in the room as we decide policy. Because we want to make sure that the policy is informed by the best technical skills that our government has, and we can reach out to our own communities together with those who know their other topics and really drive what the American people deserve is the best. We have those Americans in our country, let's have them in our government leadership.
I mean, you have all these projects that you're working on, the open source, developing tech policy, international collaboration, and we're in the middle of an election right now. Are there any of these projects that you worry about being undone by a future administration, or things that might not see it through to completion?
You know, it's the fourth quarter. The president says, you know, great things happen in the fourth quarter. The Olympics just happened. You know, we have the baton. So we're running as fast as we can. We're not really involved in any way in the election. But these topics are so bipartisan, you know, operating more effectively, higher quality service delivery, you know, the kinds of things the U.S. Digital Service Team is doing together within the Veterans Administration, for example. You know, now it's gone from 45 minutes to 10 minutes to sign up for healthcare on a beautiful web app that isn't, you know, impossible for people to use. Just the kinds of quality there. So, you know, Congress has been recently doing some work about, you know, instantiating USDS and others. So we're pretty confident. There's an executive order for the Presidential Innovation Fellows who are doing amazing work. You know, they're doing work on child welfare. They're doing work in the Department of Transportation across the board. So this is an idea whose time has come. As we started, you know, it is the beginning of digital government. That's just going to accelerate. So we're pretty confident that whatever happens, it continues.
That's great to hear. I wanted to ask you about the Office of Personnel Management hack that happened last year. 21.5 million records of government employees like yourselves were lost. And you talked about this as a learning experience. What did you learn from this hack?
Yeah, so I think this is not something that's unique to government. We've had more and more problems with cybersecurity across our industry, across government, across the nonprofit space, and it's something that the president has been focused on. How do we make this better? How do we really get to the next level here? And we rolled out a cybersecurity national action plan. We also took some concrete steps. One of the biggest there was proposing in the 2017 budget to make a huge fund, a $3.1 billion revolving fund, to help the federal government be able to get rid of some of the oldest legacy services and move them into more modern, more secure services. The thing that I would stress there is that another thing that we really need to do as a country and really as a world is grow many, many, many more cybersecurity folks. Because if I were to say, great, everybody, all the cybersecurity professionals come join government, that would be really good for government, but then the private sector wouldn't have this important talent. So we need to get more cybersecurity professionals all over the place. We also need for that talent group to be more diverse. We find that these diverse teams are the best teams, and cybersecurity is one of those places where it's really important to have diverse perspectives to be able to tackle the problem and move it forward.
Yeah, and I think cybersecurity is one of those issues where technologists feel a little bit of tension or distance with the government. They think that the government is sort of on the opposite side of the table when it comes to cybersecurity, when it comes to encryption. You know, President Obama was at South by Southwest last year, and he talked about trying to find a way to make a compromise on encryption and engineer a secure backdoor for encryption so that law enforcement could have access. And this is an issue that technologists have really struggled with. And Obama said that it was not something that he had the expertise to design. You have a little bit more engineering expertise. Do you believe it's possible to design a secure encryption backdoor?
I think the first thing I would say is that the sort of premise of the question that we're on opposite sides here, I think is a little bit wrong. The government and techies believe that encryption is one of these 21st century marvels. It's one of the only things that gives a defender this asymmetric ability to be better than an attacker. So that's great. That's something that the government, that even the folks that have spoken out on this in law enforcement believe is a really important foundational building block for what we do every day online. The law enforcement community has certainly had many challenges with encryption, and as a government, our stance is that we don't think legislation is appropriate at this time. But the issue of what are we doing both as a tech industry and as government to go after the bad guys to make sure that we can still protect the country, that's something that there's no disagreement between tech and the government about. That's something that we all think is a good idea. So I think that's how I would come at the problem, as opposed to so much of the oppositional.
One of the things that's great is Secretary Carter will be here. The work that's going on with integrating the communities. So the DIUX, the accelerator that the Defense Department has just put here in Silicon Valley, it has a lot of national security and military leadership teams, talent, together with venture capital and serial entrepreneurs and other people bringing that talent together. There's so many topics in the security area. Cyber, encryption are some of them, many others. We need to keep advancing the skills and the quality and the implementation skills across the whole federal government, across law enforcement, across our private sector. So having meeting points like that, very important. So he'll probably talk more about that in specific, but it's one of the areas. And then the other one, I know you have some young women here, part of the Let Girls Learn. The First Lady's Let Girls Build initiative, and they've been working on hackathon and tech, really fabulous. 7 men and 4 women. All of the women in the photos are not in the movies, and all the men have speaking roles. The only recent one was Joanna Hoffman, who Kate Winslet just won the Golden Globe for playing her in that Jobs movie. I remember Joanna coming out. She's a physics grad from MIT. She's from Eastern Europe. She's super tough. She was the only one who would spar and really challenge Steve and really move things forward. Her son said, "Mom, did you really iron Steve Jobs' shirt?" And she said, "Jeremy, I've never ironed a shirt in my life except once for you when we were late for something." So this like microaggression, unconscious bias that's all around us. You know, the line in that movie about Susan Kare, who designed all the graphical user interface for the Mac that became Windows, that sits in our phones. The line is, Susan Kare made the bag. It's just not true. Katherine Johnson, the new film Hidden Figures is coming out. So we need to fix the public record of the truth. We need to know that black women calculated the trajectories for Alan Shepard, John Glenn, and the Apollo mission. She's not been in the movies. So we need help from Hollywood, from media, from ourselves, for the Wikipedia record that's not correct. You know, women, Grace Hopper invented coding. Most people don't know that, but they've heard of Edison or they've heard of the Wright brothers. Let's make sure they've heard of Hopper or Carver.
Yeah, I think that's great. And Amek, you came to the government from Twitter, where you really championed free speech as a core value of the platform. And you know, now we have Hillary Clinton talking about Twitter being sort of a birthplace for the alt-right movement and a place where women and minorities are experiencing harassment. How do you balance free speech with encouraging diversity, with supporting minority candidates who might experience harassment or experience microaggressions as they enter the industry?
Yeah, so it's a great question for the 5 minutes we have left. I can totally, completely tackle it. I think it's one of the hardest things we have to deal with as an internet community. We want many, many, many different voices online. We want to hear from lots of diverse viewpoints. And yet, as Doc Searles wrote in the new Clues, there's this worry that the internet is becoming weaponized. And it's definitely not something that, as a government, there's a lot for us to do there, but it's a fascinating problem, one that we as an industry have to tackle, and not one that I have a ready solution on. There are lots of people doing really good work in this space, but I think it's a really important thing for us to focus on.
Yeah.
One of the things the vice president has been doing an extraordinary amount of work around It's on Us and things like campus sexual assault and culture change. He was on the Oscar stage with Lady Gaga and others talking about how we need to adapt, we need to change our culture. And it's interesting to juxtapose that with the meeting today in the White House on next generation high schools. And so that included everything from active learning to also emotional intelligence and presentations and work that people are doing really in this country to help our young people get the kind of tools they need to be in, you know, these guys are going to live 100 years. You know, what are the kind of tools they need to be adaptive learners, creative, et cetera, for the national competitiveness, for the possibilities of the future that include getting along across the board. So these are things that we're very mindful of and we're driving hard. A lot of times one of the methods we use is not unlike venture catalyzing, where you do scout and scale. You're looking for somebody who's already got solutions to these problems, and you're trying to have them. So an example of that work in the area of justice and technology, we found that there were several jurisdictions who were already doing very interesting work with data. And so DJ Patil, who's the US chief data scientist, has been driving this with his team together with Valerie Jarrett and others on criminal justice reform. An example would be Miami-Dade. They had gone from 7,000 people in prison to 4,900, you know, closed a prison and changed how they were dealing with those with substance abuse disorder and mental health challenges and opened a 12-bed stabilization unit in the hospital. So our incredible police officers, you know, they have a choice when they have someone in that state to take them to jail or to take them to the emergency room. And so now they have an option. And so of 50,000 calls that 911 and the police were trained on that presented this way, only 109 arrests. So now we have an initiative of them, Camden, New Jersey, doing interesting things with data science and solution making and justice that requires all of these tech skills and policy skills, amazing operational skills, police force. We now have different ways to do this, and we have a data-driven justice initiative that the president launched. Over 25% of the jurisdictions in the country are now participating in a bi-weekly peer learning, conference call, and online community where they're cross-sharing these great things. So whatever topic it is, whether it's diversity, inclusion, justice, and learning, et cetera, we can use these new internet networked methods to try to bring the different people to the table and solve things faster by scaling the stuff that's working.
And it's a great example, too, of the diversity of different areas for which the skills of the folks in this room would be really useful to apply. Sort of the next step of the Andreessen Software Eats the World is software is sort of eating a bunch of these social problems that we are working on making real dents in, and we need more technologists to come in on the area that they're passionate about. So not everybody is passionate about criminal justice or some of the other things Megan mentioned, but figure out what you're passionate about and go make a difference in that space.
I'm really glad that you brought up open data, actually, because I was hoping we'd get to it. And as Amak mentioned, we're running a little short on time. But one of the data sets I think Americans have really craved over the last 2 years has been data on police killings and uses of force. And you mentioned the Data Justice Initiative. I think when we're looking for this data right now, we're having to look to news outlets like The Guardian who are trying to count these incidences. Can you explain some of the challenges that you've had in releasing this data at the federal level?
Yeah, well, one of the great things is there's leadership, again, Scout and Scale, Dallas, the police chief and leadership in Dallas, the leadership in Los Angeles. We're already releasing use of force data, officer-involved shooting, sets of data, about 12 data sets. And so we now have over 60 jurisdictions in the Police Data Initiative. This is an open data transparency initiative that goes with data-driven justice. It's more of an enterprise, internal data cross-sharing. And so now these jurisdictions are committing to opening these data sets and engaging the community, which will include tech folks locally as well as those in this community practice nationally. It was started by 2 presidential innovation fellows noticing the work that was already going on out in the country and having leadership, police leadership meet each other and realize that they could do that too. So we build a movement around transparency, inclusion, and the kind of data science that helps us see where real challenges are. And we hope to do that, across every topic. Of course, all of us on our phones have amazing weather data and mapping data from US Geological Survey and NOAA. We want to think about every agency as we release, like Census has the Opportunity Project, and they've released a city software developer kit, so opportunity.census.gov. And great companies like Redfin and Zillow are stepping up to add apps. So Redfin has the Block Score, now they have Opportunity Score. Opportunity Score is helping you know if you should live in a place, how are the bus routes, what's going on with Head Start, what's going on with jobs here. So we really can bring the most modern thing. It's what the president in his South by Southwest address was, love restaurant delivery apps, let's do that, and I need your help over here.
Right.
If the tech company could have solved it on our own, it would have. You need the policy and other colleagues, and it's these harder problems that we have to dive together in. Boston just had an opioid hackathon this weekend with their medical, tech, and all kinds of communities. So let's dive into this stuff with our new methods.
Well, I'd love to stay out here and chat with you guys all day. I think we're about to get sheep hooked off stage. But I wanted to ask you one more question. You've spoken about government as a second act, and for all these amazing technologists who have entered the White House over the past few years. What's the third act for you guys? What happens to you in January?
We have I'll speak for myself. I have no idea. We're sort of heads down focused on completing this our last part here, the fourth quarter. And so it's hard to even think about anything else. I'll take a breath, see my kids more, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think Amak was talking about a recent piece that Anne-Marie Slaughter wrote about triathletes. And this idea of techies and others who would flow into the commercial private sector, startups and big companies, whatever, techies who would flow into the government, state, local, federal, UN will be meeting next week, or in 2 weeks, so that's that. And then the nonprofit sort of sector. How do we get people flowing amongst all those areas? I really have always loved working on technology that can improve people's lives and technology that can reduce our impact on the planet, so very aligned with the president's climate work. So I think anything we can do around accelerating all the sectors, as well as making sure that all people, back to the missing histories, as this film Hidden Figures comes out, Tara G. Henson, who plays Cookie on Empire, amazing actress, is playing Katherine Johnson, and she said, she grew up in a very poor community, and had she known, the woman she's playing, had she known that Catherine existed, she might have been a scientist or a techie or other. So let's make sure that we're tapping everybody in through things like tech hire and code boot camps and anything we can do to reach out to everyone to make them creators and makers, which is the president's great hope. Because knowing that the American people always get things done, let's include all of us, and it really makes us, it just changes the whole future for our country and for the world.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I think it's, almost an impossible task, but you make me feel hopeful about government. So thank you very much.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks. And come work in the government.
Well, I hope that was exciting for you guys as it was for me. I've had a crush on Megan Smith forever, but please don't tell her. I'm sure she can't hear me now. We're going to keep it moving along because that one went a bit over. So please welcome to the stage Morgan DeBon from Blavity and Megan Rose Dickey.
Hey, Morgan, thanks for joining me today.
Thanks for having me.
So the stats are pretty harrowing. Between 2012 and 2014, the amount of venture funding that went to black women was less than 1%. So I'm really excited to be talking to you today. I think that you're a true unicorn in the tech industry, a black female startup founder and CEO. So tell me about the last time you tried to come to Disrupt.
Yeah, great question. So 2 years ago, so Blavity's 2 years old, or about two and some change. And so when we first started Blavity, I applied to get a scholarship to come to TechCrunch Disrupt, and I was declined. So I'm excited to be here and for the first time to be on stage.
Yeah, yeah, give her a round of applause for sure. And let's talk about visibility. How important is it that you're up here right now on stage as a black female startup founder?
Yeah, I mean, I think being visible is, part of any startup life, right? You want to get press. You want people to know what you're working on. If you want to be a thought leader, you want to be seen. And I think for Blavity specifically, because part of what we do is educate and inform as a media company, it's important that people know who I am and they know what we're working on. And I think, thinking about diversity in general and startup diversity, when a lot of my DMs and messages from people, they're inspired by seeing an all-black startup team and seeing a black founding team, and me as a black female CEO. So yeah, I think it means a lot.
Definitely. I'm going to keep talking about how you're black just for a little bit longer, then we'll move on. So you recently, actually, you're on the verge of closing a pretty significant seed round. What was that experience like for you?
Yeah, it's been a journey. Media is hot and also not hot at the same time.
Right.
So when I first raised our pre-seed, it was tough. I started and realized that I wasn't ready. I wasn't emotionally ready to go through that mental process of putting myself out there every day, 20 meetings a week. And so we stopped and really made sure that our metrics were aggressively overachieving for the stage that we were in. So, we had almost 1 million monthly unique visitors with no funding. And so once we got to that stage, I spent a lot of time trying to find partners and investors that really aligned with our mission. Brought some really great people on board, like the Knight Foundation, New Media Ventures, Macro Ventures. And now, as we go into our seed round, looking for a lot more strategic partners. And yeah, it's been an interesting run. I just finished 500 startups as well, the last batch, which was helpful.
What do you look for in investors, especially in terms of remaining authentic to the black community?
Yeah, I look for people who get it, right? You can tell in the first 5 minutes of a conversation with an investor if they understand and agree with this kind of premise that Blavity is built on, which is that black people influence culture, that they're underrepresented in tech and consumer tech products, and therefore we have a blue ocean opportunity to really build something interesting for an audience that is incredibly influential in our culture.
So you mentioned black people are underrepresented in the tech industry across startups and big tech companies, and probably even more so, if not comparable, in the venture capital industry. Do you have any black investors?
Yeah, absolutely. Charles King, Macro Ventures, absolutely. That's part of how we have designed our team, and that includes our advisors to make sure that it's reflective of what we care about.
Nice. You've previously mentioned that you do receive some criticism even from the black community. What is that about?
Yeah, I think because we are so visible, Blavity is a media company, right? So it's our job constantly to be creating content and pushing things out there. We also have a user-generated content platform, so a lot of our content is submitted from our user base, and so not everything that goes up is going to be completely aligned with me personally or with other people in the community, and so there's conflict. There was an article that happened this summer, and we started trending on Twitter because people were upset that the article...
Which article was it?
It was about Hidden Colors. It was about a Netflix documentary, and the guy behind it, a lot of people don't agree with his personal statements about what... Yeah. So it was tough. It was a tough day.
And how did you handle that?
I listened to what people were saying. We talked to the writer. Ultimately decided to take the article down, and then I explained, what our process was, and a little bit more about Blavity as a whole. Because we are a media company and we do have user-generated content, there will be things that aren't always aligned.
Was that the first time something like that had happened, where you took down an article based on the feedback from the community?
It was, yeah. It was a tough, editorial decision.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you envision that you might have to do things like that in the future, or what's your process around that?
I'm sure we will. We make so much content every day, and as we grow, we'll continue to put out a ton of content every day. So, I think it's really about having a strong editorial team and having community guidelines about what's okay and what's not okay. And so, if something is flagged, it's not a surprise.
Right. Blavity is all about creating relevant content for black millennials. How do you determine what's relevant to them, or to us, to me?
Right. That's a great question. I think it's really about listening to what people are saying and then enabling them to actually speak for themselves. So, for example, a lot of our writers are from all over the country. They're remote. They can write on any frequency. Anyone at this point can sign up for an account. That's a new thing we just launched today, which enables anyone to create content and put it up on Blavity. And so that helps us stay relevant, where it's not just what's happening in the newsroom that morning. So we'll move towards our editorial team doing a lot of the high-quality pieces of content, and that you can't necessarily just write off, the spiff. You need research, and it needs to be validated, et cetera. And then the majority of the content that you see will ideally be from our users and will be relevant.
What percentage of your content is from full-time staffers versus user-generated?
It's about 40% is our editorial staff.
Okay, got it. So, also just in terms of relevance, what have you found is relevant to black millennials? I wonder if are you just trolling black Twitter, or what have you found?
Well, black Twitter is amazing. So I think our content ranges from essays, a lot of thought pieces and reactions to what's going on. So if Beyonce comes out with an amazing album,
Lemonade,
a lot of essays about everything, and all the way to serious topics. So for example, one of our community members was a law student at Harvard, and they woke up one morning and saw tape on all the black law professors' faces. And so instead of, reporting that to CNN or New York Times and then someone coming and reporting on it, she actually decided to write an essay and put it up on the site, and that's, how the story got out to the entire country.
Right. And a lot of the, or maybe not a lot of the content, but if someone goes to blavity.com, they're, depending on the day or what's happening in the world, they might see some content about police shootings of unarmed black people.
Yep.
What's your editorial strategy around around those kind of really terrible events?
Yeah, I mean, those are rough days. And I think usually what we try to do is find people on the ground in that city who are participating as activists, protesters, and we try to give them the tools so that they can tell the story from their perspective. We spend a lot of time working closely with different activists in Neta, DeRay, et cetera, and making sure that we're supporting and that we can help distribute messages that need to get out.
In the event that there's a video associated with the shooting or murder, do you run those videos?
We used to. We've stopped. So we usually do some sort of trigger warning and then leak out to the video. I think as a community, and a Black community as a whole, I don't think it's helpful anymore. I think we know what it looks like. We don't need to see it again and again.
Yeah, I know. I actively avoid those videos. I just know that I can't emotionally handle that that sort of thing. Although Blavity aims to reach Black millennials, I know of some people who are white who read the site.
Yeah.
My boss, I won't mention his name right now, but he loves it. He absolutely loves it. What do you want white readers to get out of Blavity?
I think that Blavity's mission is to portray and to create an opportunity for the diversity of Black diaspora and energy and creativity to shine, and to put the power back into our hands to decide what we want to talk about and how we want to talk about things. And so, my hope with anyone that's engaging with the platform is that they're open to perhaps changing their perception of what the Black world and Black interests and Black news and Black creativity looks like. I get a lot of email. We have a daily email that goes out kind of like the scam.
I receive it. Love it.
Right. Super funny. You guys should all sign up. And so it's an automated email once you sign up for me that's like, hey, welcome, typical startup thing.
Right.
But most people don't know that it's automated, so they respond.
Okay.
And I get a lot of white women in Kansas City who are like, hey, am I allowed to be here? I've got a Black child or a grandchild or I'm this teacher, and I think it's fantastic. I mean, those are great emails to receive, and kind of I think speak to the power that Black culture is mainstream culture and it is accessible, and that Blavity is something for everybody.
Right. So I imagine then the white woman from Tennessee, you told her that yes, you are allowed to read this site.
Absolutely. I'm like, glad you're here. What's up?
Right. Yeah, so you mentioned earlier that today you've actually launched a new version of Blavity. What's so special about this version?
Yeah, so Blavity was originally on WordPress. And what we've seen in the last 2 years is that the Blavity audience likes, comments, and shares about 4 times more than the average user online. And not only that, they like to talk to each other. So our comment section is just ridiculous. It's essays on essays.
Is it
so
productive?
Funny. All productive.
Okay, that is not my experience here.
At Crunch. Yeah, I think that we've created this really cool space where people feel comfortable and they feel like it's an invitation to have a discussion. And so we wanted to take that a step forward and build a platform that allowed people to do that better. And then also, most of our users are actually on a mobile device. About 80% of them are visiting us on a mobile web version of the site. And so we needed to update it so that it was a cleaner, smarter version on mobile. And then also enabling people to create content themselves and not have to go through our editorial team to get up on the site.
Right. And you mentioned on our prep call that you felt like you needed to first launch a media platform before even really touching tech and building your own platform. Why is that?
To be honest, Megan, I thought that, and I think it's true, I think that I had to be exceptional before someone was going to take a risk from an investment perspective to say, okay, they want to build this like mega platform, social network, media company hybrid. And I knew that, and I'm a non-technical CEO. I've got a CTO, Jeff, and other co-founders who are fantastic. But we needed to show that we could build a really large audience that was incredibly engaged, I think, to be able to tell a compelling investment story.
Got it. And also, as part of the company, or what's happening in the next couple of months, you are launching Afrotech.
Yes.
And I will actually be there at that conference. What should I expect? How will it be different from Disrupt?
Yeah, so part of Blavity's kind of community building strategy is events. A lot of media companies have kind of had this strategy of creating conferences. We did one last spring called Empower Her, which was for Black millennial women influencers. And it was fantastic, sold out. It was in New York. And so as we think about how we want to move forward and kind of build these subcultures and communities, I think the technology and startup space is growing quickly in the Black community. And there weren't any real moments where we could all come together, right? There are some fantastic startup CEOs. There's some fantastic venture capitalists that are raising their own funds, raising Black funds, Black and Latino funds. And so we wanted to create a space where they had a platform and we could leverage Blavity's distribution, the energy of San Francisco, and kind of create this really cool experience. So what you could expect is discussions, fireside chats about success and tips that people have used to get to where they are. So we will not have any diversity in tech panels.
You will not have any.
We will not. No. We will talk about tangible tips and tools to get to the next level.
Okay, nice. And we talked about this a bit before, but so you're about to close a seed round. About how much money are you thinking you'll
Yeah, so our total amount raised will be over $1 million.
Okay.
And yeah, we're super excited. That'll be to fund more engineers to build out the platform and also to make more video content.
Okay, great. Yeah, Blavity has really great video content. I've been really impressed with it. So in terms of the future of Blavity, you've launched this new version of the site. You're having these tech conferences. You're doing original video. What else do you envision for the company?
Yeah. So I think as we grow, we're going to learn a lot more about how Black millennials specifically engage online, and that's going to give us access to a lot of data. And we're basing the company off of this premise that Black people influence culture. And so if I can get a large enough of a population of people engaging with Blavity content across our ecosystem, whether that's the web, mobile, in real life, we can create some interesting insights about what might be happening, what are the things that people are talking about, what's the pulse of the culture, which will allow us, I think, to kind of create a compelling marketing and content story in the future.
Blavity reaches about 7 million millennials a month?
Yeah.
What does that mean exactly? Like, where are you reaching them? On the website,
Right.
on social media, or where?
So we reach about 1 million people on the website a month, unique visitors. And then we have 5 Instagram accounts, 3 Twitter accounts, Facebook page. And so those are actually unique engagements of users. So our total reach is around 30 to 40 million on any given month. And then, uniques are around 7 million people reached.
Okay. And I know that you have a good number of partnerships. Like, I believe Google is a partner
Not
of yours?
Google.
No?
Tell me more. Tell me more about partners.
Not yet? Well, who are your partners?
Yeah, so we have content partners, right? So we've worked with Teen Vogue, we've worked with Change.org, and those content partnerships are usually around what's an interesting demographic that may not have access to Blavity's content, maybe looking for an authentic voice, a Black voice for their audience. So for Teen Vogue, we'll do article swaps and engage there. And yeah, we've worked with the White House on different things.
What have you done with the White House specifically?
So whenever they're doing like Black-specific announcements, we'll make sure that we have access to that. When Obama pardoned a bunch of prisoners this summer, we had the original statements and thank you letters from some of them that were released on the site.
Got it. So, in your experience with Blavity, what's been the hardest challenge? You've gone from bootstrap to now being funded by institutional investors.
I think the hardest challenge has been building in public. It's a very intimate company, right? We're building something that is a direct reflection of problems that I face, that my team faces, that you face, that our audience faces. And so there's a lot of emotions in everything that we do, everything that we create. It's a beautiful thing because that's why we've grown so quickly. Right? But I think it also is very difficult because I open myself up to criticism anytime we release anything. And people can come up with some very valid arguments. And I think it's made us stronger. I think it's made us more resilient. And it's personally made myself more resilient, I think, and open to feedback. But it's tough sometimes.
Right, yeah. And Blavity covers a lot of heavy topics. How do you ensure or foster the emotional stability of yourself and your writers?
Yeah, I think like self-care and being really flexible so people can work from home. If something's happening, we'll say, you're welcome to work from home, just check in if you don't feel like coming in today. I think personally, I have amazing co-founders. I've known my co-founders. We all went to college together, so I've known them for 6, 7+ years. Some of them are in the crowd. And so if there's days when I'm like, I just can't deal with it today, right now, I'll call them, and we support each other that way. But I think for any startup CEO going through this process, it is emotionally draining, and it is really difficult. And so you have to be proactive in taking care of yourself.
Nice. Well, I appreciate your work, and I'm looking forward to the Afrotech conference in November.
Yep.
I will be there. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yep.
All right, who's having fun? You are, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. And the TechCrunch staff, I also appreciate that you guys are having fun while at work. Yep. Actually, can we get a big round of applause? We work through the weekend, which bloggers aren't used to. Thank you. They're the real heroes. A couple friendly reminders before we get into our next panel. Follow me on Twitter, @JordanRCrook. That's an important one. You can also follow along with all the action on our Snapchat and Instagram. I think people forget that we have that. So it's just TechCrunch, both of the accounts, and the hashtag is the same. #TCDisrupt. Without any further ado, we're going to bring on our next panelist. Please welcome to the stage Jeff Lawson from Twilio and our moderator, Frederic Lardinois.
Feels like we've done this before.
Little deja vu from London?
It is,
Sure.
it is. So the last time we did this was at Disrupt London last December. And at the end of that conversation, we talked about how you might IPO at some point in the future when the time is right. Since then, you've IPO'd. What led up to that? Why was the time right at that point?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, for us, what we had always said leading up to going public was that job number one is to build a company that is capable of going public and is worthy of going public, and that means great customers, great product, predictability, dot your I's, cross your T's, all the governance and all that kind of stuff that you need to do. And so we had been doing those things, but really because doing those things helps you build a great company, right? So that was step one. And then the other thing I'd say is I think that we made a lot of decisions along the way that, as entrepreneurs, allowed us to have a lot of flexibility in when we decided to go out. And that's actually one of the pieces of advice that I've given to some entrepreneurs since, is that when you make decisions along the way, like, for example, about the kinds of investors you bring in and at what terms and all that kind of stuff, that you really want to maximize for future flexibility. And for us, that meant not raising money at crazy valuations that didn't seem like they were in line with historical norms, or raising money at, with terms that could limit you down the line if your execution is anything but like absolutely perfect, right? So we always sort of optimized our decision making around what's going to give us the most future optionality as an entrepreneur and as a CEO. And this is a case where I think it worked out in our favor, because in a year when a lot of companies haven't been able or haven't wanted to go public because of some of those things, like reality had to catch up with some of the previous fundraising rounds and things like that, we had the ability to go out. And in, at this point, it's actually neat that we were able to do that.
You were the first of the unicorn companies, this year at least, and a Silicon Valley tech company to IPO. That took a lot of guts, maybe? I mean, why did you feel you were the right company at that time to go out?
Well, I'll start by saying why go public in the first place, right? Because actually, it's not really exclusively a matter of like why go this year, but really why go at all, and then you could ask why this year versus the future. And for me, there's two things. One, if you raise venture capital, you really are making a commitment to your investors that you're going to give them a return if the business works out. That means one of two things: getting acquired or going public, essentially. And
did you have the option to get acquired?
We were always focused on building a business for the long term, and so to me,
non-answer.
That's one. Why you go public is because you raise money and essentially you have signed up to give your investors a return. But then the second thing for us, and why now, which was I believe, and we've always built in the company this notion that trust is the #1 thing you sell as a cloud company. And that can be software as a service, but even more importantly, as a developer platform. You're saying, hey, customers, trust us with your applications, right? Trust us, build on top of us, and know that we're going to keep delivering for you. And the best way to deliver on trust and to show that customers should trust you, I thought, one of these great things you can do is actually become a public company for two reasons. First of all, your business is laid bare, right? Everybody can see the details of your business and know that you're committed to it, know that you're healthy, know all these things. And the number two is people know that public companies are run as tighter ships than private companies as a general rule, because you have to be. And that should also help engender trust with your customers. And so those two things said, what I think that going out at a time when not a lot of companies are going out is a fine thing to do, because that will also continue to accelerate our trust with our customers and our leadership in this market.
Sure. Did you get any pressure from your investors that it was about time to IPO?
No, they were fantastic, right? It was completely the management's call about when to go public.
All right. Talk to me a little bit about the timing of this, because it was June 23rd that you IPO'd. That was the day before the Brexit. Did that have any influence on your decision making? You knew it was coming. It was no surprise it was coming. We didn't know what the result was.
You look at these timing windows, and there's all these windows of when you can go public because of all sorts of events, both internal to the company of when your quarter ends, but also when investors are available. You can't go public on the 4th of July, right? There's these windows where the timing works out between the market and the company. And when we had looked at this window, we had not taken Brexit into account. And I'm not even sure if it's we didn't notice it or the Brexit date wasn't set yet. I don't remember the details. But there was a moment when we basically picked this timeline, and then somebody said, oh shit, the Brexit vote is the day that we're going to be pricing. And we just started to say, well, that can't be good. Because you want stability, right? You want things to be normal as much as possible. Sure. when you IPO. So we moved our IPO up a date. The pricing event was the night before, so we priced the day before Brexit. And by the way, the whole time leading up to it, we were looking at it saying this is a non-issue, right? This is not, this is going to fizzle, nothing's going to. And then the day over, oh my God, I'm glad that we moved it up a date, because the whole world just got turned upside down for turns out for 2 days, and then it was kind of back to normal.
Sure.
But who knew that was going to happen?
Worked out all right for you guys, though. I mean, the stock was up 90% on the first day, so. It was all right. What has that changed for you as a company now that you're public? How do you go about your business differently now that you're a public company?
Yeah, I mean, nothing changes. And I think if you let the existence of a visible stock price change how you think about building the company, then you are destined for problems. And that's the short answer. And that's what we tell internally Twilions all the time. You know, our business is to control the things that we can control. Customers, product, revenue. And the market does what it's going to do, but that's noise. And I liken it to, let's say you were playing a game of basketball. And I don't know why I picked basketball, I just did. But like you're running up and down the court, and the scoreboard's just randomly changing numbers. Like pretty quickly, you'd lose interest in this game if you were paying attention to that scoreboard. So that's essentially what being public is.
You're not looking at the stock price every day now?
No, because you know, that is noise, right? Over the long term, right, revenue, customers, products, those are the things that create value. But over any sufficiently short term, there is so much noise in that has nothing to do with the company that you can't focus on it. Because you can't believe that when the stock price doubles, you're twice as good as you were yesterday. And when the stock price gets cut in half, you're half as good. Right? If you actually, on the way up, if you actually drink the Kool-Aid and be like, wow, we're amazing, the danger there is that eventually everything has gravity, right? And so it'll go down too, and you'll then believe suddenly that you're horrible, right? And you can't have people in the company, employees, thinking that way. Sure. That's too much of an emotional roller coaster. And so what you have to really recognize is that in any sufficiently short-term period of time, it's noise, and it's out of our control.
Has it changed anything for you personally, though? Because you've made a few dollars out of this at this point. I mean, you still own a large part of the company.
No, I mean, you know, first of all, like when you go public, you don't generally sell anything there. So
on paper.
Nothing has changed for me, right? And again, this is another pitfall, right? If you look at the stock price and you're constantly trying to ascertain the personal impact of that, right? Again, you will go crazy, right? And you will focus on the wrong things because, again, that's not reality, right? So you focus on business and you focus on what matters, you know, customers, revenue, employees, products. And those are things over the long period of time when actually your wealth may matter, right? That's the thing that's actually going to impact that over the long term when it actually can have any meaningful difference.
All right. One thing I love about companies going public is that they do have to disclose some numbers, right? One of the numbers that
200 pages of
that and I read through all of those, but one number that stood out for me was how important a very small number of companies are for your revenue. Right? WhatsApp alone accounted for about 17% of your revenue in 2015, a little bit less in the last 6 months. 10 companies alone make up around 31% of your revenue. Does that worry you? Because you're dependent on a very small number of customers.
It's pretty common for B2B companies to have bigger customers and have other customers as well. You know, for us, that's been very consistent through the years. It's been about 30% of revenue coming from our top 10, and that's been very consistent. And then WhatsApp, you point out, we don't really put them in that category as much. I mean, they're what we call a variable customer, which is their usage goes up and it can go down, but is not, the way we do business with WhatsApp is very different than the way we do business with nearly every other customer. We have 30,000 active customers and 9 who exhibit this variable behavior where their usage goes up and down very rapidly. And so we really focus our team and our employees and the business on the base customers. They're the reason why we wake up in the morning. And then we've got sort of this gravy over here, which is our variable customer base.
It's a very lucrative gravy, though. I mean, you must want to get a few more of these big whales on your board there.
Well, let's separate whales from gravy to mix metaphors very nicely. Of course, we want big customers and happy customers and customers who have a lot of predictability to how they do business with us. We don't go out of our way to find more customers who are going to be large and unpredictable.
Right.
And that's the distinction that we make between the variable customers, wherein their usage of us essentially can vacillate pretty big, pretty large, and customers for whom we've got a very nice use case that consistently grows in line with their business. And we're really focused on the latter.
Sure. But still, you did release the enterprise plan earlier this month.
Yeah.
So you are going after the bigger enterprise customers too, which is different from your regular model of really selling directly to developers and then kind of getting to companies that way.
I don't think it is. What we are already seeing in our customer base is that the focus on developers pays off in a wide variety of companies, right? So developers are becoming influential in every kind of organization because every company is having to now build software in order to differentiate in the market, right? Software has moved from that back office to the business model of nearly every company, right? When's the last time you walked into a bank retail branch? No, like the mobile app is the bank to you now.
Right.
And every company, I mean, I love this stat. Nike employs more software developers than shoe designers, right? Goldman Sachs employs more software developers than Facebook, right? And the stats keep going on where every company is becoming a software company. And as they do, developers are influential in those companies. And so the fact that we focus on developers allows Twilio to get brought into these companies that, 10, 15 years ago, you might have had a very heavy-weighted top-down sales process through a CIO that is now being influenced by developers, bringing in a tool that they use to solve a job. But what you still need to clear are some hurdles around regulatory, legal, compliance, et cetera. And that's what an enterprise product for us does. It makes it so that when the developer inside of, say, a large bank wants to use Twilio, but there's a security or compliance team somewhere that says, hey, look, we need to have these things. We need to have auditability. We need to have a single sign-on. We need to have all these different things in place. Well, now Twilio for Enterprise allows the organization to say, yep, we have all those things we need in order to make sure that we can actually go to production and adopt Twilio and be successful at scale.
Right. Are you increasing your enterprise sales force, though? Are you trying to sell directly to the enterprise?
We've had a sales force for a long time that has helped customers to adopt Twilio. What we are seeing is that, of course, in a large enterprise, the developer will bring us in, but oftentimes you need a salesperson to close that. But what's interesting is that this isn't your typical enterprise, heavyweight with lots of golf and shenanigans. It's not that kind of traditional enterprise sales process. It is a relatively light touch, developer-led approach. Right. So when the developer builds the prototype without asking anybody, right, on their own credit card, and then they show it off internally and say, hey, that problem we're trying to solve, I've been playing around with some ideas, let me show you. And the business says, wow, that's great. Let's put it in front of customers, right? Now you've got maybe some compliance or security conversations to have. But instead of it being hey, let me just walk in with purely sales collateral is all I have to tell you about, right? And put me up against 5 other competitors who are all going to do RFP responses and this whole thing. The one where the developer's already built the thing and shown that it works and adds value. That's the lowest risk, least friction approach for the business. And our sales team is there just to help the developer, in many cases, navigate their own organization and how they buy in order to get that prototype turned into a trial, turned into a full production rollout.
We talked about enterprise, but let's talk about the long tail as well, the other 30,000 users you have on the paying users you have on the platform. How can you keep growing? Because how do you get more of those guys onto your platform?
Yeah, well, we announced back in May that we have over 1 million developer accounts on Twilio, which is a metric we're really proud of. But you also have to realize there's 20 million developers in the world. So we've got 5% of the world's developers, and that number is growing. I think the numbers is going to be 25 million by 2018. Right? So it's you've got a very large number of developers in the world, and so we're focused very much on continuing our developer outreach, getting into new communities, and developer communities arrange geographically, so getting into EMEA and APAC and LATAM, and also investing in communities not around geography but around languages. and getting into, deeper into the Java community, deeper into the, Microsoft community, deeper into a bunch of the different ways in which developers identify and learn from each other. Well, our goal is to embed and become a part of those communities and let those developers know about Twilio. And while we've got 1 million developer accounts today, we've obviously got a lot of headroom because there's a lot of software developers in the world, and that number is just growing as more and more of the world becomes dependent on software. We're there to arm them.
Sure. You talked about geography. What about the Chinese market, which is exploding, but you don't do a lot of business there right now?
Yeah, we don't do a lot of business in China, in particular on the domestic market in China today. And that's a really hard decision because there's a lot of pull. There's a lot of reasons to say, wow, there's a very large market. There's a lot of money to be made. But at the same time, I mean, you look at what happened to Uber, right, going into China. You look at the fact that, Amazon retail, I don't think is in China, 20 plus years after they founded the company. And there's a reason for those things, is that it's a very hard market. It's not like a lot of other markets where you can just kind of run your playbook, hire some people locally and figure it out. Like, you have to be very deliberate, or it will be a huge time and investment sink that you may not see any return on. And so being very deliberate in your decisions to enter China, I think, is important. And there's very few success stories of technology companies going to China that people point to. I think LinkedIn and Evernote are the two that continually get pointed towards. But that's it. There's not a lot of success stories.
All right, let's switch gears a little bit and talk about product as well. The one hot topic in messaging is bots. And I know you have an opinion on bots, but developers want to use them. What is your take on this whole bot hype?
Yeah, our take on bots is best summarized by a GIF we made at our conference back in May, or a little video we made, which basically went bots, 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 bots. Like, there's a lot being said about bots. We're not sure what the substance is behind a lot of it, though. And you can just say the word bots a lot, though, and it gets people's attention. But I think the killer app for messaging is not likely at this point to be bots, I believe. I believe there is a much better killer app for messaging, and that is content. I think the early experience people have with bots is really an IVR-like experience, just over text. And when we talk to customers, a lot of people are finding that's frustrating. And the AI isn't quite there yet to make it not frustrating. And we may get there. But content is an amazing app for messaging.
When you say content, what do you mean by that?
It means that messaging is a great way to consume content. For example, the New York Times coverage of the Olympics over SMS was really cool. So this was an app that was powered by Twilio. And the New York Times did their coverage of the Olympics over SMS. And this meant that you got pushed a story a day. Another example here is Purple, a really cool company that's doing a daily news story initially about the election, but pushed to you via messaging. And what's really neat about it is that there's two things. One is it's very personal. Like, that New York Times coverage wasn't the New York Times. It was Sam at the news desk, giving you his experience being in Rio. And that is a really cool experience, which is different from just a publication telling you stories. And I think messaging is allowing for it to feel like you're texting with a friend who happens to be at the Olympics, rather than consuming coverage from a major publication. And I think that intimacy is a very cool, natural part of the channel. And then the other thing that Purple does a great job of is this choose your own adventure. This idea that they're going to send you a headline a day. What happened in the election today? And if you want to learn more, reply with this keyword. And then you can drill down into that story and keep going further and further, or back out and say, that story isn't of interest to me today, so never mind, right? And that sort of choose your own adventure style of content is really, it's very engaging. And I think that this, coupled with more corporate use cases about, imagine that's cool for the Olympics, but imagine you sign up for a product. And the company sends you a message that says, hey, thanks for signing up for our product. If you want to learn more about this feature, reply this. If you want to learn more about that feature, reply that. And then you can kind of self-select into learning more about a product or service that I think is a really engaging form of content that's better than just getting a bland and drip email or retargeted ads or whatever. Like, it's actually a really engaging way for a brand to interact with a customer using content, but also in this sort of choose your own adventure way where people self-select into what they want out of that experience. And I think that's killer, and that's available today.
All right. We're out of time, so the next time we sit down here, we'll talk about what Twilio did in the last 12 months to make bots better.
Awesome, Frederick. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, I hope you guys learned a lot about the future of communication as well as the extremes of men's hairstyles. We have about 10-minute break, so please take care of what you need to. And remember to check out the Startup Alley companies. They're really eager to meet you and get your vote, so you can use the information behind me. It's too much to remember. And if I were you, I would solicit bribes. I will see you in a few minutes. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and TechCrunch senior writer, Jordan Crook.
I appreciate you. What's your name? Sam? You're my new favorite. Hold on to that. Take it with you to the bank. All right. We're going to roll right into our next panel. Who here uses Slack? OK, I got a little a special treat for you. If you type in the Giphy/Giphy Bango, B-A-N-G-O. Try it a few times. You're going to get yours truly in your feed, and that's a precious gift. Please welcome to the stage our next panelist, Leslie Miley from Slack, and our moderator, John Schubert.
This is the best intro music ever.
This is amazing. Thank you.
I'm in love. I want to do this all the time. This should be the soundtrack to my life. Oh, we have so much to talk about. First of all, thank you for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Also, that was kind of a tepid response. We can raise the roof. I mean, come on. We're about to head into lunch. Things are happening. This conversation is going to be amazing. Leslie in his picture looks like he has a terrible headache, probably brought on by Silicon Valley. But we'll talk about that in a bit. First question, because you're one of the senior most developer guys over there. Why can't I do threaded conversations on Slack? Why? Why?
Why? It's a good question. It's a hard problem to solve. And as we try to do at Slack, everything's done with craftsmanship. So it takes time, it takes effort. And these are things that we're working on.
Yeah.
So hopefully soon.
Can you give me a timing?
Can't give you a timing. Hopefully you'll still have hair when it comes out.
2017? My hair isn't going anywhere. Unfortunately, this is all Eastern European.
Help out. Help out here, please.
So what about bots? Bots have been the hot thing for the past year. Where do you fall on the bot spectrum? What role will they play within Slack?
I don't know if I can say what role they will play. They're definitely a technology we like to use. We want people to get used to using bots. We've actually done some experiments and seen how people are they're very accepting of suggestions. They're very accepting of Slackbot giving them suggestions and asking them questions and taking them through. And we will continue to experiment in that. We will probably roll some things out in the near future with bots. But it's definitely a way for people to learn more. There's a great bot out there right now called IntroBot. Not shilling for anyone, just saying it's a great way for people who join a new team for them to figure out who they are, where they came from, what their interests are. And I think you're going to see more and more of that.
This is actually just the obligatory questioning period where I throw a bunch of buzzwords at you about things that are hot in tech right now and make you respond. So I apologize for that.
Nope.
What about AI?
What about AI? When it really works, I think we'll use it. It's still not quite there yet. No one wants to unleash Skynet on us.
Right.
So when we get a little bit better.
But I mean, is there really going to be this robot overlord future where Skynet takes over everything and we're all just slaves to the machine? Oh, we kind of are already.
We kind of are, yeah. It's like you were asking where your phone was before you came on stage.
Right.
So yeah, we're slaves.
Well, that was more to connect with this fine audience because I wanted to give them a chance to ask you questions through the whole magic of Twitter. Ooh. Although they could have Slacked me too, I guess. I could have set up a Slack channel for the room.
Yeah, we should probably have one, right?
Well, we should. Maybe we'll do that next year. Things to think about for TechCrunch Disrupt 2017. So, AI is tricky. It's a hard thing. You say it's not quite there yet. People are trying to recruit talent, and there's only a select group, or hypothetically, there's only a select group of people one can pull from for this talent. Is that hypothesis correct? Or can you find great AI engineers across the country? Where would you look for great AI engineers?
Wow, that's a good question. I would just look around. I mean, definitely, just look around. Look around the room. I'm sure there's some in here right now. I think where I would look is any place that's doing that type of work, right? And it's not just confined to, MIT or Stanford or Cal. It's happening in Detroit with what the auto manufacturers are doing. It's happening in Richmond, Virginia, with what Capital One is doing for credit cards. So it's happening with the U.S. government in Washington, D.C. with them surveilling everything we're doing.
Right.
So you can, so you can start looking everywhere for talent like that.
Where are you as Slack looking for talent right now? What's on your agenda?
What's on my agenda? I will speak for me. I cannot speak for everybody at Slack, but I think we look for people who can, essentially who are good at what they do, who are good programmers from an engineering perspective. We give everyone a coding, I hate saying coding exercise, it's more of a coding exercise, and then it's something that's graded blindly.
Right.
So we don't know who they are. The graders don't know who they are. The graders don't know where they went to school. The graders don't know if they went to school. The graders don't know if they're a man or woman or other. They just know that that they did this exercise, and then we grade them. And then if they do fairly well in that, based upon their ranking in our internal ranking system, we have a conversation with them and bring them in.
Now that's the way that Slack has privileged sort of diversity on one level, right? And has managed to create one of the more diverse workforces in the Valley, I think in tech in general. But there's also a geographic diversity to the things that you're doing, and I wonder if y'all are looking to expand that at all. So are there places where you would go as Slack to try and recruit new talent or open new facilities to get things done?
Just softball that one to me, didn't you?
Yeah, there's some tough ones. They're coming.
I mean, definitely we look all over the country for talent. We look just not in Silicon Valley, but I think I just had somebody start who was coming from Tennessee. Since you softballed the question to me, we are opening up a facility in the most diverse city in North America. And before anybody tries to figure out what that is, it's actually Toronto. Toronto in Canada has one of the most diverse populations in the world. 47% of their population is foreign-born. It's an amazing city. We are partly a Canadian company. Stuart Butterfield, as you know, is Canadian. So it makes a lot of sense to have a presence there as well.
So how important to the company is something like economic diversification among socioeconomic sort of privileging? Because when I think of Toronto, I don't think of that as a city that's really struggling economically or financially. This is just a sort of nod to the diversity of the city itself. Is that why y'all are setting up camp there?
At the end of the day, we're a business, and we have to look around for places where we think we can have the best business climate in order to grow in office. Economic diversity is as important as any other diversity. I mean, you look around this country and you can tell that there are cities who have been totally left out of the tech ecosystem. Would I like to be in other cities in the United States, like Detroit, like Richmond, like Nashville? Of course. And I think everybody would. And I think in the future we can look to do that. But right now we chose Toronto.
No, but I was watching an interview that you did with the guys at ours. I guess like a couple months ago, maybe a couple weeks ago. And you talk about the ways in which Oakland is changing. And you kind of had some harsh words for what's going on in Oakland. And I'm wondering if that's if there are ways to do economic diversification poorly, or ways to go into an urban environment and not do it right, and that's what you saw in your experience when you went back to Oakland, or if there's something else going on there.
I mean, you look. We're in San Francisco, so let's talk about San Francisco, which is a really good example. You look at the mid-market area where Twitter is, where several other companies, where Square is, where Uber is, and you see that there's been an increase in economic activity, but it's really at the high end, and it has really left people at the low end out.
Right.
That area hasn't changed as much as it could, and I think that's not to blame San Francisco, but that was not done as well as it could.
Oh, please, if you want to blame San Francisco, please, by all means, go ahead.
But at the end of the day, you look around, you're like, yeah, you have great companies that are now restaurants, but it's really serving a demographic that is not the demographic that's been living in those areas for decades. And the same thing in Oakland. And I think that we in tech have a great opportunity to do more than just move in and gentrify, right? We can actually be part of the solution.
Right.
We can actually engage the neighborhood. We can actually help people, like a rising tide lifts all boats. We can raise everyone up. And we need to do it more from how do we get people in this neighborhood into good paying jobs? How do we improve their economic condition? Not how do we give their schools computers? Or how do we open up a place where people can go and play? That's great, right? But you really have to raise the entire neighborhood up economically.
You've actually said that Silicon Valley is hostile, like actively hostile to diversity. How has that not affected the way that things work at Slack? Is it this blind sort of admissions test that you do up front, or has it affected Slack?
I think it's that. I think it's the intentionality that people at Slack, from Stuart to everyone else, has. We have conversations at Slack I've never had any other place about how we're doing hiring and who we're hiring and why we're hiring them. We don't take things like where you went to school into consideration. We could care less if you went to Cal, Stanford, MIT, or if you went to San Jose State, San Luis Obispo, or University of Miami. We don't care. So, and this is something that has been ingrained in Silicon Valley. We want graduates from these schools. We want you to work at these companies. And we don't care about that. And I think that has been a huge part. What has also been a huge part is that once you start at a very early age and very early development in your company, it makes it easier because you're not starting from way back. Facebook, Google, Twitter, thousands of employees, and they are just so far behind. And then they also have reputations. People walk in and they don't see anybody that looks like them. Why would they want to work there?
Right. Well, so how does one solve that problem? I would think, because things are so woefully bad in Silicon Valley, and they really are. I mean, if you look at the diversity numbers from any of the top tech companies out here, it's really bad. And when you look across at what happened in the American education system, if you look at what happened with American manufacturing, there were actually people put in place quotas, and that's what managed to change the game in these companies, these big industrial companies, and in American education. Why would Silicon Valley not look at that as a very simple solution to what is, in fact, an endemic problem?
Quotas are just wrong, and they're bad, and they don't work. And they don't work.
Do they not? I mean, do they not work?
I don't think they work. And in particular, I think it's another way of saying we won't, that we won't lower the bar, right? It plays into that exact same argument. It's like you have to have quotas, so we're going to get people who aren't qualified. And that is not what anybody's saying. What I'm saying, and I think what other people are saying, is that we want, one, a level playing field. You need to have a level playing field. And how you level the playing field is that you don't go to places like MIT, you don't go to places, and focus on MIT and Cal and Stanford and CMU. You don't focus on places that don't have diversity, right? So that's not about quotas, that's about leveling the playing field. If you want to talk about quotas, you look at the ethnic diversity of any of those universities, and that's a quota for people who are white, that's a quota for people who are Asian, right? So I think you don't, I don't want to have to talk about this again because I don't believe in quotas. I think they're inherently wrong, and I think they're realistic solutions that don't have quotas attached to them.
Right. I mean, I understand that, and to a certain extent, of course, there's got to be a better system. It's a pretty blunt instrument, but at the same time, I mean, I've seen other interviews with you where you talk about the sort of endemic and systemic nature of privilege and how people need to actually step back from the table to make room for other people. I think you talked about that in the Ars interview. And I think that, I don't know, maybe this is a really tough issue to talk about, but I think it's important to do so. And I just wonder what the space looks like, how that stepping back works when privilege is so institutionalized that it's not even something that most people recognize.
I have a data point to bring up. There's an organization called forward.us, fwd.us. It's a group set up by a diverse group of entrepreneurs, Mark Zuckerberg, Vinod Khosla. You look at the page, it's probably looking much like diversity does look like, and they are looking to raise the H-1B visa cap, which I support, strangely enough, right? I think it's a great thing. Let's do that. But they got together to raise the H-1B visa cap. The lobbying firms for these companies, that are supporting there spend anywhere between $3 and $4 million per quarter on lobbying. $3 to $4 million per quarter. So you're looking at up to $12 million a year on raising the H-1B visa cap. Why don't we have something like that for increasing diversity and increasing inclusion? Right? I think that's a place where you can start. You get the people who are doing something like that, and apply it to the United States, apply it to less diverse areas. And you can take the, another data point that I'm going to try to tie two things together. Facebook, 37% of their engineering team is Asian. Google, it's upwards of 40%. Twitter, it's 37%. You look at the amount of money they spend in Asia overall, anywhere between 25 and 50 million per year since 2012. Is it any wonder they have those percentages of Asians? No, it's not. So what if we were to spend that here? What if we were to spend that in Detroit? What if we were to spend that in Richmond? What if we were to spend that in Washington, D.C.? Would we have a more diverse workplace? I think so.
Well, isn't that sort of a matter, just playing devil's advocate, isn't that sort of a matter of market expansion as well as anything? Like, you look at like, these companies are trying to go abroad and internationalize and like grow in global markets. And a way to do that is to set up, research centers and things like that and reach out to those countries. Maybe I'm conflating two issues and confusing two interviews that you did. I did a lot of research for this, I'm sorry. If the market is so saturated in the US, do these companies need to set up shops in all these different areas to reach out to these communities?
They don't need to set up shop at the same scale, right? Do you want to put 2,000 people? Probably not. You don't have to. Could you put 200? Definitely. It's a drop in the hat for Google. It's a drop in the hat for Facebook. And it's actually cost competitive. These areas are cost competitive to areas in India and areas in China. I've had teams, I've managed over 100 people in India. I know what the cost structure looks like. And you could do that have large, diverse populations. All of a sudden, you see people in those neighborhoods. People see their neighbors in these well-paying jobs. And they start to aspire to that. That's number one. Number two, people who want advancement know they have to come back to headquarters. So you're going to have people coming to San Francisco. You're going to have people going to Cupertino, going to Menlo Park, going to Mountain View. And what happens when you hire diverse people and you create an inclusive environment? They talk to their friends. And their networks are going to look like them. And they're going to hire their friends and they're going to hire their associates who look a lot like them. And then you start to make inroads into this problem that these companies have spent the last 3 years and tens of millions of dollars and have made virtually no impact whatsoever.
So we've been beating up on a lot of very large tech companies. Let's go down a level and beat up on some other people. Criticism, it's healthy criticism. Is the same true of the entrepreneurial community? When you go down to startups and you look at what's happening with entrepreneurship and investment from VCs into tech startups, would you advise young entrepreneurs to stay in the Valley to build their companies?
Good question, and probably not. It's hard to encourage someone to stay in a place that is hostile to them. And I said this, and I'm going to keep repeating it. When you walk into one of the offices in Sand Hill Road, and people have a preconceived notion about who you are based upon how you look, whether you're African American, Hispanic, or a woman, or a woman, entrepreneur like Morgan, who was up here a moment ago, who talked about her struggles in fundraising. She has an amazing platform and an amazing market opportunity, and it's very difficult for her to get funding. So why would you stay in a place that is hostile to you? There are smaller markets. There are private equity firms. There's to shout out to Power Moves New Orleans. In New Orleans, there's Startup Detroit, Invest Detroit. There are small communities there that can actually help. And I can't remember the gentleman's name, but a year or so ago, he actually said if I was going to create another startup, I'd go to Detroit.
Well, it might have been Dan Gilbert, who was kind of.
Thank you. I couldn't remember. I'm bad on
drumming
names.
for Detroit because, well, I mean, he'd be the only investor in town, right? Because there are these markets that exist, but you know, the capital that's there isn't as extensive. I mean, that's just a given, right?
You're right, but if the capital's not available to you, the capital's not available to you, right? So if you walk in and people are just like, oh, well, and this has happened, and I am an advisor for some companies. I mentor entrepreneurs of color, and I've heard stories where people have gone in and said, yeah, you need a male co-founder. You need to get you know, more white people in your team because having a team of 6 black people doesn't look good. You know, I've heard these stories from people, and things that will never be said to an Asian or a white co-founder in Silicon Valley, ever.
So does that mean that one should just try to ignore that capital completely? Or is there a solution, or is it just so entrenched here that people should just not worry about it at all?
Silicon Valley follows. So and you know, VCs follow, and they do fast following. So if you have a big hit someplace else, whether or not it's a person of color, and I hope that it is, VCs will follow. They'll show up. You know, Rodney Williams at Listener, if he goes big, trust me, you know, they will follow. And this is what needs to happen. And I hope it does, because I think that's the fast track.
Well, we are almost out of time, and I think we can just end it there. This is an incredible conversation. I hope we get to continue it over many other events like this one and just in person. It's a pleasure talking to you, sir. Really.
Great talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See if we can pit him against David Marcus backstage and see what happens. Our next guest is from Razer, who's into gaming on the PC. You guys seem really engaged. Hey, Sam. What's up, man? All right, let's just get it started because you guys are bored of me. Please welcome to the stage Min Liang Tan from Razer and Ingrid London.
Hi, Min.
Hello.
Thanks for taking some time to come.
Thank you for having me.
So, Razer. You guys have built Razer as big peripherals hardware company for gamers, by gamers. You're doing, gamer is your thing. Now you are doing something a little bit different. Tell us about you've got some news today. Why don't you tell us about what you're doing?
Sure. So very quickly, I think in the past couple of years, we're a bit of a startup with a bit of a longer pedigree of sorts. So we've been around for about 10 years since we were founded. And we've done everything from hardware. So we've shipped over 20 million connected devices worldwide. We've got a massive software platform of gamers. We've got about 20 million active gamers that come online every single day to connect with us. And I think one of the questions that was uppermost in our minds was, what's next? What else can we do? So today, you know, we're announcing a corporate venture fund. We're calling it Z Ventures. So it's a $30 million fund from Razer. We're investing it off balance sheet, really focused at early stage startups that Razer, with our kind of structure, can bring value add to the startups that we invest in.
Right. Would you say that this is Razer's way of trying to diversify itself? Because if I recall, the Z Ventures is doing stuff in robotics, but also stuff like e-commerce, supply chain management. You know, it's a real soup to nuts kind of investment thing. So what are you guys doing?
So I think there are a couple of different focuses over here. The first of which is, I think we're looking at startups that Razer can bring value to. We know that there are lots of startups with a whole lot of exciting technology, you know, solutions, products. So for us, we're really focused on companies that Razer can help. So we're not a traditional VC by any means. We're looking at, for example, we've got our user base that we want to bring across to startups out there. Now, over and above, we've got a lot of experience in the hardware and software, and hardware is really hard. Everything from prototyping to EVT, DVT, mass production. These are kind of the things that we want to bring across and help the startups. Now, of course, on the other end of the spectrum, we're looking at things like software that we can help the startups with. And finally, I think specific in terms of companies that want to scale, beyond where they are at this point of time. We've got a global distribution network that we can bring across to the startups too.
Right.
So a third of our business today is in North America, a third of it is in Europe, a third of it is in Asia. And we work with, for example, retail chains like Best Buy in the US, Media Saturn in Europe. We've got Jingdong and Tmall in China. So these are some of the benefits that we're trying to bring to the startups, as opposed to a traditional VC that may be primarily focused on financial returns.
Okay, so Razer is, your target audience are gamers. Do you see yourself as a mainstream company now, or do you see yourself kind of aiming at like really niche, specialized gamers? Do you want to be a mainstream company?
So for ourselves, we've created a bit of a cult brand of sorts. We've got gamers that tattoo the Razer logos on themselves. They set up Razer shrines, and we have a huge following. And that's really the core of what the company is. For gamers, by gamers, and that's what we want to continue focusing on. The enthusiast segment, the gamer who's passionate about design, who's passionate about technology. And that's really what we want to focus on. Now, what we've realized, however, is that while we don't necessarily want to go mainstream is coming to us from the premise of, if you see things like Pokemon Go, for that matter, people who don't necessarily identify themselves as gamers are slowly looking at gaming being one of the most engaging forms of entertainment. Now, on top of that, and maybe to segue back to the conversation on Z Ventures, the gaming community or the gamer community is also the perfect user base to test new technologies on. Now, if you look at it historically, you've got motion sensing, from the Nintendo Wii. We've got VR, like Oculus and stuff like that. So gamers tend to be tech savvy. They're very comfortable beta testing technology and, more importantly, evangelizing it to the entire gaming community.
Right.
And the way we see it, that there will probably be more gamers in the future than any other segment of entertainment.
Okay, you mentioned Pokemon Go. Huge success. We're going to have John on stage, I think, tomorrow. Do you want to build something as successful as that? Do you want to build a Pokemon Go ever? Is that like in your sights? Could you do it?
I think traditionally for us, we want to continue doing what we're good at, which is focusing on gamers, building great product, software, and services for gamers. And that's what we're going to continue doing. And when we first started 10 years ago, gaming wasn't a buzzword, right? Hardware was even worse. Try pitching anybody 10 years ago about hardware, and people would go like, no, that's not something that we're interested in. Today, hardware is seeing a renaissance of sorts. Gaming is getting a lot of prime time because there's PC gaming, there's console gaming, there's mobile gaming. Gaming is bigger than movies, it's bigger than music, and there's a huge amount of interest in gaming right now. And so for ourselves, we've been in an opportune position to take advantage of that. But while there are masses coming into gaming today, these masses will probably leave when there's something bigger, newer, shinier to look at. Ourselves, we know what we're good at, which is designing stuff for gamers. We're always going to be doing that. Whether the industry is big or whether it's small, that's what we're good at, and that's what we'll do.
Okay, does that mean you don't want to build a Pokemon Go? Or yes?
I think if it comes along, and if it's something that we can build for gamers everywhere, and look, there are 2 billion gamers out there right now.
I know.
Probably
did you look at that and think, damn it, we should have done that. We could have done that. Did you have a moment like that, or did you think, oh, that's so cool, let's build a little communication layer on it, which you guys did?
Well, I think we just build stuff that we like. We started off as a peripherals company, and candidly, because I travel so much, and I was looking at, for example, gaming laptops in the past, and they weren't really gaming laptops. They were big, heavy, and thick. And so today, we built a team in the past couple of years, and today we make probably some of the best gaming laptops in the world. And that's what we do. We like to build things for ourselves, and I see a Razer gaming laptop there, which is great. And we're really taking over, the world in the sense where there are gamers out there, and we are really hyper-focused on the gamers. And that's what we do.
Okay. What do you think the next generation of games is going to look like?
So that's we could be here all day.
In 10 words or less.
Sure.
I mean, you guys are doing stuff in VR. You know, you're doing really amazing stuff. Is it all going to be in VR, or are we going to be, you know, obviously mobile games are massive right now, but you know, we've still got a lot of consoles.
Sure.
Where's the hockey puck going? Where are you guys going with that? Do you
Sure.
think?
So gaming, I think overall, or gamers as a demographic, it's not just growing horizontally in different geographies.
Right.
So you know, traditionally in the past, it was the US, Europe, Korea, and stuff like that. You've got China now, Southeast Asia. These are new geos that gaming is growing really quickly everywhere. But you're also seeing gamers, the demographic growing horizontally. Gamers are getting older, as a whole. Gamers are more familiar playing different types of games. And even today, a 2-year-old is swiping on a tablet, right away. So given the whole proliferation of the entire stack, we think gaming is going to go ubiquitous. It's going to be everywhere.
Right.
It's going to be a lot more pervasive. And definitely, I think immersion is really the key. It's about VR. It's about having the most immersive gaming experiences out there. Now, be it whether it's an MMO that you play on the PC that gives you a call on your mobile phone that tells you to go back to the game, or different layers of VR. I think immersion is the key.
Okay. Now, just go back to Z Ventures for 2 seconds. One of the categories you guys are doing in there is robotics. Are you guys building a robot?
So we are excited about robotics. So at Razer, we've got internal labs that we try all kinds of different things. And you may have seen at CES, we tend to be at CES in a big bang of sorts.
Yeah.
And we're always looking at new things, looking at new interfaces of sorts. We think robotics is an exciting new area that there's a huge amount of innovation. And I think for us, because we see it as a confluence between software, firmware, and hardware. And that's something that we can, as a company, help new startups, and that's one of the areas that we're looking at.
I'm going to take it as a yes. Okay. Now, a little bit about Razer itself as a company. Now, you mentioned all of these new areas. There's also a lot of new companies coming into the space. Who do you see now as your biggest competitor?
So that's an odd question of sorts, because I think we are pretty much a different company in the sense that we represent probably a company on a newer wave of things that everyone's kind of seeing at this point of time. So traditionally, companies back in the day would be great at a certain thing. So for example, they're great at making peripherals, or they're great at making laptops, or what have you. And these traditional companies would then say, OK, I'm going to carve out a segment for productivity. I'm going to do a productivity mouse, for example, or laptop. Right. I'm going to do a gaming thing. I'm going to do something for designers. I'm going to do something for I don't know, sports people or what have you. But that has changed. Ourselves as a company, we've evolved to really look at the user, and with greater affluence, with greater focus on getting great experiences, we see brands like that coming about. Action sports brands. Brands that will say, OK, I'm going to figure out how to do these different categories for one person. Whether it's somebody who's a cyclist, or somebody who's excited about or anything. Like for ourselves, we're focused on just one person, and that's the gamer. Now, the thing is, do we have competitors in the peripheral space? Yes. Do we have competitors in the laptop space? Yes, right? Do we have competitors, for example, in the software platform space? Yes. But there isn't a single company that is just hyper-focused on the gamer to provide all of that. So we don't really have a competitor of sorts right now today. And
not today.
Not today.
Yeah. What about Amazon, though? They've made a massive investment in Twitch. They've acquired Twitch.
Yes.
They are now finally finding success with hardware, with their interesting, with the Echo and everything. Mm-hmm. So do you think that might be a company that could keep you up at night one day?
I think for us, the entire industry for gaming is just so big.
Yeah.
We are huge fans of what Amazon is doing with Twitch. Twitch is a great partner of Razer, and we work really closely together with them. And what they're doing at Lumberyard, for example, and the studios that they have, that's that's a company we have a huge amount of respect for.
Got it.
But because the entire industry is massive, right? If you look at the movies industry or the music industry, they're large companies that go throughout the entire ecosystem without competing, so to speak.
It's true, yeah.
And we see gaming being so much larger than movies and music. There is just this massive upswing of opportunities for all of us. The key for us is what not we want to do as opposed to the opportunities presented.
Okay. Okay, let's talk about investment for a second. So I know you guys are now investing in startups, but you're a startup too. 18-year-old startup. So now some of your investment you've disclosed, some of it you haven't, some of it has just been reported, and then you confirm it. Are you guys raising any more money now?
Not right now. So we're not raising any more capital at this point of time. In fact, we haven't raised a lot of capital in the past couple of years.
Right.
For us, we've been really focused on doing investments through our own war chest that we've built through the past couple of years. And when you talk about startups, investing in other startups, that's one of the things that I do see coming up as a new trend of sorts, because a lot of us are staying private a lot longer. And this is a great opportunity for us to do a couple of things, to tap into the startup ecosystem, to contribute back to the community and the ecosystem also at the same time. And I expect to see a lot more other startups do that.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, the strategic investment funds for sure. But you guys are like opening stores everywhere. Mm-hmm. You're building more hardware. You're building different kinds of hardware, and you're investing in startups. Are you funding all of that yourselves from your current coffers, or are you going to need more money? You're going to go out there and raise more for that?
So we did a recent Series C, which I think was reported on TechCrunch. All right.
I think so. Yes.
So what we are doing primarily for all these new activities are actually funding it internally from our own coffers at this juncture. And we see a continued need to fund new startups, because I don't believe that for ourselves we're going to be all things to all gamers, so to speak. You can't be all things to all gamers. We see a lot of incredible talent out there. We see a lot of startups that could, we could help them bring their services to our users and give a leg up immediately for, with 20 million active users, for that matter. Or to say, okay, instead of just distributing through, a small platform, why don't we get you global immediately through all our channels everywhere? Now, if you need to meet any prospective customers or partners, you can use any of our 10 offices worldwide. So, and I think over and above, the difference for us between Razer or Z Ventures as a startup, a fund for startups by a startup, is that we've got the experience of scaling from 2 people to close to 1,000 people worldwide, 10 offices, etc. So that's the real difference. We want to partner with venture capital firms and give that strategic value of helping companies, just go from 0 to 100 immediately.
Okay. A minute ago, when you were first talking about raising money, you said you think a lot of private companies are staying private for longer, but eventually you may start to consider what the next step might be. Where are you on things like IPO plans? And in general, what's your opinion on a company like Razer going public? Could you go public if you wanted to right now, for example?
Sure. I think for us, we've considered going public for some time, but the key for us is we want to make sure that we are a company that is ready to go public. I think there is no real reason for us to stay private, but we remain opportunistic. We want to be, we want to make sure that all the corporate governance is all addressed. We want to make sure that we've crossed the T's and dotted the I's on pretty much everything. And of course, it's also a factor of the economy and how the markets, whether it's open, etc. But we remain open to that, and we just keep an eye on it.
Do you have a time frame for when you might consider an IPO or anything like that?
That's a little bit like asking what's the time frame on one of our Razer products. And I know there aren't many pieces.
I think you probably have them for both, by the way. You have answers for both. You just don't want to
It'll be ready when it's ready.
All right. Are you profitable?
I think our core business is very profitable, but for ourselves, we are doubling down. So that's why I think we say we are a 10-year-old startup, so to speak. We've got a very profitable core business, but we've got some really exciting initiatives that we're doubling down on and always looking to to reinvent or to revolutionize new industries. So to put things in perspective for that matter, we were the first to start this entire gaming peripherals industry of sorts, right? So we were first to focus on that. And back when PCs had become a little traditional and boring and dated, and when I said, look, we're going to go and reinvent the traditional PC laptop, I think many people said, look, that's a commoditized industry, you don't want to get into it. But what we've done in the past couple of years is that we've created an entire new category of sorts. So we continue to do that. We are continuing to invest heavily in terms of R&D, and that eats into the bottom line. But that's stuff into the bottom line that we are comfortable with, and what we want to focus on is to create truly great product and services. Now, Z Ventures is also an opportunity for us to bring more services and partners. I'm seeing some really great new technology around, and we welcome any of the startups out there, be it whether it's in robotics or gaming software or anything that we can, at Razer, bring value to. We'd love to be able to talk to you.
Okay. Okay, so we're running down on time now, so I just wanted to ask you another question. Okay. So just two last questions. I hope we have time for them. One is about your something that I'd love to ask for, other startups that might be in the same position as you guys. So you've got strategic investor, Intel. What I'd be quite interested to know is if you guys, how you work with them as a strategic investor. I noticed that you put out a great webcam earlier this year. It's got fantastic Intel technology in it.
Technology.
Yeah, the RealSense. It's really excellent camera. Did you guys think of that and then approach Intel, or is Intel influencing how you guys are choosing what products you develop? Like, we have this stuff, we really want to do it. If we invest in you, will you build something to use this? How does it work? And do you advise startups to do something different than you guys have done in that way?
So Intel Capital is one of the corporate ventures groups that we've kind of modeled Z Ventures a little after, because we've got great respect for them. And it's a bit of two things, right? Intel's a behemoth. We actually use Intel Capital to kind of navigate through Intel as we want to work with their CPU team or the RealSense team. And they've got some truly great technologies that what we do at Razer is that we look at it from the lens of a gamer. And we go like, okay, that's cool stuff that we want. So for example, RealSense that we've put into the Razer Stargazer automatically removes the background of any streamer. And that's really, really cool. So what I think Intel looks to Razer is probably innovation in the gaming space. We have channels that can reach gamers immediately. And we've got an audience that's hugely passionate about technology. So it's a bit of a symbiotic relationship. We've found it hugely strategic for us, and that's one of the reasons why we've also come up with Z Ventures, with a bid to be able to reach out for startups to reach out to as many gamers as possible.
Interesting. So almost following the Intel model for you guys.
Absolutely, but in a bit of a smaller sense.
Yeah, a smaller scale one. Okay, I have one other question, which I just quickly want to ask. Now, Razer is Min. What happens when Min wants to leave? Do you ever have plans to leave? Just a quick answer, because we're totally out of time now.
So firstly, I don't think Razer is Min. I think we've got a great team of designers and engineers. And so I think that pretty much answers it.
Okay. No plans to go, though.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
After you.
Thanks so much.
Good job. Oh, that was loud. Hey, Sam. What's up, boo? OK, before we get into our next panel, which I know you guys are all excited about, I'm going to throw it to a quick video. Enjoy.
OK, you guys. This is it. No turning back now.
You got about two options. One, you build yourself the box. Two, you get Lori Bream on the phone ASAP. All right, I'll see you back at the house. Hiroki-san. Arigato. Gozaimasu. Like what you're doing with the foliage. I like your rock to bamboo ratio. Arigato. For all of the greenery.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
I mean, I do not get why anyone would use spaces over tabs. I mean, why not just use Vim over Emacs?
I do use Vim over Emacs.
Oh, God help us. I don't think this is gonna work. I mean, like what? We're gonna bring kids into this world with that over their heads? That's not really fair to them, don't you think?
Kids? We haven't even slept together.
And guess what? It's never gonna happen now because there is no way I'm gonna be with someone who uses spaces over tabs. But guess what, Winnie? That ain't ever gonna happen now, girl. That ain't ever gonna happen now, sister. There is no way I am going to let someone who uses spaces over tabs anywhere near this.
Richard.
Wow, okay. Goodbye.
Richard, I'm totally lost.
I'm not the CEO. There is no CEO. Because apparently, Jack's empty fucking chair is a better choice than I am.
Say what you will about the chair, but at least it never told me to build a fucking box.
True. Compared to Richard, it's a lot sturdier.
And it has a lot less of Barker's ass rubbed all over it.
Yeah, Barker's ass at least isn't on the chair's face.
You mean the headrest?
Maybe it wasn't brown when it started.
Oh, you really took this too far, I think.
I don't know, guys. I can sit there and watch them do that to you.
I saw this nature documentary where a bison fought a lion to protect the rest of the herd. It didn't work. The lion tore into the bison and then laid waste to the herd, but what courage. You're like one of those priests who lit themselves on fire to protest the Vietnam War. You're like the Secret Service agent who dives on the president and catches a bullet. And the president still dies, but he dies slower because your body stopped the bullet. Not from entering him, but from entering him at a rate that would have killed him instantly.
Okay, thank you for that, Jared.
Roar.
Boy, it is chilly. Good thing I brought this sweet jacket.
You look like a douchebag. You look like the starting center on your high school varsity celibacy team. Like the starting center on the varsity virginity squad. You look like a Ukrainian rap star who made his first 100.
Hey, don't forget to carb up. It's leg day. We work out, doing the squats.
You're looking at the past, present, and possibly future CEO of Pied Piper.
That is my captain. Oh, captain, my captain. Rise up and hear the bells. Rise up. For you, the flag is flung. For you, the bugle trills. You make me so proud, I feel like the whole night sky's inside my chest. I just want to memorize this moment. Okay. I am so proud of you, I could puke. God darn it. Gosh in heaven, and I love you.
All right, dismissed.
You can clap. It's not, I mean, you don't have to. Don't feel pressure, but it's just a little awkward silence there. All right, let's get to it. Please welcome to the stage HBO's Mike Judge and our moderator, Anthony Ha.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us again at Disrupt, Mike.
Thanks for having me.
And you know, a very special thank you for making it a million times easier to explain to my relatives like what I do for a living. I really appreciate that. So I want to go back to when Silicon Valley first premiered, and I remember watching the first episode and laughing a bunch, but also being like, normal people are not going to get this. This is totally going to die. I was wrong. What made you feel confident that this is a show that America would get?
Well, I mean, you know, I just thought it was incredibly good. So no, I think, I mean, I'm not really, especially back when we were first starting. I'm not a tech insider. I mean, I worked as an engineer a long time ago in Silicon Valley, but and even then, I felt like an outsider, so I always kind of approached it from an outsider's kind of point of view. So, and you know, the people that I pitched it to at HBO and the people working on it, you know, these were all non-tech people. So that's always been the, you know, we're very conscious of not trying to make it too inside and have it be more about, you know, just a a character who's socially awkward, who suddenly has all this light shined on him and all this money at play and all those kind of things. So trying to make it relatable that way.
So when you pitched it to HBO, did they get it right away, or did they have some skepticism?
There was some skepticism. I mean, I had done this movie Office Space, which, a while back, but I mean, that's sort of a similar. It's like, oh, you're going to make a movie about a bunch of people in cubicles who are miserable. Like, this at least there's some people getting rich and a little bit of excitement. So.
It does seem like Office Space was a much bleaker movie, and like Silicon Valley, there was like a sliver of hope.
Yeah, yeah. Silicon Valley is a little more hopeful than Office Space was, but yeah, I mean, they actually originally came to me about an idea about video game developers, and I don't really know that world much at all. So I said I wasn't interested in doing that, but what about something like this? And that's kind of how it started.
So I want to talk about the research that you guys have done, which included coming to Disrupt first kind of secretly for research, and then you came on stage. What was that first visit like? I mean, was it pretty much what you expected?
I mean, it was more than I expected, better than I expected. It was very eye-opening. I mean, for us, we'd shot the pilot, and the way it works in TV, the pilot's first episode, so you shoot that. If they like it, they green-light the series. So they green-lit the series, and Alec Berg, who's a co-showrunner and writer with me, came on board, and we were sitting there in the office, just kind of going, "We got to make all this stuff up. We don't even know what these people do, really. I mean, we know it's people programming. They're building this thing." And so we just started doing a ton of research. I didn't even know what TechCrunch Disrupt was, and then we found out about. There's a Launchpad LA is an incubator in LA, and this woman, Jamie, told us about Startup Battlefield, and I heard that, like, Startup Battlefield, that's like a war. That's great. That's what we need. We need, like, we need some drama. And so coming up here, and yeah, we came up and just sort of spied on you guys here. We just kind of walked around, and we watched the whole Startup Battlefield, and it's just perfect for our show.
So you mentioned Alec, your co-showrunner, and one of the things he mentioned about Disrupt is you guys actually shot a little bit of footage here, and so when people watched those episodes of the show, and particularly they sort of complained about how dude-heavy some of that footage was, you guys were like, nope, that's actual Disrupt. So I'm curious, I mean, do you feel like there are things that we could be doing better to,
Oh, for diversity?
Yeah, for diversity, exactly.
Yeah, it seems like, okay, so that was 2013 when I came here. It seems like there's been a huge push for diversity, which is great. I mean, even just backstage, there was the, what is it called? The girls, I'm forgetting the name, but the 16-year-old girl who did a app that recognizes symptoms of Parkinson's, and okay. Incredible stuff. But yeah, I actually was walking around with a Canon 5D, just shooting stuff myself, never thinking it would be in the show, just to kind of show extras casting and people like, okay, this is what they look like, And yeah, it was about 85% dudes in that audience shot, and yeah, I think Alec was talking to a high-up COO of a very big company, and she said, that audience shot was kind of sexist, and said, no, that's actually the real audience. I mean, when you do satire, you take what's there and exaggerate it, but we didn't really have to exaggerate too much.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason to bring that up was just reading that quote was pretty tough for me, but, totally fair. And I do think, I mean, one of the things about the show itself is that the main cast is not exclusively, but largely male, largely white/Asian. And as you said, the industry itself is trying to change the way people think about engineers, change the way people think about tech. Do you think the show should reflect that too?
Yeah, and I think we have a little bit. But, at the beginning, I didn't want to come off as sort of phony Hollywood pandering, and I wanted to try to make it pretty realistic. And I mean, all the research I did, it was like very high percentage of male. I mean, I went into pretty big room at Google where all the programmers were, and I counted 2 women out of I don't know how many. And so, I mean, you know, when you do satire, you're making fun of it. So that was our way of just kind of poking fun at the world. I didn't anticipate just how kind of charged up this issue was. Like, I mean, I had done a show, King of the Hill, for 13 seasons. And in the entire 13 years, nobody ever complained that there weren't any women working in propane. And so I was kind of like, well, this is tech, and it's all guys, and we'll just do, you know. And boy, I mean, but I get it. I mean, there's, you know, propane, there's not a lot of money and power in it, so so nobody cares about poor old propane. But
once tech moves into propane, then we'll see things.
Yeah, after this bubble bursts, it's no.
So you know, used to work in Silicon Valley, mumble decades ago, and you
80 years ago.
That's right. So I'm curious, like, when you came back to do the research for the show, did it feel like, okay, this is just a continuing version of what I experienced, or was it pretty different?
I think it's a continuing version. It's different in a lot of ways. I think the characters are kind of the same, but definitely the landscape has changed. I mean, when I worked here in the late 80s, it was kind of hardware was the thing. So it was, you know, and the barrier to entry to a startup was a little higher because you had to, it just took more money. You couldn't just get, you know, 3 or 4 people who program and build an app. And, you know, God, I'm old. There were no cell phones and, you know.
But you look great, so.
Oh, yeah, well, thank you. Clean living. But yeah, no, it was, I feel like, again, like I think the characters are kind of similar. I think the characters that I put in Office Space, had they been born 20 years later, could easily be in a startup, you know. And there's also just, it's kind of just more money involved. I mean, I remember back then thinking the rent was high, and I had an apartment in East Palo Alto because it's all I could afford, and then thinking like, well, it just can't get any more expensive, and it just kept just more and more money flooding into this place.
Well, one of the other things you said about Silicon Valley in this profile about the show in The New Yorker, which is great, and everyone should read it if they haven't already, was you said that you think that one of the conflicts right now is between sort of the libertarian camp and the hippie values of Silicon Valley. Does that seem like a new phenomenon to you?
I think that was still kind of going on a little bit when I was here. When I was working in tech, I think the hippies will always win, no matter what.
Wait, really? Okay.
No, I mean, well, I think what was interesting to me is that, you know, there's a lot of money at play and a lot of companies competing for, you know, billions of dollars and users and all this stuff. And in Wall Street, they just kind of, you know, like, it's like the old school, like, we're hedge fund guys, we get rich and whatever. Here it's sort of shrouded in this, you know, we're making the world a better place. We're doing, you know, and a lot of these apps are. But it's just kind of for comedy, it's just kind of a funny thing to make fun of. And yeah, I mean, I think that comes out of hippie culture ultimately, I mean, which isn't a bad thing. I think there's a lot more attention on just charity and all this kind of stuff here than you would have in, you know, in New York in the 80s.
I mean, to be fair, I do think that you guys have now made it a lot harder for a startup to come on stage and say we make the world a better place. So, you know, mostly thank you for that.
Well, it was, yeah, I mean, it's funny, like when we did our, we had hired the writers and we took them to Launchpad LA actually, and so they had seen the pilot, so we'd done the pilot, and which had all that stuff in it, and they bring out their first startup to talk to us. It's 5 guys, 1 East Indian. It was like the same ratio, and they did their pitch. It was sort of a thing that would combine all your music into one thing, and then at the end of it they said, and we're making the world a better place. And it was basically exactly our group in the pilot. So
do you think that when we talk about this idea of, you know, dressing up this usually a for-profit business idea in this rhetoric of like, man, like, you know, this sort of idealistic hippie rhetoric, do you think that actually is a good thing, or would you almost, I think, at least, so I live in New York, and I think there are definitely some people there who almost feel like they'd rather see it just be more honest and be like, yeah, man, we're just going to make a ton of money.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it doesn't matter that much. I mean, I think it's
just funnier when you
yeah,
dress
it's
it
just
up.
funny. I mean, like coming from Hollywood, which is a little more kind of in the middle, I guess. Like I don't think you would hear, J.J. Abrams say, like, why are you making Star Wars? Or because I want to make the world a better place and improve people's lives. And
but he does have to start by saying, I love Star Wars.
I want to make a kick-ass movie, and I love Star Wars. It's not. Right. It's kind of a different approach. So, like, it's just something fun to make fun of. I don't think anybody's really doing anything awful by saying that.
So going back to the research, I mean, as the show has gone on, you guys have built what seems like a pretty incredible network of people who consult on the show, including De Castolo, the former CEO of Twitter, and I mean a whole bunch of people, right?
Yeah, we've been very lucky to have so many great consultants and people reach out to us and tell us great stories. Yeah, early on, like I say, when Alec and I were just sitting in the office going, what do we do here? We got to learn about this world. Like, we don't know enough. We had a guy who's still on the show, Jonathan Doughton, who was just immensely helpful. That just informed a lot of what we wrote about. And now we have, Dick Costolo, right after he left Twitter, came and would actually sit in the writer's room with us 2 days a week. It was awesome. So that's been nice.
Does that, and I think so there's people who work full-time on the show. There's also, it seems like you kind of do like a tour where you kind of talk to different CEOs and see different companies.
Yeah.
As you've done that, I mean, and people, it seems like, and Silicon Valley in general has sort of embraced the show, it seems. Does that make it harder to do like really biting satire?
I was asked that before. I don't think so, because the kind of people that we've become friends with tend to not take themselves very seriously. So, I mean, and the ones that do, we don't really end up, talking too much. I mean, Dick Costolo, for example, was in our show playing himself, talking to Jeremy Stoppelman about how he bought a bad vineyard, or someone sold him a bad vineyard. I mean, so it's like, I mean, that's, and he, that's pretty self-deprecating, I think.
Yeah.
He didn't buy a bad vineyard, by the way.
I do think one of the other things that's like happened that's kind of weird is that as the show has become popular, in the industry, is that then you actually get people who are inspired by Silicon Valley. And I'm curious, as a satirist especially, what is that like for you?
That's great. I mean, when I did Office Space, I've had so many people come up to me and tell me it inspired them to quit their job. So it's nice to do something that might inspire people to get a job or to do a startup. I mean, I have heard that a little bit, and it's great. I love it. I think it's a good. I think it feels good to build something and do something your own way. I can relate to it. So.
Right. I mean, I guess that does seem to be the difference between Silicon Valley and Office Space, where fundamentally in Office Space you were just like, this is corrupt and terrible. In Silicon Valley, you're like, there are a lot of dumb things, but fundamentally you don't think it's as screwed up.
Yeah, I mean, we're writing a show about these characters. If we were completely believing that what they did was bad or stupid or whatever, you wouldn't want to watch it. I mean, in real life, I would like these guys, and I would want to, I think I like the characters. So ultimately you want to root for them, and I think I like that part of the world, the startup part of it.
So I think one of the things we have to talk about is the next season, season 4 of Silicon Valley. So you guys are writing the next season right now?
Yeah, we're trying to write the next season. It's difficult. Yeah, we're about halfway through, but we've been known to throw stuff out and just start over again quite a bit.
So what can you tell us about what's coming? Everything, right?
Well, I'll just tell you the whole thing. I can't tell you what I don't know yet. We're still, there's a possibility you might see one of the stupidest apps ever invented might be unveiled this season. There's also, I don't know, we may even come back to TechCrunch Disrupt. You never know. We've talked about it. So
yeah, do you need some more actors to be on stage?
Yeah, this is an audition right here. So.
Right, something I just got a lot more nervous. Well, so I mean, one of the things people talk about the show is it does have this kind of ripped from the headlines quality. Is there any news this year that you have felt has been particularly interesting or promising from that perspective?
Boy, it's hard to keep up with, and sometimes we get ahead of it. Like when we were here in 2013, we had already shot the pilot. So the pilot was already in the can, and we had that thing, Nip Alert, which was supposed to be a dumb app, and then in the hackathon, these Australian douchebag guys came up with something called Tit Stare, which kind of brought to the headlines this, the sexism and misogyny in the tech world. And so it looked like when we came out in 2014, we were making fun of that, but we actually did that obnoxious app before the real obnoxious app. So sometimes we get ahead of it. But yeah, there's, I want to do something with tech protesters, the anti-tech people, because I think that's, if we're going to make fun of the tech people, I think we should make fun of them also. And we actually shot something that didn't make it in, kind of based on the vomiting on the Yahoo bus thing. And because, I mean, I think that's sort of misguided. And, these people are just trying to get to their jobs to keep the websites alive that the same people protesting are probably going to use to check the, all the social media. So, yeah, I want to do something with that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else recently. I can't remember.
Well, I mean, I guess one thing I did want to ask about, because maybe it's just the one that I find the most fascinating, and because you did have a Peter Thiel-ish character early on in the show, is, I mean, what did you follow the news about Peter Thiel kind of coming after Gawker at all? Yeah,
actually, we might do something related to that. Yeah, I don't know all the facts. I mean, it's, I mean, look, I'm not crazy about the idea of billionaires controlling the media, but then again, I think if Gawker hadn't posted a sex tape without people's permission, they might still be in business.
Right.
Probably didn't help that they posted a headline that said Peter Thiel is totally gay. I mean, it's not, if they start taking down the New York Times or Washington Post, I might start to worry a little bit more. But
oh, so I think we're almost out of time. So the last thing I wanted to ask about was just how did you guys come up with the disrupt dick joke at the end of season 1?
that was, well, when we were first starting to write the show, I just had this idea that I wanted to have a kind of a beautiful mind moment, like in the movie where he's talking about the way people separate in a bar, but maybe sillier or something. And I was looking for something there, and okay, I'm going to get a little blue here. One of the writers was completely separately talking about an argument he had with his roommate, or a discussion about where the guy said no, you could actually jerk off 4 guys if they were tip to tip. And Alec overheard that and came to me and said, hey, I think I might have the thing you're looking for here. And then we just started. I remember it was Alec, myself, and this guy Dan O'Keefe in the writer's room on a dry erase board going well, no, it would actually be the dick to floor distance, and then the angle, all those conversations that are in there we were having and actually drawing on the dry erase board and just juvenile.
So the math is completely solid.
Yeah, well then this guy Vineeth, who's a Stanford grad student, I think he's at IBM now, brilliant guy, I just said, hey, can you give us some stuff to put on the dry erase board? And he wrote a thing that's now published that's the mathematical, the most efficient way to jerk off 500 men. And I'm sorry,
and
but
on that note,
it's in the you can look it up. I think it's on Twitter. And boy, yeah, we went deep into that one.
All right, well, give it up one more time for Mike Judge. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, well, that ended on a fun note. You guys know what time it is. You're all leaving. You don't even want to hear what if I had gifts for you? What if everyone was about to get puppies? Just go to lunch. I'll see you. I'll be back around 1:30. I think we're going to start at 1:40, so make sure you get a seat. Thank you.
So whether you're low income,
whether you're in rural Kansas or metro New York.
our model is for every paid membership, we give a membership away.
The way the Thrive Market works is we charge a $60 annual membership fee, kind of like a Costco. So think about a wholesale buying club, only we're online and we're only for healthy, natural, and organic products. So we basically take the Costco membership model with a Whole Foods type catalog, and then we ship those products anywhere in the country. And because of the membership model, we're able to charge wholesale prices that are about 25 to 50% below retail. About half of our membership base is in the Midwest and the Southeast, places that are called health food deserts. Typically no Whole Foods nearby, often no other health food retailers. So we're really targeting those non-consumption markets.
Right now, Thrive is a marketplace for food, but you also want to expand beyond that and be a lifestyle brand. What are you going to do beyond selling food?
So we've actually been investing in being a lifestyle brand from the very beginning, but we're first known as utility to be able to access all this food at wholesale prices online at thrivemarket.com. But we've also invested in recipes, courses, and videos. Our videos today are getting about 20 million views a month. It's DIYs, it's recipe, it's fitness videos, helping people understand the lifestyle and how they can get healthy very easily.
First, we launched only with third-party products. So we were selling the best-selling products from the top brands in the natural and organic space. Now we've actually launched over 60 of our own Thrive Market branded products.
The Thrive branded products, can you get those anywhere else or only exclusively?
It's only on our website, thrivemarket.com, and the way that we approach it is we really look for unique stories in the supply chain. So our coconut oil is all fair trade, ethically sourced. Our olive oil comes straight from a multi-generational farm in Greece, and it's a major part of our business in terms of really delivering a lot of value to our members.
So you started Thrive Market less than 2 years ago. Today you have a pretty robust business. What inspired you to start an organic business when there's already so much competition out there?
Well, we didn't see anybody doing exactly what we're doing in the market, and the mission of the business comes from a very personal place. I grew up very poor with a single mom as a Latino immigrant and saw how hard she worked to make healthy choices. And my stepfather was running a food co-op out of a hippie commune, a little organic farm in Ojai, California. So I got to see firsthand the power of group buying as a way to make food more affordable and build community.
The growth rate has been absolutely breakneck. I mean, when we launched, we were literally fulfilling out of a garage that doubled as our office, and now we have two 350,000 square foot plus fulfillment centers. We're doing over $200,000 of sales every day, and of course a lot more on top of that in membership fees. That said, for us, the goal is to solve the problem that we're out to solve, which is making healthy living affordable and accessible for every American family. If that means going public, great. If it means staying as a profitable private company, that's fine too.
So my name is Travis McIntyre, and I go by Moke, and we're drone racing today. I kind of just stumbled upon drone racing. I'd never been into RC stuff, and my friend had one, and I played with it a little bit and got myself one, and just kind of fell into a hole. I've been flying radio-controlled planes and drones for about 6 years, and I've been racing competitively for almost 2 years now.
I got into drone racing actually when I could no longer ride my motorcycle. I was stuck in bed from medical complications, so a friend told me to go find a hobby. Went to a hobby shop and I found a drone that was like a quarter of the size of this. After a couple months, I built one, started racing them, and it's been a new life passion that I cannot put down.
When we first started with drones about 3 years ago, it was mostly drone combat with larger drones in like a boxing ring kind of environment. But in the last year or so, drone racing has really come into its own and really has started to dominate the hearts and minds of drone pilots.
These are called FPV drones. That stands for first person view. And the way they work is each drone has a camera on board with a video transmitter. That sends the signal wirelessly to FPV goggles. So as a pilot, you wear these goggles and they transmit directly to your eyeballs.
So when you have the goggles on, it's like being in the cockpit of this little teeny tiny drone. And you pretty much have the freedom and get to see what a bird sees, and it's kind of the closest thing to just being able to fly around in the sky.
Well, one of the cool things about this community is a lot of people design their own equipment. Me and my friend actually spent the last few months designing this little drone, the Twitch 109 Community FPV. What's really neat about this is the smallest rig at this race, and it's basically won me a spot at Drone Nationals Racing later this year.
The racetrack is lit up and the drones are lit up, so it's almost like a sci-fi experience or like a Tron race, if you will. We've got 40 of the world's best pilots here, and they're already tearing this track up. It's really exciting.
Racing, to a large extent, is all luck. It's not getting ran into, not having your video go out for some stupid reason, not having something break.
It's exciting, but once we put the goggles on, we're sitting in the cockpit and the rest of the world kind of disappears.
I compete for fun and the sheer thrill of it, and today I've been doing really good. For a lot of people though, they compete for the top place. They like having the thrill of being the #1 pilot. And for a lot of people, they go to these events with friends. So there'll be 2 or 3 buddies that fly together all the time. They'll get together, they'll carpool to different races.
The pilots that race with ASL are really an interesting mix. The demographic is all over the map. Some people are trying to leave their day jobs and become full-time professional drone racers. And so some of our pilots here today are making that transition.
Right now, I guess you could say I'm a semi-professional pilot. I get some money to do some stuff, but right now I have no major sponsors. So it's all me for the most part.
For drone racing to be successful as a sport, we need to gather fans and make them really enjoy watching. So by making the track lit up and making the drones light up, I think it makes a better story for all the spectators to watch and follow.
A year ago was one of the first
thrive under dry conditions. Ultimately, we expect to see it at harvest in the yield results as well. We're announcing 3 things this week. We're announcing that we've closed a $100 million Series C financing. So that comes on top of the $56 million we've raised thus far. We're announcing that we've launched our first product in cotton, which is intended to improve the yield of cotton when grown under water stress. Our second product will be launched in the fall, intended to improve the yield of wheat under water stress conditions. The approach that we're taking to harness nature to improve the health of plants should apply to a whole bunch of stresses. Our initial focus is on water stress, but it should also apply to protecting plants against insects, protecting plants against other infestations, which gives the possibility that over time we'll be able to replace many of the chemistries that are used today. I don't know what that time will be, but I think there is a time in the not too distant future where we'll look back on this period where we spread insecticides and fungicides over hundreds of millions of acres and think, thank God we don't have to do that anymore.
Josh, lay out for me what's going on currently at Hyperloop One.
So we're building all of the stuff that we said we're going to build after the POT test. So the last time we talked was after we had the big splashy sand sled in the desert. And now we're building the rest of the development loop in progress for our Kitty Hawk moment, which will be at the beginning part of next year. And that's where we're going to have the full system. So vacuum, big tube, sled inside, electromagnetic propulsion, and we're going to demonstrate that the whole system works together.
And lay out for me what happened in the Nevada desert, because we were all at Disrupt when that happened.
So when we left the sled test in May, we were testing the propulsion system for the vehicle. So that was just the motor. So if you imagine an electric motor and you cut it down the seam and you unroll it, and we put that along the length of the track, sent some electricity through it, and that got us up to speed. It got us up to about 110 miles an hour in about a little over a second or so.
Yeah, 110 is way less than what you're actually aiming for, though.
Correct. Yeah. So that was really the first stepping stone. That we just build more of that, and we have built more since then. We've basically doubled the length of that track, and so we're testing faster. We're testing more sophisticated tests and a new control system that we're working on.
So when does that all happen?
So that's going to take place beginning of next year. So it's starting construction in a couple weeks here, and then we're just going to continue to build, and it's going to be like a phased build. So we start off short, build longer, build up speed and everything. And as we move up, we get more difficult tests, we go faster, and we test more sophisticated control systems and all this other good stuff.
What are you hoping to find when you do that?
Hopefully nothing. Hopefully it does exactly what we predict it will. And that's the nominal is the engineering word for thank God it worked.
Let me ask you this. I know there's a lot of talk about, building this and making sure the technology works. When are you actually going to be testing on humans?
So we're looking at quite a few different opportunities. So there's the freight, and then there's the passenger case.
Like, when do I get to take a ride?
When do you get to take a ride? So the first couple routes that we're looking at, we're hopeful that as early as, really boots or shovels in the ground, boots on the ground in 2018, 2019, and then really getting into people inside in the 2020. Places where that could really benefit from being able to be in one spot and 20 minutes later being about 200 kilometers away.
Yeah, and you're building it in Moscow as well. Any other places you're planning on building?
I don't think I'm gonna answer that one.
Okay.
I'm gonna steal on that one.
All right, that's fine. Josh, thanks for showing me around the Hyperloop.
Oh, thanks for coming, Sarah.
Yeah, what's coming up next for you?
It's fully integrated system of the Hyperloop, our Kitty Hawk moment, and that'll be starting in a couple weeks here. We'll start construction of that. Columns will be going up, and then tubes to go on top of them pretty shortly after.
Well, great. All right, thanks so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for coming.
In 1895, audiences sat down to watch Arrival of a Train at La Ciotat, an early film that showed a train pulling into a station. Legend has it that when viewers saw the train barreling toward them, they panicked, as they were inexperienced with the new medium. Whether true or not, virtual reality filmmakers are recalling the story with interest. Less than a year after the release of the first modern VR headsets to the public, filmmakers are in the same position as the film industry in the late 1900s.
To say things like, only this kind of storytelling will work, or storytelling won't work, and only this kind of immersive experience will work, I think just does the whole industry, a disservice. We should be encouraging people to have ideas wherever they come, so that we can keep an open mind and really find the real potential for VR. The goal is to find that kind of juice that gives that classical storytelling so much value in theater and cinema and literature, and find a way, how can we put that into a VR experience? I mean, you can describe it, but the experience of actually doing it is really, at least for me, transformative. It's not just an extension of cinema, it's its own brand new medium.
Baobab Studios is one of a handful of production companies ushering in a new era of VR storytelling. The technology is new, as are viewers' expectations. No one knows what type of content will work best, or even what will be possible a few years down the road. VR has the potential to wow audiences with intimate access to people and places once contained to a two-dimensional screen.
Invasion is the story of these super advanced aliens that come to Earth to take over, destroy anybody that tries to get in their way, and the Earthlings amazingly rise up and defeat them. But the Earthlings in our story are not people, they're two little cute white bunnies, and the viewer just happens to be one of those bunnies.
What we really want to experiment with is what is it like to put the audience as a character in the film itself. And then does it become too much of a game, or can we still, you can still be brought along the journey without worrying about who am I, what am I supposed to do? And so having you be a cute little bunny, it made for a perfect story for doing that experiment of putting you in.
The bunny comes to you and looks you straight in the eyes sometimes, and it's something that you would really try to avoid in movies, because you didn't want to feel like you're actually a part of that world. In here, we kind of want to do the opposite. We actually want that connection. I think that's one of the best things about VR, which is actually really unique and special, that you can have that connection with the character.
People are just really charmed by that, and I was really surprised by what an effect it has on the viewer. And the bunny starts to play, and I've even seen people start to play back, and when the bunny then hops, they actually think that they're really engaged in this play with this bunny. And so there's a lot of talk about VR as being sort of this empathy engine, like you automatically get 20% more empathy with VR or whatever it is. And I was kind of skeptical about that, but I think under certain situations, I think that really can be true.
VR tricks our brains into believing what we are seeing is real, and that creates some interesting nuances. One of the most difficult challenges is overcoming the technology itself. In these early days of VR, it's tempting to prey on audiences' emotions, just as Arrival of a Train supposedly did. The emotions you feel in VR are real and raw. There's no longer a screen dividing you from the virtual world. You are there.
People often ask me, as a feature film director, former feature film director, how do you feel about giving up all this control to the viewer? And I just don't look at it that way. I think of it as just a different kind of a job than maybe I had directing something that's cinematic.
So we use animation to make you look in certain areas. We use sounds to make you kind of, rotate your head where the sound is. So it's almost like being a magician and grabbing your attention, hey, look over here, look over there, and making that. I don't want to say that making illusion. It's all about you following the story so you don't get lost.
Her ears perk up and she looks off camera. Virtually everybody is going to look off camera. What's she looking at? And then you have to give the audience something worth looking at, something of interest, something compelling that advances, your narrative.
We are top ranking in the devices that we are on. So that was great validation for us. We had, besides from audiences, because that's the proof in the pudding, like how many people actually decide to watch your thing, but also the fact that these distributors decided to feature us with these launches was awesome for us, and we're really honored.
You know, it's just, there's so much to discover that, you know, I think we're just scratching the surface.
In wanting to do something different with this show, we thought, let's go somewhere we've never gone before with Ringling Brothers. Let's go to outer space. So we thought it would be a great way to create a whole new experience, something that is somewhat familiar in terms of some of the imagery, the sounds, in a whimsical circus space. And it's a really exciting show and a really exciting way for us to start on our new departure with Ringling Brothers.
Well, you know, we are the greatest show on earth, so we have everything that you want for in a circus. We have flying trapeze, there's amazing daredevils, we have a great clown from Italy this year who does all these really funny, cool tricks. Well, the story this year is we have our legendary ringmaster and the star seeker. They're looking for the stars that Queen Tatiana has placed all over the universe. So they're on an adventure, and I'm actually part of the star fleet. So I'm one of the skaters that helps Jonathan go on this adventure to find all of the circus stars.
Changing the performance space changed so many things. It changes the kind of performers that we wanted in the show, the types of performances you see in the show. We have skating, and we didn't want to do, you know, the kind of skating that people think of, the lyrical figure skating. We wanted to do something different. So we went with more of a thrill skating, and we have a lot of acrobatics that actually do incredible circus feats, but they do them on the ice. We knew we wanted to use 3D projection mapping because we now had this beautiful white ice surface that we could project on.
We have 6 big projectors in the grid that basically allow us to transform the floor into anything and anywhere. Previously, you know, you would have needed big, bulky set pieces, you would have needed time for set changes, and now, at the push of a button, we're somewhere entirely new. And I think that's something that this technology has really given us, is just the ability to keep going. The audience is never taken out of the moment.
So I've been with Ringling for 5 years. This is my 5th tour that I've been on. And for me, this is the most exciting show because of the technology. It really does bring a whole new life to the show. It makes it so much cooler. So this year we have the black track system that's just built into our costumes. It's a lighting program, and it's something that we don't even feel, but it's an ability for the lights to find us as we're traveling at high speeds or up in the air or going from the ice to the air. So it's really a unique system that is very accurate.
Previously, we had a spotlight caller. They would see the person, they would tell the spotlight person where they were, tell them when to go, they would turn it on. There was an inevitable delay there, and you know, quite a bit of room for human error, quite a bit of room for inaccuracy. With the spotlight tracking system, you hit people dead on, and it just really adds to the flow of the show. Our spotlight tracking system uses infrared lighting to track the performers. Each performer is equipped with a beacon, which is a small black box. So essentially, the spotlight tracking system takes control of the pan and the tilt effect of the light, telling it where to go, while our lighting console controls the color, the gobo, the effects, telling it what to do. And they work together to follow each performer based on the blinking pattern emitted by their beacon. One of my favorite effects is when Paulo makes his first entrance as the Star Seeker. You can actually see multiple lights. They trail him, and it sort of gives this effect that he's, you know, floating through space.
This show is such a multi-sensory experience. There isn't just one thing that makes it feel like outer space or that makes it feel immersive. It's really everything. So it's from the sounds that you're hearing, the video projection that you're seeing, you know, all of the performers and the costumes and the way that they're dressed, to the special effects of the fog and all those kinds of things. So it's really all of those things working together that I think create this really immersive experience and really transport the audience to outer space.
Instacart's building technology to make their shoppers more efficient, and we're going to go see how it works.
Coming into a Costco, it takes some real time, right? And it's an investment. And we would like to be able to give you that time back. What we're doing is we're watching our shoppers check out of a dedicated Instacart checkout lane. People placing orders for their groceries from Costco, with or without a membership. Instacart shoppers fulfilling those, going through our own lane, and then bringing them to their door. For Costco as our partner to give us our own lane, it effectively means that there's a lot of volume going through the Instacart portal. As a result, they want to get that through as fast as possible, just like we do. So it's nice that we get to have this integration and our shoppers can go through it much more quickly. So we can deliver more orders and get it to our customers faster. We staff it with an Instacart person. We call them a CBT, a cashier, bagger, and tagger. And then our shoppers actually are the ones going through the lane on the other side.
How does a shopper put an order together? Can you walk me through it?
At the beginning, the shopper will acknowledge their order from their app and they start shopping. After a fun shopping time, pay for the order, they're going to push the order back over here to our staging area and our attendants will process the order, shelve them or put them in refrigerator or freezer.
What our customers want is to have an experience that's as good or better than coming to the store. Everything we try to do is in service of that. So one thing we try to do is have you be able to shop from retailers that you really care about. In Costco alone, we have 75 locations around the country, but we also have over 100 other retail stores that we deliver from. And that's chains, Costco, Whole Foods, Publix, and then some local favorites in San Francisco like an Andronico's or a Molly Stone's or a Buy Right. We have a real-time feed of every single item that we have on Instacart. This is millions of items, and real-time of is it available or is it not. So that way a customer can feel like when they're on Instacart that they're actually shopping in the store of what's here or what's not. Well, we have aisle mapping. So we have a map of the store where we can help our shoppers go faster and pick out which items to pick in what order so that they're not going to one side of the store and then the other. And then outside we actually have an area where a driver can come pick up the bag without having to wait. And then we have things like our own parking spaces. And so it's truly these things like that on the integration side that help us make sure that our shoppers can go really fast and be as efficient as possible and deliver an awesome customer experience. What we want to do is skip the checkout lane altogether. So we're building technology now that allows our shoppers to just scan the item and shop straight into the bag and skip the checkout lane altogether, which is another thing that shaves real minutes off the order, allows it to get it to our customers faster, and also helps us reduce the cost of the service. We're going to roll out the bypass checkout in the next 6 months.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Disrupt MC and TechCrunch senior writer, Jordan Crook.
Sup? Thank you, John Schieber and Sam. I hope everybody had a good lunch. How was the food? Good? Good enough. All right, cool. We're all nourished. I'm not going to make any jokes about this next panel because they are the bosses of me. So without any further ado, please welcome to the stage Marnie Walden from Verizon, Tim Armstrong, our AOL CEO, and moderator Anthony Ha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys for joining us. So this is going to be sort of like, there's like kind of this trick to this interview, which is that I'm going to pretend as if both of you couldn't fire me if you didn't like the question. So we're just going to pretend that's not the case. Could get awkward. So there's a bunch of things I want to address. I think the sort of newsiest and biggest one is obviously Verizon is acquiring Yahoo. Tim, you and I spoke about that when that was announced, and you said it's an auction process, so we really haven't figured anything out. It's been a few months since then, so where are you guys at?
Well, first, it's great to be at TechCrunch and another sold-out show, so congratulations, you guys. I'd say, basically, we're just starting the process. So the summer, the auction closed, and then a lot of people were away in August. So we're with Marissa and her team. Basically, there's about 20, 21 work streams we're going through, and my guess is by the time we get through the early fall, we'll have kind of more of the strategy wired down, and then we're going to do the overall premise is to do strategy, structure, and then how do we basically finance the future growth overall. So we're kind of in the strategy phase now. Then we'll get to structure, then we'll get to basically investment thesis areas overall. So, we're still on a time frame of Q1, probably for the close of it, and we've been really impressed with the whole Yahoo team and been spending a lot of time there, and all our teams have been integrated to spend time together. So there's no operating, it's all planning, but things are on track, and I think there's enthusiasm on both sides internally.
So I think the way a lot of people have written about the deal is the idea that basically the two of you were kind of instrumental in making it happen. Who was it initially who said, we should acquire Yahoo?
Well, maybe to step back when we did the AOL deal. So that began with Verizon just looking at a number of assets, some conversations between Lowell and Tim and I, saying if we put these things together, we think we could make it meaningful. But at that point, we also knew that we would need to do other things to get more audience, if you will, to the platform. And so we spent a lot of time looking at alternatives. Yahoo was one of those. And ultimately, I think the teams between Tim and teams at Verizon came together and said, this makes sense for us to go after this asset and put it together with AOL.
So I know, Tim, you said that it's sort of strategy first, which is sort of where you are, and like a lot of the details are still going to be figured out down the road. But if I were an employee at Yahoo or AOL, how worried should I be about my job?
Well, I think, Anthony, if you guys keep selling out events, it should be okay. But the bottom line is, that AOL's kind of been focused on three main areas, which has been the media business, building robust data sets, and then platforms overall. Yahoo has a similar type focus. There are differences there. So as we go through that, figuring out where we're going to end up as a business together is important. And I think that the most important thing we can do is, with the scale size company that we have combined, it would be ideal if at some point in the near future we're profitable and growing and investing in really robust technology and things around content. So I think from a jobs standpoint, that's why we started with strategy, because I think getting right into structure, I don't think Verizon would have done the deal if this was a cost structure only deal. And I think there are synergies, there will be synergies, and I'm sure there will be some job changes. but that's not what this deal has been about. The deal has been about how do you build a company for the future and take a bold strategy, aggressively focus on it, and try to move as fast as we possibly can to get to the outcome that will benefit everybody from growth.
So Marty, I do want to get in a second to maybe talk a little bit about Verizon's broader strategy here, but one more question on Yahoo is that one of the things that I think you alluded to and that Tim has mentioned as well is sort of what Yahoo brings to the table is to reach, is reaching all these different consumers. I think that sometimes there's a sense that maybe Yahoo isn't like growing its reach, isn't reaching the right consumers. Is that a concern?
Look, I think we needed to get into the billions. We talk about that in terms of eyeballs, and Yahoo certainly does that for us. But just like with any of our businesses, we need to continue to go after audiences, whether those are millennials. Global is a big initiative for Verizon, so Yahoo does some of that for us. AOL obviously does that, but we need to continue to look for ways to grow those. Verizon's made a couple of investments that both Tim and I work closely with in terms of Complex Media and Awesomeness TV. We're doing some of our own content and channels, and so those will all be ways that we try and go after multiple audiences so that we've got a reach across all of the growing businesses.
So, I mean, I think the way that a lot of people talk about the idea of Verizon acquiring AOL, acquiring Yahoo, just doing a lot of this sort of video advertising is this idea that as a carrier, you don't want to just be a dumb pipe, and so you're like frantically trying to get into another business.
We do not want to be a dumb pipe. Right.
I mean, how much of that is sort of essentially what the strategy is?
Well, so maybe to step back a bit. So a little over 2 years ago, I was asked to take on this new assignment. The role didn't really exist, but it was to really look at driving revenue for the future of Verizon. And so we took a look at all of the assets that were, we'd assemble at Verizon, we looked at our strength, and we said, look, we've been known as a network company, and we're proud of that, by the way. We think we've built one of the very best networks out there. That will be the foundation of our success, but we also said we wanted to be a platform company and a services company. Our lead in mobile certainly allows us to play in that space, so we are trying to take advantage of that. We've got really, 2 or 3 key focus areas. One is the business that Tim runs for us. We've also made some pretty significant investments in the IoT space. So recently we just announced the acquisition of 2 fleet companies, which expands our fleet business, not only domestically but globally. One is closed, one we're still waiting for that one to close, would expect that to happen in fourth quarter. And then just this morning we announced the acquisition of a company called Sensity, which has a head start in some of the smart community work. So we're super proud about that, but it is about monetizing above the network. When we have the network business, that's great, but we also believe that we have the right to play in the platform space and services as well.
Great. Well, maybe, Leah, let's take a minute and talk about the Internet of Things, because that's always fun and sexy. Why I mean, maybe in general, like, what is it that, like, Verizon, what is it that made them, or you, interested in that just as a general area of business?
Yeah, so Internet of Things is actually a space that Verizon has been in for quite some time. We have had relationships with automobile companies, OEMs, if you will, for many, many years, had the original General Motors business with OnStar. And so that part, the connectivity part, has been something that we've done for quite some time. Last year, we announced a platform called ThingSpace, which allows application developers to come and write applications on top of that. And then we also have some of our own branded services. We've released some financial numbers around this in our quarterly earnings, so we're doing roughly $200 million a quarter, and it's growing at 20%, and so it's a place that we naturally, with our distribution, with our networks, with the investments we've made in platforms and services, think that we can scale. And that, again, is not only a domestic business, that's a global business. We do business with the car relationships in China, in Europe, Japan, so all of those are places that we continue to expand and delivering some decent results on too.
And I would imagine for a company the size of Verizon, I mean, a couple $100 million in revenue per quarter is good, but really the excitement is around the potential for growth.
We like the numbers that have billions, yep. Yep.
And then last thing on that is you mentioned you acquired a company called Sensity, is that right?
Yes.
What was the rationale behind that acquisition?
So it's a company that has a lead in taking LED lighting, essentially, and using that for nodes inside cities. And so they have relationships, over 40 relationships across the U.S. where they're doing smart community work. And it just filled a space for us, not only from a talent perspective. The CEO is very, very talented and has a lot of headway in the space. So it not only accelerates our time to market, but gets us into some existing relationships and a technology that helps complete some of our work.
So the Yahoo acquisition didn't sort of take all your appetite for acquiring startups. It looks like that is going to continue.
Yeah, we're doing many. The charter I have, if you will, is to stand up several businesses that can generate or have the potential to generate billions of dollars of revenue for Verizon in the future. And so certainly the business that Tim is running is one of those, and Yahoo was a big piece of that. But also Tim did investments with Millennial Media and partnerships with Microsoft. But IoT is a space that we're very active in as well. So both of those are getting some of my attention these days.
So Tim, I mean, it's been about a year plus since the Verizon acquisition closed. How has AOL changed in that time? How has it sort of slid into the sort of broader Verizon technology and organization?
Well, you're there every day. What do you think?
Yeah, but we're behind the janitor's closet. No one talks to us. We just kind of sit there and don't, just blog.
I think first of all, it's gone, very well. The theory behind the Verizon deal was basically the combination of the two companies would help build essentially what was one of the largest mobile empowered media technology companies in the world. Since then, we did the Millennial deal, we did the Microsoft deal. We've done a significant amount of investing in video. We're about to open up a studio in New York City on the street, first internet-level street studio for AOL Build overall. And then, most importantly, I think we set out, when we did the deal with Verizon, we had a set of goals at AOL that we were striving to as a public company. And then once we did the Verizon deal, we redid those goals, and those goals have been a significant driver of what we've done. So I think if you went back 15 months, and said, is AOL and Verizon going to be in a position where they're one of the largest consumer companies, one of the largest mobile companies, one of the largest video companies? I think you'd say, well, maybe if they work really hard. And today you wake up 15 months later and you say, look, they have all the assets in a portfolio, and if we do a good job working on those assets over the next few years, I think we can build one of the most substantial companies on the planet. And second of all is, we did all of those deals, if you average them together, at one-time revenue. So while you see massive valuations happening, especially during that time frame we're doing the deals, from a financial standpoint, we're probably the only company in the world that's aggregated assets together that gets you to over 1 billion consumers and done it at one-time revenue. So, there's always noise around what we do, but if you look at the kind of hardcore facts and the financial facts, and the fact that when AOL was a standalone company, we were able to beat the S&P 500 for the 5 or 6 years we were public. That is something I think that we take a lot of rigor in the strategy, and we take a lot of rigor in making sure that the company will be healthy, in the future. And we're really, I think people are generally pretty excited about where the future is. So looking back at the Verizon deal, hard to say it hasn't been a success. It feels like it's been a success. We have a lot of work to do, but it feels like it's been a success.
One of the other things, too, just about Verizon is we realized when we were setting up my organization and we wanted to put the new businesses in it, we did establish some independence so that Tim has the ability to go run his business, get the good stuff from Verizon, but maybe not some of the stuff that might slow him down. We do the same thing with our fleet business and our telematics business. So important that you recognize, how do you protect the cultures and the structure to make sure that you've got the room to run at the pace you want to run at.
It does seem like, so one of the ways that Verizon and AOL are trying to work together is on the advertising side, which I think presents a lot of opportunity, but also risks in terms of privacy and maybe inappropriately using some of the data you have on the Verizon side on the ad targeting side. I mean, can you just talk a little bit about what you guys are doing to protect privacy?
Yeah, so we've been very transparent about this. So we've got an opt-in process with clear disclosure to customers, and we're working through how do we, get those opt-ins so that customers know exactly what we're doing. So, that's one of the rules, certainly with the Verizon side, is that we need to make sure we protect that from a brand perspective, and then what we've held up with our customers. We do have aggregated anonymous data that we can utilize, but any of the targeted stuff, we absolutely follow the opt-in process.
Right. So anonymized, you don't necessarily opt into, but anything that's sort of targeted or personalized.
Anonymized is opt-out. Targeted, you have to opt into. Yeah.
Okay. And then the opt-in, when does that actually appear?
So we do it in a number of ways. Today, it's done through a program called Verizon Selects, which is a loyalty program. So if you sign up for it, you opt into that. We look at a number of other things that have not yet hit the market, but thinking about how we can give good value exchange for customers, allowing us to use that, and clearly disclosing it. So, but the Selects process is the biggest way we do it today.
So another aspect of Verizon moving into digital is this video app, Go90. So this may be a little cruel, but let's see. How many people in the audience have watched videos on the Go90 app? All right, we've got some hands, not a ton.
Well, first of all of you that work for TechCrunch, you should have raised your hands.
Okay,
Did
so
you raise your hand?
Oh yeah,
Okay,
yes, definitely. A handful of people in the TechCrunch section have raised their hands. I mean, how in general? I mean, I realize for something that is fairly ambitious, it's early on, but I mean, how is that going overall?
Yeah, so here's what I would say. We have learned a lot. We've been experimenting with content, so we've found some things that work extremely well. Live sports, live music, concerts work really well. We had record numbers of viewers for not only the Super Bowl, some of the NBA content, certainly Mexican soccer, and we also have Premier European League. Some of the originals that we've done with ATV, targeted for 12 to 24-year-old girls, skewing younger than that, has done very well. Some of the other content has not done as well. So I think we're learning. We've learned about the platform as well, and we've recently moved that to the AOL tech stack, and we're adding some additional features. So I would tell you I'm encouraged by engagement. I think we've learned a lot about content. You're going to see us continue to work that model and to get it right. The other thing that we did with the Runner, which was an original that we did. It was the first time we took content and moved it, not only in the Go90 app, but we took it across the digital platform of AOL. And that's really what you'll see more of as we think about content. We'll take it across the Go90 app, but we'll leverage content across all of the Verizon and AOL and soon to be Yahoo assets. So you'll see that content flowing on digital properties. You'll see it flowing on Fios, which is our offering on the East Coast, no longer on the West Coast. And then as we move into the world of 5G, you'll also see that content show up there. So, I feel encouraged. I think, again, learned a lot, things that we would do differently. But with any new product, I think you're going to have that learning curve. I think what's interesting, particularly for Verizon, is when Verizon does something typically around its networks or its wireless business, you don't see us go out and test things. And so this is a little bit different for us. And I think you'll see us be successful, but we've got some things that we want to change as we move forward.
So when you talk about this idea of like taking the content and moving it across all the different properties, do you think that Go90 is necessarily central to Verizon's video strategy going forward, or could you see that? I mean, the exact mix of properties could, you're not necessarily wedded to any of it.
Go90 is a piece of that. So what we like about Go90 is it hits a mobile audience. Obviously, we have strength there, but we also have most of that content showing up on any network, so it's not just Verizon network. So it's a piece of the strategy, but it's not the entire strategy.
So one thing I did want to get to was that, Tim, I think last week there was a two-part Vanity Fair piece, which was about Arianna Huffington leaving the Huffington Post, and the implication was basically that you weren't necessarily happy with her performance, and she'd been kind of pushed out. Is there any truth to that?
So I think, first, that the Arianna Huffington as a person and as a leader, I think, I did her going away party last Wednesday night, and I'll say the same thing here that I said at that party, which was, she is somebody who's a world-class talent, world-class hard worker, and really put herself out there as an entrepreneur to do something that was really differentiated, and I think helped change the way that online news and information got done. And when we acquired the Huffington Post, it had 20 to 30 million users. The day she left, it was 170 million to 200, over 200 million users. So I think that almost any metric, it was US only, it's now in 15, going into 16 countries overall. Almost any metric you look at it from where we bought it to when Ariana left has been a huge success. I have a close personal relationship with Ariana and her family, her daughters, her sister. And I think that I didn't read the Vanity Fair article, but my guess is, there's people in the media business love the drama, and it's not show friends, it's show business. And our business with Huffington Post has done really well. It's a huge group of talented people, and I think we are going to aggressively pursue trying to become the #1 news provider in the world. And I think that the Yahoo News people are really talented, also. So I think the combination of what we've put together, Ariana's original vision to where the Huffington Post is today to where it's going to go, we're in a very, very good position for global news, and we're going to attack that space aggressively.
So we're almost out of time, but one last thing I wanted to ask about was, I think one of the things, Tim, you've talked about is this idea of turning AOL/Verizon, soon to be /Yahoo, into one of the top tier digital media companies, internet companies. I think that on almost any measure, and certainly in terms of advertising, right, Google and Facebook just take up the vast majority of the pie. So, I mean, how do we get from where we are now to actually being in that top tier? I mean, do you really think that's possible?
Yeah, so I'll just do this briefly. I had our executive team over at my house last week for 2 days, and we had some SEAL Team 6 members over, and we built a map, basically, of the whole internet space. And I'm a huge reader of history and military history, and I firmly believe that we're going to win if we have the high ground in certain areas. And I think that there's 2 strategies I know that won't work. One is the anything but Google and anything but Facebook strategy. That's not a strategy that works. And the second is being a follower of Facebook and Google. And I think that the way we differentiated at AOL, when nobody liked content, we bought that TechCrunch and the Huffington Post. Before people got into video, we got heavily into video. I think you'll see us make those type of moves. And then we're going to work with the Yahoo team to do the global strategy, and Marnie and team at Verizon. But I would leave TechCrunch listening to our talk thinking that we're thinking deeply about not about Google and Facebook, but about doing things for clients. And if social is Facebook and Google is search, our company's going to be brand. And that could be the brand you wake up into the morning. It could be Yahoo. It could be the brand that you look at in the tech space. It could be TechCrunch. Or it could be the best brand advertising platform in the world, which might be AOL One or one of the Yahoo platforms. So I think we're not planning on competing with Facebook and Google. We're probably the only company in the internet space that partners with everyone. We partner with Apple, Amazon, Google, Facebook, Samsung. We're partners with everybody because we can win with partnerships, and our strategy is differentiated enough to do that. So I'm not worried about Facebook and Google. I'm worried about what we're doing together, and that's kind of what we're focused on.
Cool. I think that's a great note to end on. Thanks again.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Startup Battlefield is our launch competition that takes place at the Disrupt conference. We focus on seed stage companies launching for the first time to the public. Companies across all verticals can participate in the Battlefield. It's the best and brightest of what's coming up in the startup world. We're out to surprise the audience and bring them new content that they've never seen before. We have had an agriculture technology company win in the past year. We've had a water purification company win. We've also had mobile search and software win. Since the Battlefield started back in 2007, we've had over 500 companies participate. Collectively, they've raised over $6 billion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Battlefield host and TechCrunch senior writer, Anthony Ha.
Yeah, he's right here. Hello again, it's me. I promise that in the next 2 days you won't see me on stage as much. But anyway, I am super excited to be here because I am going to kick off the main event, the Startup Battlefield. Here is how it's going to work. Today we're going to see 14 startups plus a wild card, and they're going to launch on this stage right here. These companies were selected from hundreds of applications submitted to TechCrunch from around the world. Each company will have exactly 6 minutes. It's kind of my job to be a dick about the timing, to present their product on stage. And then we'll have another 6 minutes of rapid-fire Q&A with our panel of expert judges who will ask about the product, the demo, the business model, marketing and distribution plans, pretty much anything they can think of before their time is up. You'll probably notice that some of the companies aren't incredibly similar, so you might wonder, how can we possibly judge them against each other? Part of the answer is just because we think it's fun. But the other is that the big question for the judges is which company could potentially become a big business. This involves factors like solving a real problem, having a viable and defensible solution, market readiness, the size of the opportunity, and of course, the team that we're going to meet on stage. Sorry, my iPad's getting a little funny. Let me just scroll back up here. I had such a great script, and now it's just disappearing. But what is happening? Sorry. Can somebody just bring me my laptop, maybe? Anyway, I think I basically got the rules right. I'm so sorry. This is really embarrassing. OK, great. Sorry, let's reset. That technical error did not happen. Let's all agree that I just presented incredibly smoothly, and we'll just forget that happened. So the judges are going to work with the TechCrunch editors to select the finalists, who will be announced. Thank you, Jordan. Jordan is just so great to me. Do you know she sang Happy Birthday to me from stage once? She's the best. The judges will help the TechCrunch editors select the finalists, who will be announced on Tuesday night. So keep checking the site, keep refreshing frantically. And then on Wednesday afternoon, those finalists will face new judges with new questions. And last thing is, what are they competing for? Partly the adoration of everyone in this room. So please cheer loudly. A lot of them have never been on this, on stage before. Just like make them feel loved, make them feel like they did a good job, even if they didn't. And they're also competing for real cash. The Startup Battlefield winner will take home a $50,000 prize, and they'll get to hold on to the Battlefield Cup until our next Disrupt. All right, I'm done talking. Hopefully there won't be any more technical problems. Let's bring out our judges. First, we have Anjula Acharya, who is an entrepreneur, philanthropist, pop culture enthusiast, and angel investor in ClassPass. As a partner at Trinity Ventures, Anjula works to transform portfolio companies into truly global brands, as well as work to further Trinity's campaign for greater diversity in tech. Yeah! Next up, we have Rob Hayes, a partner at First Round, where he's led investments in Uber, Square, Mint.com, Nip, and Planet Labs. Before joining First Round, he was Omidyar Network's first venture investor and eventually led all of their technology investing. Next, we have Peter Pham, who is a co-founder at Science, a 4-year-old technology studio that helps incubate companies, co-building them alongside their CEOs. All right, we're going to just go back to the laptop now. There are like 10 different copies of this. Why is this happening? Sorry. Let's do that. Great. Sorry about that. OK, Peter Pham again. He's the co-founder at Science, 4-year-old technology studio that helps incubate companies, co-building alongside their CEOs with recent companies like Dollar Shave Club, which sold to Unilever for $1 billion, and leading marketplaces like Dog Vacay. He's also helped his portfolio raise over $350 million in that time. Next, we have Sarah Tavel. She's a partner at Greylock Partners. Sarah joined Greylock as an investment partner in 2015. Before that, she was the product lead for search, recommendations, machine vision, and pin quality at Pinterest. And our final judge is Monique Woodward. She's a venture partner at 500 Startups, where she invests in early-stage startups and leads a $25 million microfund that invests in Black and Latino founders in growing markets. As the co-founder of Black Founders, Monique created an organization for tech entrepreneurs and has provided support for startups around business strategy, marketing, and fundraising. One more round of applause for our judges. All right, so it is time for the first startup to come out. That startup is Razer, and presenting for Razer are Nissan Laria and Matt Nowicki. All right, let's welcome these guys to the stage. Come on.
Hi, I'm Nissan Laria, co-founder of Razer. At Razer, we like to make things. We all met at the University of Pennsylvania, where we led an engineering club, building custom race cars each year.
Nice.
Now, there's a lot that goes into making one of these cars, but I want to talk to you about this, a simple metal bracket. Looks boring, but it actually gets welded to the frame of the car and holds a critical component in place. Now, even though this part may look simple, the process of making it is actually quite involved. You've got to trace out the shape on a sheet of metal, drill the hole, bandsaw or grind the outer profile, and then smooth out the edges with a sander or a file. The whole process could take a few hours, and we had to make dozens of these things. Now, you might say, hold on, it's 2016, we have digital designs, surely there's a device that'll cut this part out for me. It turns out it's not so simple. Let's take a look at the types of digital tools that are available for under $5,000. There are hobby laser cutters, but they only cut soft materials like wood and plastic. 3D printers are great for complex shapes, but again, only in plastic. Desktop CNC machines can cut some soft metals, but the process is tedious and requires lots of skill. If you want to cut something hard and flat, you pretty much have to do it by hand. And that's what we're solving with Razer. It's a digital tool that uses water to cut through any material. Razer is the first desktop water jet cutter. It cuts any material. It cuts with digital precision. It's far more accurate than cutting by hand. It's compact and contained, which makes it clean, safe, and quiet to use. And it's the result of a ground-up redesign of water cutting technology, with 4 separate patents pending. Now available for under $4,000. I want to show you this thing in action. Please switch to the demo. We've got Razer all set up. Hopefully you can see inside. We're going to be cutting out a sheet of glass. We've loaded our digital design, and all we've got to do is press cut and walk away. Razer cuts the part out automatically. We're cutting an intricate shape in glass that you literally cannot cut any other way. Glass is one of the most fragile and hardest materials to cut. Please switch back to the slides. Razer cuts through any material. It cuts through aluminum. It cuts through stone. It cuts through ceramic tile. It cuts through carbon fiber, cool. Even high-end blade steel. The only thing we haven't tried yet is Wolverine's adamantium claws. So how does this technology work? Water-based cutting has been around for decades on the industrial scale. Machines look like this. They cost over $100,000. Fundamentally, we pressurize water. We combine it with abrasive sand-like particles at high velocity. It's the same erosion process of a river carving a valley over millennia. We just do it in a matter of seconds. The parts, I would have shown parts of the machine cutting out all those tabs. It would have taken 3 days to cut by hand. Now I can send my digital design to our device, press cut, and walk away. In 3 hours, the job would be done. Do we have the slides? So who needs Razer? Because Razer is so versatile in what it can cut, it's needed by lots of different types of makers, and we've partnered with a number of professionals, and we've cut amazing things over the last few months. Whether it's a jeweler designing a necklace, or an artisan creating a custom knife blade, a homeowner redoing the bathroom, or a hobbyist creating a custom bicycle part.
That's cool.
The local makerspace can now offer cutting in more materials like steel and glass, and high school students will build better robots. We've got a great tool. It cuts through so many materials. We've got a great team of engineers, and we're really excited to be bringing this amazing technology to workshops everywhere. We can't wait to see all the incredible things that people make with it. Please switch back to the demo. I think we should be done with the cut by now. In under 3 minutes, we cut out this intricate piece of glass that you literally could not have cut it any other way. Please switch back to the slides. We just launched on Kickstarter this morning. We are overwhelmed and humbled by the support. In just a few hours, we raised $350,000 in pre-sales. Please check us out. Support our campaign at Razer.com. Thank you.
All right, nice work, Razer. All right, judges, is anyone going to back this Kickstarter campaign? You know, I'm excited.
That's big.
But yeah, questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question. You said it's water and sand. What's the cost to refill? Is it any type of sand? You sell them the sand? What's the?
Yeah, it's special type of sand that's used in water jet industry. It's a commodity. We'll be supplying it on our website. We'll also be available. You can use third-party sand as well.
It's cheap, I mean?
It's a commodity, and it costs about 20 to 30 cents a pound in high volumes, and we'll be distributing in low volumes for small customers as well.
And who's like the target customer for you right now? Like, where do you had a great Kickstarter. Where do you go after that?
So we're starting with the pre-launch crowdfunding campaign on Kickstarter. So we're focusing on early adopters, hobbyists, makers, prosumers. Once we have machines in stock, we'll also be transitioning to small businesses, engineering and design companies, maker spaces, institutions, schools. It's a big market. We cut a lot of material, so it's really useful across industries.
So for the weekend hobbyist and kind of weekend maker, it sounds like the $4,000 price point is still really high unless you're an early adopter and really into this. How are you thinking about lowering that price point over time? And what's your method to get there? And where do you think the price point will eventually land?
Yeah, this is first generation technology. There's nothing like this anywhere close to our price point. So we definitely do want to get lower than that. But at $4,000 for early adopters, it's a great place to start.
So first of all, I think it was pretty badass how you kept going when you lost the slides. That was really good. I like to think about like integration in existing environments. I mean, I assume you've taken like standard CAD formats and things like that. And I mean, how do you get like the design into the machine? And then also, what are the inputs that you need? I mean, sand and water, but do you actually have to be hooked into plumbing, or are you filling a jug somewhere? How hard is it to get this integrated into my workshop?
Yeah, so you have to be connected to a water source, but once you connect it and a drain source, you never have to touch it again. So it's really a one-time setup. And we'll be providing a very easy way for people to do that, with a variety of water setups. On the software side, you start out with standard drawing files. There's a couple formats that are very common, and then you import that into our software, and there's just a couple of steps that you have to go through to go from design to cutting on our machine.
Jewel, it looked like you had a question.
Yeah, what's your customer acquisition strategy? Like, how are you going to build the business? How are you going to attract people to it? How are you going to sell the product?
Yeah, so we started with crowdfunding, which is great for this type of product. Once we have units in stock, we'll be able to be offering direct sales through our website. We also can partner with machine tool distributors to try to get this technology available all over the world.
Okay. So over time, what sometimes happens in hardware is that it's the hardware itself gets commoditized, and it's more about going up the stack and trying to become more of a platform. Do you guys think about that? Do you have a strategy around almost commoditizing your own hardware? Is that something you think about?
Yeah, there's definitely opportunity for that. Us being the first affordable, accessible water jet cutter. We have an opportunity to build a brand and a community around that and be the go-to solution for low-cost water jet cutting. And if parts of the machine or technology get commoditized, there could still be an opportunity for us to add value and have a community, have a forum where people go to us to learn how to access this technology.
Margin. How much? What's the cost of goods?
So I can't tell you the exact cost of goods, but
Do you make money on it?
Yeah, we're making money on the hardware for sure. Big water jets, they're $100,000 to $1 million machines. They rely on specialty equipment. We've scaled it down, made a technology that's much more accessible to a broader audience.
Any range? 10%, 50%? No.
Rather not say, but
like hand gestures or something, like numbers, like
yeah. So we're making money on the machines for sure, no question about that. We also have opportunity to develop software to offer additional accessories.
I'll save you. So when do you think you'll actually hit the market with the product?
I'm sorry?
When do you think you'll actually get the product in people's homes? Like, what's the timeline towards actually manufacturing?
We'll be shipping in the fall of next year.
Okay.
One of the things that I assume if your competitors have $100,000 machines, there's not as many out there as you expect there will be of this machine. And so one of the exciting opportunities is that you can kind of grow the market for how this product is used. But that also involves like an education component, like helping people understand now there's this product out there that they never understood. How do you get that? How do you explain that to people? And how do you get people understanding how they can use it for uses in ways that they never thought that they could?
Yeah, and that's why we have partnered with a number of professionals. So for instance, in our video on Kickstarter and on the page, we're showing a jeweler cutting a necklace, an artisan creating a knife blade, doing a tile mosaic, a piece of custom glass. So we have a variety of examples that we're showing of things that we're aware of you couldn't cut in any other way, or it would have taken a lot of time using hand tools. So we're trying to communicate that this is a machine that can cut through any material, and that's really an advantage. There's no other digital tool like that that's available to individuals.
All right, we are out of time, so just give it up for Razer.
Yeah, I can see it.
All right. Next up, we have Everly Well. Presenting for Everly Well, we have Julia Cheek and Murdoch Kalegi. All right, please welcome to the stage.
All right. Let's see if we can.
All right, you guys have 6 minutes. Go for it.
Hi, I'm Julia Cheek, and this is Dr. Murdoch Kalegi. We are transforming the consumer lab testing experience with Everly Well. I'm normally a really energetic person, and about a year ago, I suffered from chronic fatigue and a ton of other symptoms. I spent a lot of time in rooms like this, going to a lot of appointments, and I wasted a lot of money on testing, $2,000 out of pocket. And I thought there had to be a better way than just getting lab results that look like this. I spent weeks Googling this information and couldn't figure anything out. It ended up being a minor adrenal gland imbalance, nothing major. The broken healthcare industry and rising out-of-pocket costs are forcing consumers to have to be more proactive about their health decisions. Deductibles have increased 70% in just the last 6 years. These forces have given rise to a $250 billion consumer-driven home health industry, largely characterized by telemedicine, genetic testing, and wearable activity trackers. However, the consumer lab testing experience remains virtually untouched. And that is why we created Everly Well. Everly Well provides convenient, at-home health tests with results you can actually understand. Let me show you how it works. Meet Amanda. Amanda's profile is based on several of our early customers. She is a busy mom of 3 and is suffering from chronic fatigue and aches. She doesn't have time for appointments, and she heard about Everlywell and decides to check it out. Let's switch to the demo. Let me switch to the demo. Amanda navigates to our test menu page. We have 8 test kits available that all measure key, well-studied lab markers using blood, saliva, or urine, all collected at home. We offer kits like women's fertility or food sensitivity, and we have the ability to scale to over 100 tests. I could speak at length here on regulatory compliance, but I will say this. We are compliant in the 46 states where we operate with direct-to-consumer testing regulations, and all of our labs are fully CLIA certified and have conducted thousands and thousands of tests. These tests are third-party validated to be as accurate as any test your doctor orders. Amanda decides to order our food sensitivity panel and our sleep and stress test. When her kit arrives, let's switch to the camera. When her kit arrives, she follows the easy-to-follow, step-by-step instructions. And then she collects her sample for the sleep and stress kit, which is saliva. She sends her kit off in the mail, and in 5 business days, she logs into her Everlywell account, and she's alerted her results are ready. Let's switch back to the demo. When her results, can we switch back to the demo? Thank you. Other laptop. Thank you. Not our computer. Sorry.
Are we
Great.
looking for the right computer?
OK, so it's up here. So when she logs into her dashboard and she clicks on her food sensitivity results, she's able to see very quickly, she can filter by reactivity, and she notices immediately that she's highly reactive to cow's milk and egg yolk. She clicks on cow's milk and learns more about her reactivity and a suggested trial elimination plan. She can also share her results with anyone that she chooses, socially, on email, or print them for her physician. She then switches to her sleep and stress results. She notices immediately that her cortisol levels, instead of decreasing throughout the day, actually increase. She's able to use the evidence-based information provided by Everlywell to eliminate caffeine, change her exercise habits to the morning, and cut all of her screen time at night. She actually retests 90 days later. She's feeling much better, and her cortisol levels have normalized. Let's switch back to the slides, please. The consumer experience, which you just saw, is very simple. On the back end, Everlywell has built a custom platform where when Amanda places her order, she actually has her lab requisition authorized by a board-certified physician, and then we fulfill that kit and manage logistics among 4 partner labs and thousands of customers. We also translate unstandardized HL7 data into the results that you saw here today. We sell our kits online from $79 to $399. That may seem high out of context, but it's actually less than most out-of-pocket pricing and usually less than insurance as well. We have telemedicine and corporate wellness partnerships in the works to be able to expand our distribution. Everlywell is based in Austin, Texas, and we launched in beta in May. We have customers in 45 states and 1,500 beta customers, 15% of which are purchasing multiple kits. 10% of everyone referred to our platform by a current customer buys a test. We are really proud of our early beta traction, but our vision is much larger. In the same way that consumer-ordered pregnancy tests, HIV, and DNA tests have gone from non-existent to ubiquitous, so too should health and wellness testing. And Everlywell is here to change that. Your test, on your time, and on your terms. We're excited to announce our public launch here today. Visit everlywell.com/disrupt. Thank you.
Great work, Everlywell. Judges, please take it away.
So one of the challenges with consumer-facing healthcare is that consumers don't want to think about healthcare. So what are you putting in place to get beyond that consumer barrier to just not wanting to think about their own healthcare and just kind of leaving it up to medical professionals?
Sure. We believe we've demonstrated that that behavior is changing. I think that with the addition of 23andMe test kits and wearable technologies, that people are becoming more willing and more proactive to measure these markers. All of our health and wellness test kits measure data that you're superficially tracking anyway if you are using a sleep tracker, a fitness tracker, et cetera. And we're trying to get to that next level to really inform your lifestyle changes. So we, I think with our early traction, the way that we're going to the consumer, which is largely on Facebook through brand advertising, social media, and AdWords, have been pretty successful in changing that path.
So I'll take the opposite side of that question, which is I've got a family of hypochondriacs that spend like all day on Dr. Google,
sure,
like explaining to me what illnesses they have, and then they go to the doctor, and the doctor's like, please stop going to Dr. Google. This is the worst thing in the world, right? And they're going to love this because they're going to go get every test, and it's going to tell them all these wonderful things, and then they're going to go to the doctor, and the doctor's going to want to take a Xanax. So how do you integrate with existing healthcare and make sure that people aren't, getting tests that they don't need or misreading results or creating issues that they don't need?
Answer that.
Sure. First of all, we always encourage our users to share their results with their primary caregiver. In general, what I have found as a practicing physician is my patients are already increasingly bringing me their own health information, whether it be their activity tracking, sleep tracking, and more recently, genetic information. What we're trying to do is increase the quality and quality and depth of that information by offering tests that really can't do any harm. No one ever got hurt by getting their cholesterol checked. There's only benefit to the user. And so that's where we've really curated our tests around.
And then quickly, how do you take your blood at home?
It's capillary blood testing using a finger prick lancet. All of the markers that are the blood analyzed markers have been well validated to be accurate for that form of blood testing.
And is there a path towards getting reimbursement from the insurers with this direct-to-consumer model?
There is. We are working on it right now. We are establishing first out-of-pocket, out-of-network contracts, and then from there we'll work over the next 6 to 12 months to actually establish individual contracts with the providers. Some insurance companies already cover the product because it is physician authorized. However, it is individual on a case-by-case basis. So today we work to educate our consumers on what their cost will be with their insurance plan or without, and in the future we should be able to have coverage.
I actually love this. I'm seeing more and more people in the UK actually going out there and doing their own tests, and especially around the food allergies. But what I'm curious about is how do you, as with any company, you have to build your brand and be credible. So I think a lot of people are going to question your labs, question, how credible your company is. How do you demonstrate, how do you show that?
The quality of the labs?
Yeah, how do you communicate to a customer that this is, legitimate, this is credible, that labs are accurate, because, people have lots of issues with labs, how do you communicate that?
Well, fortunately, there are dozens of well-validated labs around the country that do specialized testing using dried blood spots, saliva, urine, and of course more technologies in development. And all of these labs, their current customers are physicians.
Sure.
And so we're able to communicate. We share the validation data. We share both the internal and third-party proficiency and validation testing data. And so if a consumer inquires about that, we're very open and transparent with our lab information and our partnerships, and so it is just something that we handle on a case-by-case basis.
But I meant more in terms of attracting people. So I've actually been looking into this because I think I have a gazillion food allergies, unlike your family. But the question for me would be, how do I know that the labs that you're using are the best labs? That's the question that I have. How do you communicate that?
As Julia was mentioning, we're fortunate to work with labs that are already well established, that have conducted hundreds of thousands to millions of tests ordered by physicians. So physicians already have a lot of credibility. What's another huge advantage of these labs is they're very transparent in their validation and accuracy because they wouldn't be able to function if they weren't as accurate as traditional lab testing. And so there's very accessible third-party validation data saying, okay, we've taken your labs and compared it to other labs, and it's incredibly accurate. And so doctors have seen this data, they understand that these are very credible and legitimate labs, and now we're sharing that information with the consumer as well.
How much does it cost? So you're outsourcing the labs right now. You'll eventually do the test yourselves, right? Is that what I heard? And then how much does it cost you to service it? What's the margin? And then the customer acquisition cost today.
Higher or lower than a water laser?
Sorry, higher or lower?
Higher or lower than a water laser?
Yeah,
for the accuracy.
It's not quite as proprietary for us, so I can answer that question. So we're really excited. On a unit economics perspective, we have pretty outstanding gross margins for 90 days. They're about 40%. Now, that is with no economies of scale. We haven't hit our volume discounts. We haven't been able to kind of achieve a lot of what you need to scale to vertically to be able, with a logistics business like ours. And even with our customer acquisition costs, we are already breaking even on every kit that we sell, both from a fully loaded marketing standpoint and all of our cost of goods sold.
But to scale, to really scale, don't you have to integrate with the payers? And once you integrate with the payers, don't your margins come under tremendous pressure?
I think that when we think about scaling, we think a lot about how many labs can we add and how many test kits can we add that consumers want access to, and being that platform. When we add payers, we will have to look at that particular coverage model and see how the economics will work. We do know that with telemedicine partners that we're talking to and corporate wellness partners outside of payers, oftentimes they're already getting the insurance coverage since they're the NPI provider. And so we can actually leverage that in many cases so that the economics still remain competitive.
All right, we are out of time, so give it up for Everly Well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice work, guys. All right, and next up, we have Tallygo. Presenting for Tallygo, we will have Tom Scarmolino and Tim Gildia. Please welcome them to the stage. All right, you have 6 minutes. Take it away.
Hey guys, I'm Tom with Tallygo. Battling traffic is a huge problem. It's already insanely bad, and it's only getting worse. To cope, we use nav apps, but the apps you use aren't nearly as smart as you think. Let's say we're going from downtown LA to Santa Monica. Where does that route actually come from? There are literally billions of possible routes, even for that short drive. So calculating the fastest one in milliseconds is a really hard computational problem. To solve this, apps don't actually calculate all possible routes when you search to go somewhere. Instead, they take a big shortcut. They pre-compute some routes for that time of day in advance, and they store them in a database so they can return a result quickly. Because they're pre-computing routes, they need to take an even bigger shortcut. They assume traffic doesn't change during the course of your drive. This means if you search to go somewhere at 3 p.m., each stretch of road is calculated using traffic data for 3 p.m. But you obviously won't get to, say, this particular turn until 3:15. This is why these apps reroute you so frequently. Even Waze is pre-computing routes, just more of them. If a driver tells Waze that a highway is congested, Waze simply falls back to a pre-computed arterial route so they can get you there faster than Google. Now, fortunately, there are much more accurate sources of traffic data besides phones, like loop detectors and traffic cameras, and soon, advanced vehicles. Loop detectors are circuits installed in the road that monitor traffic speed and volume, and they've been installed everywhere. For example, we monitor in our hometown of Los Angeles a real-time feed of 25,000 of these sensors. They give us 23 million traffic readings per day. Now, Tallygo began as a USC research project 5 years ago, comparing the accuracy of apps to this loop detector data. What we found is that these apps are leaving a lot on the table. So we built the first ever intelligent routing layer for minute-level data. And we spun off all this protectable IP into TallyGo. This IP enables us to provide what's called time-dependent routing, where the cost of each stretch of road is calculated based on when you're actually expected to reach each turn. This ensures we find the actual fastest route, which is one that other apps have likely already excluded. As you can see here, while any company can use real-time as a marketing term, TallyGo is the only one today truly living up to that name, with minute-level traffic data ingestion, prediction, accidents, and routing. This positions us to solve a really costly problem, which is that embeddable navigation simply doesn't exist today. These businesses here that depend on moving people or things around cannot currently incorporate a real-time, turn-by-turn navigation experience directly into their apps. Say you're a delivery company. Your driver accepts an offer, switches over to another app to navigate, and then switches back once they've arrived. No big deal, right? Wrong. This results in a 90% uncontrolled experience, and it has huge costs to the businesses who rely on it. Case in point, when we arrived at the airport a few days ago, we requested an Uber. As we waited patiently for our car to arrive, no fewer than 10 Ubers dropped people off and drove away empty. With TallyGo, those drivers would have received a single set of dynamically updating turn-by-turn instructions spanning all of their pickups and drop-offs for the entire day. They would be printing money, and so would Uber. But right now, any company that needs navigation is faced with three really poor options. Most redirect their users to another app, which is a huge missed opportunity. Others try to cobble together a solution using crappy open source tools. And a few sink millions into trying to become a navigation company themselves, which is a huge distraction to their core business. With TallyGo's navigation SDK, for the very first time, any company can embed real-time, turn-by-turn navigation directly into their existing apps. And we make it so incredibly easy to do. Here are the 5 steps to integrate TallyGo's SDK. Drag the SDK into your project. Create a button. Create a view controller. Connect that button to that view controller. Add a few lines of code, literally 3 lines of code. And then voila, profit. Take it for a spin. So let's do just that. TallyGo recently worked with the Los Angeles Fire Department to integrate its SDK for emergency response. Can we switch to the live demo, please? The SDK integrates seamlessly with their active events and approved hospitals. So the firefighter EMT sees everything she needs pop up right on the map.
TallyGo, take a left onto Fair Oaks Avenue. Your next turn will be in 0.3 miles, a right onto California Boulevard. In an eighth of a mile, California Boulevard is coming up. Get ready to take a right. Take a right onto California Boulevard. Your destination is 440 feet ahead. Well done. You've arrived at your destination.
And as you can see, we've arrived without a hiccup. Can we switch back to the presentation, please? By the way, it took us less time to build that app using our SDK for the fire department than it took Apple to approve it. So we believe that navigation is the next revolution in SaaS, and that very soon it will be embedded everywhere. We're going to be the platform that accelerates that future. And if your business depends on moving people or things around, get in touch, and you can help accelerate it too. Thank you.
All right, who has questions for TallyGo? Go ahead.
So how, you're in LA, or parts of LA, right? So how clean and uniform is the data that you're getting and the interfaces to those data from municipality and group within each municipality to municipality?
Sure. So there is absolutely nothing prohibiting this technology from covering all of planet Earth other than the size of our team today. The actual loop detector data has been installed over the last 4 or 5 years in virtually every city or county in the civilized world. It's accessible, it's available. Our point is that we expect many companies to be using this data. They don't have tech stacks that can currently exploit it in a real-time way. And that's where our advantage is, not in any particular unique access to data.
What is the size of your team today?
Our team is a little over a dozen folks today.
And what's the coverage?
So, sorry.
What cities?
We operate in a number of segments right now, and we'll have full national coverage early next year.
So if the data is not truly unique to you, what stops another larger company from coming in and doing exactly this and making you sort of unnecessary?
Sure. Well, from a tech stack standpoint, it's an incredibly difficult problem, the routing problem. There is a trade-off that has plagued the industry for 30 years between finding the absolute fastest path, the single fastest way to get somewhere, and doing it in milliseconds so a user doesn't sit there waiting for it. To solve that problem, virtually every navigation stack has implemented some form of pre-computation like I described. Once you're doing pre-computation, it doesn't matter if traffic is changing every 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. You can't incorporate that complexity into your technology. And so they'd have to rebuild their tech stacks, which anyone can do. We can build rocket ships to Mars. But it's a very difficult problem to solve. Yeah.
I mean, the way you describe it sounds like magic. I mean, all of us should be downloading it right now and using it instead of Waze. Like, are there gotchas here? Like, can you, if I'm outside of LA, can I use it? Or even within LA, how is the routing? Like, how do you know where everything is? Like, help us understand that.
We're not a consumer-facing company, so you can't download it. We embed our application into everyone else's experience, so you can't download it.
But so I download the fire department's app or whatever. How do you?
Yeah, you'll get there faster than
when
Google
I
Maps
download
or Waze.
Apple Maps. When I download Apple Maps, they put years and years of work into it. You couldn't get anywhere. And yet, out of the box, it seems like you guys can do.
We've been studying this for about a decade at the University of Southern California. This is a spin-off of the Transportation Sciences Lab. We have 4 granted patents and numerous others pending. We've been doing this for a long time. Many of the folks at Google used to study with one of my co-founders. Many of the folks at Apple, same thing. We've got some leading folks who've been doing this for a very, very long time.
So what is your plan to move this from a great research project and something that the fire department is using to something that is ubiquitous across all navigation apps?
I'm sorry, can you repeat? What's the?
Just something. So what is your plan to get there? I mean, this is an interesting SDK that you've built, but how do you commercialize this?
Frankly, the SDK is something that you can download very easily and install in a matter of minutes.
Yes, but how do you make people do that? How are you getting there?
We intend to go to market aggressively. We're already working with some very large trial partners, right? And we're launching publicly. We'll have public pricing early next year on the website. And at that point, it's a question of scaling. And we're particularly focusing on the on-demand delivery space, the ride-sharing space, the map search space, and obviously the vehicle space.
How do you charge?
We charge. The structure is very similar to how you pay for, say, Google Maps for work. The structure is very similar. It just happens to be cheaper.
So then your competition essentially either plug a Google API, Google Maps API or yours for routing?
There's no competition because nobody offers turn-by-turn navigation as an SDK. We're the first company to do it.
The companies they would think of as competition are consumer companies, essentially.
So there's some companies who are some of the largest companies in the world who have consumer navigation experiences. They dominate that space.
Sure,
right?
No,
they could, in theory, release an SDK. Sure.
I guess my point is, so you're not concerned that at any point Google or Waze launches an SDK?
Google and Waze have an SDK. All it does is transfer you over to their current app. Yeah.
For what you're doing. Sorry, for the underlying navigation system.
They certainly could. The problem is that those companies have much bigger ambitions. They want to own transportation, own autonomous vehicles, own ride sharing. For all those companies, navigation is a means to an end. We are Switzerland. We are just your navigation provider. Those folks want to erect a proprietary moat around their technology so they can use it to own another, what they would view as bigger space, right? We operate for any of the other companies who need this solution, but obviously building it themselves is a huge distraction. Moreover, most of our customers wouldn't want to buy from Google. You may know this in your experience with Uber. As you start to reach a certain scale, it becomes an existential threat to rely on some of these large companies for something that core to your business. And so there's competitive concerns there, too. We're Switzerland for a very fast-growing market.
All right, let's give it up to Tallygo, Switzerland. Next up, we have Pundit. Presenting for Pundit is Billy, Shaw, Susanto, and Chris Aston. All right, welcome to the stage, guys. All right, 6 minutes on the clock. Take it away.
Thank you, Anthony. Hey, everybody. So the human voice, the oldest way to tell a story. It's intimate, and it's powerful. My name is Billy.
And I'm Chris.
We're the founders of Pundit, and we're here to turn the voice into the newest wave of social media. So let's take a look at the media landscape, right? Because it's interesting that music, photos, and videos have all been reinvented for the mobile and social age. But what about talk, the voice, the podcast, the radio? You know, it's still behind. All these talk media have the same problem. They're long, they're not interactive, they don't really cater to the ADD generation, the mobile-first content creators. I, for one, don't really enjoy listening to podcasts as much as playing on Snapchat. And apparently, I'm not alone. So today, we introduce to you Pundit. Pundit is a platform that empowers you to unleash your inner Oprah. So what does that mean? It's a social network for voice experiences, where users can start bite-sized talk shows about their favorite topics and invite their friends or followers to participate. So you can create short, insanely fun audio content. My co-founder Chris here is going to give the Pundit app a go.
Thanks, Billy. So when users first open the Pundit app, they go to the home feed, which is what you see here now. Each one of these posts is called a Pundit Talk. And you can think of a Pundit Talk as a bite-sized talk show about a particular topic. So for example, I follow this awesome pundit up top, Mixtape Videos, and it looks like she's talking to her fans about the most underrated NBA players of all time. So let's open it. And as you can see, in addition to that first post, she's also going back and forth with people who reply to her, because Pundit is all about conversations. So let's hear out what she has to say.
What's up, guys? Sydney here from Mixtape Videos, and this week we posted a new video where we talked about Chris Webber and answered the question of, is he underrated? So check that out on our YouTube channel. But here, I want to hear from you guys. Who do you think is the most underrated player in NBA history?
Huh. Interesting, right? So let's reply to Sydney. Hey, Mixtape Videos. I think Nerlens Noel was by far the most underrated NBA player in history. Done. As you can see, max 30 seconds. So every piece of content on Pundit is short and sweet. So once you're done recording, Pundit will automatically reduce the background noise and engineer your voice to make you sound your best. And here's what's fun. You can also add things like voice filters and background music to your voice, like this. Hey, Mixtape Videos. I think Nerlens Noel was by far the most underrated NBA player in history. Awesome, right? So people like you, me, and other NBA fans can all talk to Mixtape Videos as if we're in a talk show together, but in your pocket.
But that's not all. Our goal here at Pundit is to make voice fun again. So yeah, speaking publicly is fun, but sometimes you just want to have that private exchange. So introducing the Pundit Voice Box, a feature where you can send private voice messages that disappear in 24 hours. So you can spill all your secrets and it's all going to be fine. Chris, why don't you send me a Pundit message?
Hey, Billy, from the TechCrunch Disrupt stage.
And wait, you can also make it sound amazing.
Hey, Billy, from the TechCrunch Disrupt stage.
So in Pundit, you can use the voice filter, not just to only speak like a chipmunk, but also like a monster.
Hey, Billy, from the TechCrunch Disrupt stage.
Or robot.
Hey, Billy, from the TechCrunch Disrupt stage.
Or motor mouth, and so on and so forth. You get the idea. So you see, here at Pundit, we aim to do to the talk, the radio, the podcast, just like what Snapchat has been doing to photos, making talk more lightweight, interactive, and fun. So after having Pundit in a private beta for the past few months, we have onboarded thousands of YouTubers and similar creators to the platform, and the results are amazing. We've maintained an engagement rate of about 35% daily active over monthly active users, and we do this by two ways. First, it's all about the creators. On Pundit, creators can share their Pundit talks on other social platforms and natively embed them on any website. And two, while Pundit can be used by anyone, This opened a new world of possibilities for brands and top-notch creators to create an awesome and distribute awesome audio content.
Yes, even brands like the Walt Disney Company. When we were in the Disney Techstars Accelerator last year, we piloted Pundit's private beta with some of their top media brands like ABC and Hollywood Records. Take Shadowhunters, ABC Family, now Freeform's most popular TV show since Pretty Little Liars. At New York's Comic-Con, the cast did an Ask Me Anything, or AMA, with their fans on Pundit. And here's what's cool. Those fans could join the Pundit Talks from anywhere on the web, whether or not they had the app, like on Twitter.
We're coming to you live from New York Comic-Con. Favorite part of the trailer?
Oh my god, well my favorite part is when Alberto, his blood is coming out of his mouth and I'm wondering what's gonna happen.
Awesome, right? In fact, these guys got almost 40,000 fans to join and listen in under 3 hours. Amazing.
So in the next few months, Pundit will also be releasing our Android version and launching in Asian and Middle Eastern markets, where the voice interaction is already a dominant behavior.
So, to learn more about Pundit, visit getpundit.com. Be sure to download the Pundit iOS app from the App Store and get talking. We'll see you in there. We're Pundit, and thank you.
All right, good job, Pundit. Judges, what do you think?
Hello.
Jula, go ahead.
What makes you so sure that we need another platform when I think all the other platforms that you talked about already create the relationship between users? I mean, they're more interactive because you've got video and voice. What makes you think we need something just for voice right now?
So that's a really great question. And, we see that question essentially means, why voice, right, specifically? And, compared to other mediums, like video, for example, video is very focused on broadcasting yourself to the rest of the world. And there's markets for both, say, video and voice. Voice is focused more on our end as a conversational platform. So the use cases are very, very different.
Okay. What's the average length of your average person posting? What length of content are they posting?
So a piece of Pundit content can be anywhere from 0 to 30 seconds in length.
Okay.
And as each conversation unfolds, you have an original post that's up to 30 seconds, and then people replying back and forth for up to 30 seconds as well. So it's very easy to navigate that granular type of voice content, and we've never seen that before.
Good. And there's no limit for how long that conversation can go on for?
And are you still working with Disney and ABC?
Yeah, that's correct.
Have they expanded to other TV shows?
So we're in talks for doing that. We could talk a little bit more about that off stage. But when we were in the Disney Techstars Accelerator last year, we piloted with a lot of their brands like ABC at the Country Music Awards, Hollywood Records, Radio Disney, and a lot of their brands. And as we just showed, ABC Family, Freeform's Shadowhunters, where we brought their talent to Pundit so that they could have real-time voice conversations with their fans. But in the future, and most importantly, we're looking to integrate with media brands like Disney to bring a voice filter experience to promote, say, upcoming movies, TV shows, and films. So our users could sound like their favorite characters when they're talking on Pundit.
What's your D30 retention? D30 retention, percentage-wise.
So basically, right now, we're really focused on how many of our monthly active users come back to Pundit every day. And right now, it's at about 35% daily active use.
No. What's your 10,000 people downloaded, how many at day 30 percentage-wise? I don't need the absolute numbers, just a day 30 retention percentage.
We can get back to the metrics later stage. Thank you.
And is it higher or lower for the folks that come? Like you said, you had 40K people show up for the Disney-sponsored one. Did those people stick better or worse than people that just download the app?
So the people who download the app tend to be the most engaged, obviously, because Pundit at its core, at the end of the day, is an iOS app. Now, because we understand that apps are challenging when it comes to distribution, we allow people to distribute their Pundit Talks to the web, like by embedding it on any website, by allowing it to be played on app platforms like Twitter, so that it really maximizes the reach. So those 40,000 fans were able to join from anywhere on the web, and that funnel allowed them to download the app and participate at a higher capacity with their voice.
And what are you seeing so far then? I mean, congratulations on what you've gotten so far. What are you seeing so far in terms of your existing users sharing, recruiting other users and the kind of natural growth engine in your product?
Yeah, that's a great question as well. A large part of our user base is, as Billy mentioned, Pundit's all about creators, right? And a lot of our creators on Pundit are like YouTubers, vloggers, commentators on different TV shows, and they already have fan bases of their own a lot of times. So it's a very, very powerful distribution mechanism for Pundit because the use case is conversations. They're able to have conversations on Pundit like nowhere else with their fans and distribute that content to YouTube. And
so a lot of times when a YouTuber uses Pundit, they would create a video and they say, hey, if you want to, because usually they do weekly video publish or weekly video uploads.
Yeah.
So oftentimes they say, hey, if you want to talk to me all across the week, just come join me at my Pundit Talks, and we can talk separately.
Who's the biggest creator on the platform now, and how many followers do they have?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Who's the biggest creator on the platform right now, and how many followers do they have?
So we had recently, actually, Jim Obergefell. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with him, but he is the guy who got gay marriage legalized in the US Supreme Court. And he's done, over the last few months, a couple talks to promote his new book with his supporters on social media. And doing Pundit Talks has been nothing but powerful for him because they've been producing so many tear-jerking moments, so much information for our age. And he's racked, about 6,000 to 7,000 followers in the matter of the last couple months alone on our platform.
Sorry, did you say 60? Sorry, how many followers does he have?
Around 6 to 7. I don't remember the exact number. 6,000 to 7,000. Yeah.
6,000 to 7,000.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any last questions? All right, great work, Pundit.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more Battlefield company in this segment. It is Unify ID. Presenting for Unify ID are going to be John Whaley and Kurt Somerville. Once this table is set up. I'm really curious what they're going to use this table for. All right, come on out, guys. All right, welcome to the stage.
Perfect.
All right, 6 minutes. You ready to go? Let's do it.
Yep. Yeah. Right. How do you identify people? Is it the way they look? Maybe you look at their face, their smile, their voice, their possessions, the places you see them. Once you know someone well enough, maybe you can recognize them by the way they walk or the way they move, the sound of their footsteps, their heartbeat. What is it that makes you, you? You're not a 9-digit number. You're not a piece of plastic with your photo on it. And you're certainly not a password with a capital letter, a number, and a symbol. I'm John Whaley, and this is Kurt Somerville, and we are the founders of Unify ID. And we are changing the way you authenticate yourself. We use biometric and behavioral factors to build a unique digital fingerprint of you and use that to authenticate and secure your identity. It's called implicit authentication, and it's going to revolutionize the way you authenticate yourself, both online and offline. Let me show you. So I have the Unify ID app installed on my phone as well as on the computer. Now, once you install Unify ID, you don't need to deal with passwords or authentication again. When you go to a website like Amazon.com, can we switch to the demo computer, please? Great, thanks. When you go to a website like Amazon.com, you click one button and you're in. Unify ID uses the recent sensor data from your phone, computer, wearables, and other nearby devices. If the signals match, you're in. No passwords to remember, no codes to read off your phone, and no fuss. This is the future of authentication. Now, I'll hand my phone to Kurt, and he'll try to do the same thing. Kurt's going to walk over, sit down, and try to log in. Now, Kurt has my computer. He has my phone. He even knows my passcode, which, by the way, is 5555. Don't worry, that's the same passcode as over 6 million other Americans. Now, unfortunately for Kurt, the signals don't match, and Kurt is denied login. And yes, if you look on my phone, I should have received a notification with details of the login attempt. So can we switch to the overhead projector? Great. So how did that work? Let's switch back to the presentation computer. Let's take a look at some of the sensor data from the phone and the computer. Now, you may have noticed both Kurt and I awkwardly walking across the stage. That's because one of the factors we use to authenticate you is how you walk. Now, Kurt and I are the same height. We're the same build. In fact, we even have the same shoe size. And we seemingly walk the same, but the sensor data tells a different story. You can actually tell the difference between my walking and Kurt's walking just from the sensor data from the phones in our pocket. Now let's take a look at some of the data from the keyboard on the computer. Again, we don't look at what you type, we look at how you type. And we can actually distinguish between my typing and Kurt's typing even after a few keystrokes. These are just two factors of over 100 different attributes that go into our proprietary machine learning system that automatically discovers what makes you unique. This spans from the way you move, to the places you go, to the signals from the devices around you. There's a lot of sophisticated signal processing and machine learning to make it all happen, but the result is magical. UnifID has applications in streamlining authentication, reducing fraud, and preventing account takeover. Unlike other techniques, we use passive factors to identify the human behind the device. So we naturally work cross-device, and we don't require any conscious user action. We're in private beta right now, and we're working with some of the top technology and financial services companies to evaluate and deploy UnifID. Our solution has clear applicability to the $170 billion cybersecurity market and the $600 billion e-commerce market. Not only that, but we see this extending for offline use cases as well, for example, with IoT devices, which both have a need for security as well as are an additional source of sensor data. In the immediate term, one of our partners has a big problem with account takeover, and we're working with them to incorporate UnifID's technology on their mobile app and on their website. Another partner has a problem with password resets. Over 30% of their help desk calls are password reset calls. These are both problems we're solving for them immediately. We're a group of security and machine learning experts from MIT, Stanford, Berkeley, and CMU, and we're out to fix authentication forever. My co-founder and I worked together at our previous enterprise security startup that got acquired last year. We have experience in selling to Fortune 500 and Global 2000 companies, and we understand what it takes to build and deploy real security solutions that directly touch end users. Humans have always been thought of as the weak link in security. At UnifID, we're flipping that around and using what's unique about each individual to enhance security. We believe the best way to authenticate yourself is to be yourself. I'm John Whaley. We are UnifID. Come to our website and sign up for our private beta so you too can experience the future of authentication. Thank you.
Awesome. 10 seconds to spare. Great. All right, judges, are you convinced? Questions?
That's cool stuff, man. I'm wondering how baked it is. What's the false negative percentage at this point?
Yeah, so it turns out that it was surprising to us, but actually individuals are both very unique and very predictable. And so even after just a little bit of training data, we can actually uniquely identify people. I mean, for example, the walking that we showed, like we have our gait analysis with only 4 seconds of data, we can actually uniquely identify them based on 4 seconds of walking data. And that's just one factor out of many, many factors. And so what's key to our solution is actually combining multiple sensors, multiple factors from different devices. If you're just looking at a single device, you can't get it accurate, and it's not accurate enough. You need to combine data from your computer, from wearables, from your phone, and when you combine these together, that's when the accuracy goes up. So what we have found from our initial user set is that after we have data from 4 sensors, we get 5 nines of accuracy. Oh. So this is 99.999% that it's going to be you. And which of those 4 sensors it is really depends on the individual. Some people, their location is very predictable. Like the path they go to work and home every day is very predictable. Other people, they may have a wearable, or whatever the factors is, it varies a lot. So we're not really tied to any particular kind of technology. We're just combining many different factors together and using this machine learning system that we built to get accurate results.
So is that essentially, I mean, is what you're saying basically zero false negatives?
So you can never say there's zero. So there's false positives and false
negatives. 0.0001.
So our algorithms are very much tuned towards having false negatives are okay. I mean, that basically means we're not sure if it's you, so we're going to challenge you in some way. And so we have a number of different active challenge factors you can use, like fingerprints, or like facial recognition, and a few others that are in development. The thing we really want to avoid is all the false positives, where somebody who is not you then gets misidentified as you.
Well, but there's the annoyance factor. I mean, a password's basically 100% false negative, or 0% false negative if I remember my password, right? And
that's right. So we worked hard to reduce the false negative. And actually what happens is, over time, the system learns more and more about you. And so it learns what makes you unique. And so at the beginning, you're challenged quite often. And then over time, as we learn more and more about you, after about a week of time, then of having this app on your phone as well as on your computer, then we had a very high level of accuracy at that point. And then once we hit 4 weeks, we max out the accuracy. Because some of the factors we use are things about your routine, for example. Like we see every Monday morning you go to the gym. And so this is something that we can use to actually authenticate you. But in order to learn that, we need to see you go to the gym multiple times over weeks. So some of these factors are longer term. Some of these factors we can pick up almost immediately, just from just a few seconds of sensor data.
How many different factors?
Yeah, go ahead.
How many different factors are you matching on?
So we're using the sensors on your phone and on your computer and wearables if you have them. And so there's over 100 different attributes and that are basically different permutations of these sensors. And then we use some technology like sensor fusion and signal processing and such to combine these together into various things. I mean, some more examples of these. We talked about gait. There's multiple aspects to gait. There's things like your cadence, the length of your swing phase. We can estimate the length of your femur, like these type of things. When you're sitting down is actually very unique to you. The signals from all the devices around you as we walk up to the computer, the Bluetooth telemetry is increasing. And that's not even including things like wearables. And we're exploring things like using heartbeat, like your unique aspects to your heartbeat to identify you. I mean, this is really, if you think back to, how does authentication work? This whole notion of the password is just so completely broken. I have a secret, and then I tell you that secret, and that's how you know it's me. This problem of identification, and authentication goes back, to prehistoric times, where how did people identify each other? They looked, they saw what you looked like. They saw what you're wearing. They saw where the context where they saw you, the sound of your voice, things like that. And so effectively, we just built a machine learning system that does, much what the human brain does.
What about if you want to give someone your password? What if you want to give someone your password? Like, say I'm stuck somewhere in the middle of nowhere and I need somebody to access something for me. It'd be really frustrating if they couldn't.
That's an excellent question, because right now, the way you share access with something is you give somebody your password. I mean, and the problem with that is that you've now shared your password and you have to go, change it or whatever, and then you've given them full access. I mean, once you tie authentication to the person and not to a password and not to a device, then it's something that's much more powerful. So that's something that we are building into our system, is the ability to delegate access to individuals, not on a wholesale, but we can actually set policies about when people can actually access.
Right. How does it work? Is it like, does all the sites I use have to use it? Or is it like one password where it's a weblet or it's in the app and I can unlock it? It's individual for me and I can use it everywhere? Or are you looking at everyone else needs to implement it for you to use it?
Answer as quickly as you can.
Yeah. So.
Real quick, we have a Chrome extension that works with Alexa Top 500 sites, so there's a really good chance that the site that you're visiting, our Chrome extension is going to work on that. So when you get to the site, you're no longer going to see username and password anymore. So it's going to be a very seamless experience, very smooth, and far more secure than using traditional usernames and passwords.
Okay, guys, give it up. Oh, okay.
I have one yes or no question.
All right, we'll do one. We'll do one.
Since we did dig into gait a little bit, have you tested the difference between if I'm trying to open the password wearing a pair of Converse All-Stars versus when I put on a pair of high heels?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there is a very clear difference. I mean, this is why you can't rely on a single factor, because any solution that requires on a single factor, it has too much noise, too high of a false positive rate, which is why you have to use many different factors together.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, give it up one more time for Unify ID. All right. And that is it for the first round. So give it up one more time
for our judges.
We're done?
Oh, I'll just leave that there for now.
Welcome to TechCrunch Disrupt San Francisco. I'm John Biggs. We're walking through Startup Alley, where all the best startups are. This is not my favorite alley. The hardware alley is my favorite alley, but these are even superior because look, they have hardware here. What are you guys working on? What is this? Explain yourselves.
Hey, hello everyone.
Is this how you make an extra dog?
Yeah, this is our machine for the design for the dog.
What? What's going on here?
Design for the dog. It can make the dog play the game and the study and the communication with the people.
So what does the dog touch?
She touches this screen and like the play the game, so she must be touch this screen. Like this. You said the people has many technology machine, but the dog haven't. So we.
Is this a real thing?
Yeah, real thing. It's a real thing. Because the dog is forbidden to come to here, so you can look at the video. Our dog can play the real machine.
Okay. All right, I believe you. What's the website?
Website is here.
Okay, it's right over here. Yeah.
Help your dog achieve their dream.
T-Pie, right up here.
This is our company and the Tesla.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, well, somebody's got to do this. All right, very cool. All right, what's this? What do you do? What is this?
Hello, yeah. I'm Sean from No Fish Tech, and we provide advanced and proper solution against phishing attacks. Currently, we launched a mobile app, 安心扫, which can identify the phishing web page in a QR code. It will grab the QR code and tells the user if it is phishing.
All right. What's the website?
And
yeah, this website.
Yeah, 安心扫.com. Yeah. Thank you.
This is Kufi. Kufi does, I don't know. I have no idea. What's going on here? What is this? Explain yourself.
I'm Max from Nextback. We have a modular phone case. It's a little bit like Google Ara. Yes. So this is a battery module. You can add everything what you want. This also can be a diabetes module for blood sugar. That's getting the app. You see here, when I take the battery out, it's gone. When I put it back,
Are you guys shipping this thing? Because I remember this a little while ago, right?
last year also an interview with us in New York. We have now a hackathon with Maxim in 2 weeks in Dallas. And the DVT is nearly ready. Shipping will be for the first guys in round about 8 weeks. And the rest will go out end of the year.
All right, next pack. All right, thanks. Travel flan. I love flan.
You love flan.
It's like a custard.
Yeah, it is.
I'm surprised that when you eat it, you don't really want it, and then all of a sudden you have some, and it's wow.
A lot of people ask us if you're like from like Spain or like South America because we are using flan, but actually we are an Asian company.
All right, so what is it?
So it's an AI-powered chatbot for travelers. So when you travel, like you book your flight ticket and hotels, and you start doing all these plannings, right? So you go to like TripAdvisor, Facebook, blogs, and you look for all this information. And it's like kind of like problematic, like a lot of like conversion process. So instead of doing that, you message us on our chatbot, and we help you to trip plan. Or when you're at the destination, if you look for some information, we recommend.
Can it tell me to get flan, where to get flan?
Yeah, it will for sure.
Set that up.
Yeah.
Travel flan, perfect, thank you. Oops. What is this? This is one of the what were the aliens in Star Wars? The really tall ones. Remember the aliens that made all the clones, the midichlorians or whatever? I don't even know. All right, well, this is one of them. All right, what's going on over here? We're going to come in on. What do you think of this?
I think it's amazing. It's the only flashlight I've ever found that vibrates like this.
So, like, if you lose something on the ground, it can move the light around.
No, actually, the flashlight is a disguise function. If your mother take it, it's only a flashlight. It won't vibrate.
It's a vibrator. If your mom picks it up, she'll think it's a flashlight.
So, would you use this?
I would gift it. I'm not sure I'd use it.
You can use it in video.
It'd be a great gift, though.
So what is? Oh, this is called Love Nuts. I see. So this is not a flashlight at all. This is really. I've been misled. Why did you make a vibrator?
You mean why I made this vibrator? Yeah, actually, it's come out from one of my female friends. She lived with her mother-in-law, so so she will go through her stuff many times, right? So she's very worried about how to hide her vibrator.
Because of a horrible relationship with your in-laws, she created a thing that looks like a nut.
Yeah, we made it very cute, and we want to make it. It doesn't look like the original sex toy. All
right.
Yeah.
Love Nuts. What's the website? Love Nuts.
www.lovenuts.co.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. Well, have fun with your Love Nuts. What's going on here? What do we got? All right. Well, these guys are doing their thing. Oh, this guy is so poor. Don't hit the other guys. Watch out. Just move forward. Just keep going. Then now back a little bit. Two steps. Now to the right. Okay. All right. Play something. What is this?
This is a whole new effect pedals called Effect Station, and we make the traditional effect pedals into small cards, and so that we can contain with this control box. It has SLRs for effect cards, and
to control these analog effect cards. So we're the world's first company to make these traditional heavy pedals into small cards, and this is very easy to use.
Okay, hold on. I know a little bit about this. Why don't I just buy a Line 6 or something?
Because Line 6 is not analog sound. So what we do is we maintain its sound quality, but
maintain the analog sound quality, but with analog equipment?
Yes, because these cards are all pure analog. So
the cards inside this box are analog.
Yeah, you can see our working sample that these three cards is effect cards now.
But are those analog effect cards?
Yes, yeah. These are all analog effect cards.
So if I took this down to like whatever, electrophonics or whatever, they would say that's equivalent to their, what is it, electro something. It's in Brooklyn. They would say this is the equivalent to their analog pedals. You're not trying to pull one over on me. You're not trying to fool me here. So what's in here?
Oh, maybe.
This is our sample right now, and if you use our app to control our effect cards, and you can save the tones and settings into these control box. So you just tap these two switch buttons to change your list.
All right.
Originally, you have to tune these tuners, but now you just two-step up and down, and it will change all your list and settings.
And what's the website?
Tryingtech.com. Yes.
Play something. Play something.
Oh, great.
You're not even using your box. Soon. All right. I know it. What's this?
This is an optical mobile microscope used on your mobile devices. Either it's iPad or your mobile phone. It's good. So basically, we just attach this lens onto your mobile devices and turn it on your phone camera. And then we place the sample It's unlike traditional microscope. You have to use glass top slit, top cover to make your prepared slides. Now we use stickers. So anything you want to see, just attach it on the stickers and place on this circular device, circular slide. We have magnets attached on it, automatically turn the lights on. Attached on your lens, also has magnet attached on it. Then start to find your samples.
Could you look up really close to human tears?
Human tears?
Yeah.
Would you like to drop a tear from me so I can show it to you? Yeah, so this is the small thrips, the very common, it's called thrips. It's a very common insect that you will find in your garden, on your trees or your flowers.
I bet you we eat those like every day, right?
No. No, you wash your vegetable before you put it into your mouth. So you can.
I don't wash anything.
Well, then it's just extra protein.
All right, great.
There you go.
So what do you do with the, so how much is this?
The whole package will be $99 and it's available in the market now.
What is it, micro handy? What is mobile?
It's Mu Handy. Yeah, because the magnification can be up to 1 micrometer. Yeah.
All right, sounds good to me.
Thank you.
What is all this over here? What is this?
Yeah, we are iMatchmaker. We are the technology-enabled matchmaking service for ethnic Chinese singles around the world. Yeah.
For Chinese people?
For Chinese people, we know there are already a bunch of dating apps in the market, but there's no one just cater for the Chinese people, and also designed and operated by a certified professional matchmaker. Yeah, our founder.
I don't know.
Yeah, really?
What's a certified matchmaker?
Yeah, you know there's a matchmaking institute in New York.
Really?
Yeah. You know the $1 Million Matchmaker?
I watched Fiddler on the Roof. I understand that.
Yeah, but the narrator, the Patty Stager, is one of the matchmaker in that community, Matchmaking Institute. They also got the annual gathering in London this year.
All right, so if I were Chinese, I would come on there and I would find somebody else who's Chinese.
Yes, yeah, you can just find someone, without location limitation. For example, if you live in the States, you can find a girl that was just perfect match for you, but live in Beijing, for example. So just maximize your probability to find the right one.
All right, sounds good. Maximize your probability to find the right one. And we will always find the right one here at Startup Alley at TechCrunch Disrupt in San Francisco, 2016. I'm John Biggs. We'll be right back with the rest of the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your Battlefield host and TechCrunch senior writer, Anthony Ha.
Hello, we are here for round 2 of the Battlefield. So everybody come on in, take your seats. I'm not going to explain how it works again because it went so well last time, but I am going to introduce our judges. First up, we have Brian Dixon, who joined Kport Capital in 2011 after spending 2 summers as an MBA intern and was promoted to partner in November 2015. He has founded multiple technology startup companies and enjoys working with founders and accelerator programs. Our second judge is Arvind Gupta. He's the founder of the Indie Bio Accelerator programs and a general partner at SOSV. He also built Interface, an accelerator that focuses on how people interact with technology and how it can improve their lives. Next, we have Aileen Lee, who is the founder of Cowboy Ventures, a seed-stage-focused fund. Cowboy-backed companies include August, Area 1 Security, DocSend, Dollar Shave Club, and Textio. Our fourth judge is Susan Line. She's the founder and managing partner at BBG Ventures. Before founding BBG, she spent almost a decade at Disney, was the CEO of Martha Stewart Living Omnimedia, CEO and then chair of Guilt.com, and she led AOL's brand group, overseeing brands such as TechCrunch. And next up, we have Stephanie Palmieri. She's a partner at Softtech VC. Some of her most notable investments include Poshmark, True & Co., Clever, Handshake, and Grovo. She has worked with brands big and small, including Lot 18, JP Morgan, and Morgan Stanley, and Estee Lauder's Clinique brand. All right, give it up for our judges. OK, so second batch of companies. First up, we have IFM Technologies. Presenting for IFM are Mark Gyangosi and Siddharth Jain. Come on out, guys. All right, 6 minutes on the clock. Take it away.
Look around you. Almost everything you have in your hands has at one point or another been in a warehouse like this one. There are over 800,000 warehouses in the United States, and each one of them houses tens of thousands of different goods. The biggest problem in every one of these warehouses is keeping track of inventory. Today, that is a highly manual and incredibly slow process. And beyond that, it doesn't even ensure accuracy. Because of it, things get lost in the warehouse all the time, and workers spend hours every week searching for missing items. And when I say searching, I mean climb on forklifts, climb on ladders, or as you see here, bring binoculars to work because the racks are so tall. Companies lose billions of dollars because of inventory errors every year. My name is Mark. I'm the CEO and founder of IFM, and we automate inventory counting using flying robots. IFM stands for Intelligent Flying Machines. At the core, we are a data analytics company using computer vision and robotics to automate data capture. With my team, among them 2 PhD students from Northwestern University, backgrounds working at Oculus, numerous peer-reviewed publications, we've built revolutionary flying robots. Our flying robots are able to fly autonomously indoors with centimeter accuracy without any external systems. Why is that special, you ask? Well, existing drones can only fly autonomously outdoors because they rely on GPS. We are using our computer vision software as well as specialized computing hardware to achieve centimeter-accurate indoor autonomous flight. We're using these robots in warehouses to solve the inventory problem. Our product consists of 3 things: a fleet of these flying robots, on-site infrastructure to relay the information we collect to the workers, and real-time analytics software. Today, our solution is geared towards a specific type of warehouse. The fancy term is high bay or selective rack. Really what that means is that you have uniform dimensions, palletized goods, and labels on each one of those pallets. Today, here on stage, we brought a scaled-down version of a warehouse that has been equipped with the IFM system. In a moment, given Wi-Fi connectivity, you're going to see how our robot takes off and scans the boxes in these aisles. This happens in between shifts once the workers leave the warehouse. Let's switch to the demo. Siddharth, are we cleared for takeoff? Yeah.
Oh.
Once the scan is complete.
Nice. Nice.
Okay. Once the scan is complete, the warehouse worker, Harrison, walks into the warehouse, walks past all the aisles, and on our control station, he would see if something was wrong. Drone didn't find anything wrong. TechCrunch keeps a clean house, so everything's OK. If there was something wrong, our software would tell him how to update SAP or actually fix the issue in the warehouse. So let's switch back to the slides. We have been testing, here you see it flying. We have been testing, it works. We have been testing our system with some of the biggest companies in the world in the automotive manufacturing space, food and beverage distribution, and industrial supplies. In working with these companies, we learned what is really important to them, what features are important, and also how to actually sell this system into the antiquated industrial automation space. And so we are selling the hardware just like traditional industrial automation equipment into the warehouses for an upfront setup fee that takes care of the hardware and installation. At the same time, we're selling the software on a subscription basis, where as our system collects more information, we can add data-driven premiums. So with our flying robots, we want to make inventory errors a thing of the past. People count when they want to go to sleep, not when they want to go to work. And so at the same time, in our tests, we have seen that we can turn over warehouses in 400 times the speed of manual inventory counting. It takes us 20 minutes to cover an entire aisle with a working version of these. And if you apply this to an automotive plant, an average automotive plant, you're actually generating about $4 million in cost savings because these companies don't have to hold extra inventory anymore. When I say hold extra inventory, that's because that's what the companies do today. They know about these problems, and so they add more inventory to their warehouses to ensure that even if an error is in their inventory, they have enough. We are intelligent flying machines. Our mission as a company is to improve the operational efficiency of enterprises. And we will be doing that tomorrow in warehouses. Thank you very much.
All right, really nice recovery. So I'll actually take the first one just to get this out of the way. What do you think happened there, and how do we know that that wouldn't happen in a warehouse?
So what happened most likely is the lighting on stage, people walking around. We built a system for warehouses with multiple levels, long racks. It aligns itself towards those racks. We only have 2 shelves on here. It's probably failed because of that. But that's the worst case. It falls down.
Right.
So here's a question for you. There's a lot of drone technology is definitely becoming more and more pervasive, and we're seeing the cost to build these drones come down, and we're watching the hardware itself become more commoditized. So how do you think about commoditized hardware and how you see the future for the company?
Yes, definitely. So the way we see our company is a data analytics company, and we use computer vision and robotics to automate the data capture. The long-term vision for us is to build artificial systems that understand space and collect information about space. And so with that, in the long term, yes, the hardware is going to be a commodity. Really what it's about is the data that we collect and the insights we generate for enterprises.
So you described your market as uniform dimensions, palletized, labeled inventory. How big is that?
That market is about $10 billion.
$10
billion.
Yes. And when you say $10 billion, that's $10 billion of what?
That's what we want, yes.
Is that the addressable market of how much people spend on labor today for those kinds of
That's based on the inventory these warehouses have in their warehouse and the amount of extra inventory they hold because of inventory errors. And if you look at the number of warehouses, that's the number you get to.
Got it. You mentioned 400 times faster. What exactly was it 400 times faster doing?
Yeah. So when warehouses today do inventory checks, they close down for about 3 days. In addition to that, they do biweekly cycle counts. And if you add that up over the year, you're about 6 days of complete counting time in the warehouse. versus it takes 20 minutes for one of these to fly down an aisle and scan the boxes.
Got it. And I'll say kudos to you for continuing the pitch. You really stuck with it. So I know it's not easy up there, and hardware is hard. I guess, can you walk us through the model, the business model of how much does it actually cost to get up in a warehouse?
Yeah, so we're looking at traditional industrial automation equipment. We're not selling on a per robot basis.
Okay.
We're selling as a solution to the warehouse. And there, we're very much in the range of traditional industrial automation equipment. So if an automotive plant installs a robot cell in their assembly line, they also install an automated solution for inventory counting. That's where we see ourselves.
Is there a labor component to this? Are you sending any? Is there a drone operator that you're training up at the plant or the facility? Is that someone who's from your team that's coming to operate the drones? Like, how does that work?
It's going to be operated by the warehouse owner.
Okay.
We provide training for the system and maintenance, of course, just like any equipment in warehouses. And so they operate it. But really what that means is they just make sure this doesn't happen. And if this happens, our system is really modular. So I could come back with the second version of this, plug it in, it would work just as well. And that's one of the biggest advantages that we have. It's a modular system. You can just swap it out if something breaks.
Can you talk a little bit more about both how it works, capabilities and the limitations? Does it require line of sight to like a barcode or something? Does it require, like, let's say if you're onboarding a new warehouse, do they have to kind of orient everything so that all the labels are lined up? Or like if the label's on the side, can the drone still see it?
The drone can't see it if it's on the side, but they don't do that. So these high bay rack warehouses, because they are so tall, they always have standard operating procedures to make sure the labels are on the outside. Otherwise, I mean, everything looks the same. There will be no way for the workers to find them. And we can use that fact. We actually have patents pending on how we actually navigate through the warehouse and align ourselves to the warehouse, which is crucial to then doing the inventory scanning.
Okay, but it doesn't recognize objects. It just basically reads labels?
Yes, it's able to read standardized labels out of over 2.5 meters.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are the setup costs for a company, and when do you start making money on it?
So the setup cost for a company, it really depends on the size of the warehouse, right? We look at this. Industrial automation equipment is always sold with an ROI somewhere around 5 to 7 years. That's how long they want to have it in there, and then they're expecting a return within that time. And with the amount of money we're saving them, they get that return very quickly. And so the invest for them is actually very, very reasonable given the return they get.
Can you be more specific?
It really depends on the value we create in the warehouse. If you have very high-risk inventory, then obviously the $4 million cost will increase to more. I can tell you that existing industrial robot sales, for example, are in the range of maybe $500,000 to $2.5 million, and we're somewhere in that range, depending on the size of the warehouse.
Are you piloting with anybody yet today?
Yes, so we've been in pilots for almost 1 year now with some of the really big automotive manufacturing companies, food and beverage distribution, we've been flying there, and industrial supplies as well.
Great. I think we are out of time, so thank you very much, IFM Technologies.
I was looking for it.
This was fucked up.
I think oh, there we go. Next up, we have Brainify. Presenting for Brainify are Diane Kang and Philippe Mason. All right, come on up, guys. All right, you got 6 minutes.
Personalization. Every digital experience today claims to be personalized, catered to you as an individual. But how exactly is that experience today? Hi, I'm Diane, CEO and co-founder of Brainify. 2 weeks ago, I went to this awesome site called Rock Out to buy something for my friend's birthday. Well, my friend has pretty interesting musical taste, and so I purchased this male, size large shirt with this design on it, the Chumbawambas. Well, then just yesterday, I wanted to buy a t-shirt for a concert coming up. But when I landed on the homepage, I realized that the whole site was designed for my musically challenged friend, and everything was male and size large. So why exactly does this happen? This site, like many companies, can only provide recommendations based off of the user actions from their one website or app. More importantly, these actions are not put into a time context. What that means is Rockout cannot distinguish between me buying a present for my friend weeks ago to an upcoming concert that I myself am attending. And thus, I missed out on some pretty awesome shirts, and Rockout missed out on a sale. Well, this isn't surprising. Today, a typical person has at least 10 different identities, online and offline, from social handles to alternate emails, to mobile numbers, to unique IDs from every single website and app that we work with every day. Which means our user behavior actually exists in many different silos. And these silos make it nearly impossible for any individual website or app to be able to deliver a personalized experience. To truly understand an individual, these sites and apps must be able to consider actions from across these silos. And that's what we do here at Brainify. At Brainify, we create the most robust, dynamic, and encrypted profile of an individual. We do this by tying together information from across the web. Anywhere a user can have an online profile is a potential data source. Each of these profiles are then mapped and aggregated with its own set of user behavior data to have a more complete and up-to-date picture of who you are. But we go one step further. Brainify can actually assign various weights and relationships to each activities because our engine understands the importance of time. By looking at the current timeline from beyond one website or app, our engine can make the most